와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lekai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, But this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula ski resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do. but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hill's Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 8만 광자 유점사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아.
Clean Highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm, delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanu, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forest and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang, is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. J'ai gagné 10 ans à vivre en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour aller à l'école. Pour aller à l'école chaque matin, je marche environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais finir un bon médecin, l'aime finir avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable devenir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec mes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec mes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi j'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un peu, Korea.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022.
오늘도 많은 전문가분들을 모시고
Starting from yesterday, we had many presentations and we will also have many sessions to talk about
이번 세션
peace.
평화 공공
This session is the first session on peace public diplomacy, and I'm Kim Mine, and I will be your MC for today. We also have extremely cold weather today as well, but despite the weather situation, I would like to kindly ask all of our guests, thank you for taking part in today's session, and my thanks also go to our online participants. Please be with us till the very end. The first session on peace public diplomacy will be dealing with PyeongChang's spirit of peace and public diplomacy, and as you're very well aware, public diplomacy is gaining traction these days, and we would like to take this opportunity to find ways to utilize PyeongChang's spirit of peace with public diplomacy, sports diplomacy, and ODA, and also look into various practical initiatives to implement our vision.
이번 세션의 자장을
The moderator for today's session is from Daegu Catholic University, Honorary Professor Lee Jung-ok, and she will be delivering her opening remarks to open up the session. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Ladies and gentlemen,
2년이죠. 올해
it is now 2022.
평창
I remember
동계제한 이후에
how we hosted the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics, and since then, the call for hope and peace
포럼이 올해로 네
has
번째
not ended. It has continued on, and the PyeongChang Peace Forum has gone on for 4 years, and I have come each year. I can say with pride that I have come every year, and that is probably why they have asked me to moderate this session. And it is an immense pride for me to do so. Before we hosted and after we hosted the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, I do believe that the Games have rewritten history. And we also have come up with the concept of the spirit of peace. The first spirit of peace, I believe, is that we have been very tenacious in trying to win the bid to host the Olympics.
끈기는 우리 민족
This tenacity is
중요한
something that is very important, a huge asset for the Korean people, and I believe that this asset was in full force at the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. The second spirit of peace is a passion of participation.
강원도
The PyeongChang people began the wave which was taken up by the people of Gangwon-do, and then it was taken up by the whole people of Korea. The global village was so excited and passionate by this outcome, and they have sent their hope and their support to PyeongChang.
여러분이 만들어낸
The win for the bid of the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, I believe, was a
평창
testament to the living history to all of you.
말씀드리고
So that is why this passion of participation is the second spirit of peace. The third spirit of peace is unity between the two Koreas and reconciliation. And this is not something that impacts just the two Koreas.
까지 가는 모든 나라가
All countries that are in conflict or on the brink of war have sent their applause to this spirit of reconciliation.
외교를 통해서
Through public diplomacy and through the means of sports, we were able to transform the mood of war to that of peace. And that is, I believe, the essence of the spirit of peace here at PyeongChang. The fourth spirit of peace is, as you know, inclusivity. When we think about the Winter Olympics,
남북의 사람들에게는
this is something that isolates those countries that are in the southern hemisphere where there is no natural snow. So for them, this was a completely different party. However, in PyeongChang, we invited people all across the world, and we were able to transform the PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games into a global festival for all of us. And this inclusivity is a very important spirit of peace that came out of the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. And I believe that these different spirits of peace,
다 바로 느끼
even without in-depth research or study, were something that could be viscerally felt by everyone. And it's a testament to our living history, and it's an important asset to our public diplomacy.
두지
We
않고
must continue on with this legacy.
여러분께서는
In fact, the people of PyeongChang
만들어서
have decided to take this up with the PyeongChang Peace Foundation to try to be systematic in their efforts to uphold this legacy. In fact, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said
포럼에서
that in the 2022 PyeongChang Peace Forum that the spirit of peace from PyeongChang could resonate around the world. He has sent in his congratulatory remarks to that end. I believe that this spirit of peace is ringing loud and clear, not just here in PyeongChang, but across the world.
이번 공공외교 세션에는
This public diplomacy session
우리나라 외교사에서 최초로 여러 가지 문을 여는 가치 외교
is a way for us to talk about value diplomacy, sports public diplomacy, ODA diplomacy,
이것을 여러 차례
which would not be difficult to do together. We have engaged in activities separately, but at this 2022 PyeongChang Peace Forum, we have for the first time tried to bring them together in a nexus through this peace public diplomacy session. And through this integrated approach would be very significant. This session is being hosted by PyeongChang County and the PyeongChang Peace Foundation. The PyeongChang Peace Foundation has been founded to specifically and sustainably realize the legacy of the PyeongChang Winter Olympics and to make sure that the call for peace would not just end here in PyeongChang, but that it would resonate around the world.
이제 2030과
This would tie in with the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals.
뿐만 아니라
The PyeongChang Peace Foundation will work towards that end and also engage in various Olympic-related legacy projects.
모든 것을 가능하게 해주신
All of this will be made possible by the people of PyeongChang, the people of Gangwon-do,
영광을 한데 모아주신
and Han Wang-gi, the head of PyeongChang County, who was able to pull all these efforts together. Thank you very much.
이 알펜시아
I would also like to thank all of the guests in attendance here today in the Peninsula Auditorium,
세션 1에 참여해주신 모든
all the people participating online in this session. Thank you very much, especially the people who have come here, brave the bitter cold to come here. I would like to thank Ryu Tae-kyung,
토론자로
Jung Hee-eung,
참여해주신
Moon Kyung-yeon, Song Jin-ho, Kim Sung-gyu,
조수진님,
Cho Soo-ji, Lee Sung-hoon, all of our distinguished guests who have come to grace us with their presence. These guests are experts in the field of public diplomacy, not just in the area of research, but in actual practice and public administration.
드립니다.
These are experts from various walks of life, and the fact that we have them all with us today is
열정인 것 같습니다.
a testament to the passion of the people of PyeongChang. Once again, I would like to
교체하게 해주신 것에
thank all of you for
감사드리고
giving us this opportunity to host this session here. And now we will begin the PyeongChang Spirits of Peace and Public Diplomacy session. Thank you.
네, 교수님께서
Professor, thank you for the opening remarks.
개회사를 통해서
And through her remarks, we were able to understand the meaning behind the PyeongChang spirit of peace. And she also mentioned that this is an important asset in public diplomacy. And as she has mentioned, the PyeongChang spirit of peace, I hope, will define itself as a concept of public diplomacy, and I hope that we can find a way to implement the spirit of peace. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Mayor Han Wang-gi of PyeongChang for his welcoming remarks. Please
교수님을 받아주십시오.
greet him with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
Welcome. I am Han Wang-gi, Mayor of PyeongChang-gun.
공공 외교를 주제로
I would like to welcome you all to this meaningful session on PyeongChang spirit of peace and public diplomacy. And particularly, I would like to extend my gratitude to the chair of PyeongChang Peace Center, Professor Lee Jung-wook, and all speakers and panelists.
가장
The 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics has left an important legacy, which is to achieve peace utilizing sports public diplomacy. PyeongChang is where the Korean Peninsula peace process originated from, and it's about continuing on with the peace determination of the Olympics. We put together PyeongChang Peace Center to continue on with various legacy initiatives.
이러한 평화의 여정에서
And in this journey of peace, what's most important and necessary is to put together an action plan, and a specific action plan. Particularly in 2024, in 2023, the Youth Winter Championships and the 24 Youth Winter Olympics will take place in Gangwon province. So there are many international events to happen, and I believe that through public diplomacy and through our efforts in sports, we can bring about a great momentum of peace. The strategy and the initiatives will be brought together and devised at this session, and I believe that it will help us keep alive this momentum of the Olympics. I truly hope that you can muster your wisdom, your collaboration, so that we can have the PyeongChang spirit of peace achieve world peace. Thank you very much.
네, 군수님 다시 한번
Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
As the head of PyeongChang County, who has touched upon the significance of this session with his very warm, welcoming remarks. And we hope that the actionable, realizable measures towards peace will be very important. And we hope that this session will lead to those fruitful outcomes. Now we will move on to some in-depth presentations and discussions. We would like to go in turn and introduce all of our panelists today. Our first moderator would be Lee Jung-ok, who is a professor emeritus at Daegu Catholic University.
네, 계속해서 연사분 소개해 드리겠습니다.
Let me go on in turn and introduce our speakers. Ryu Tae-kyung at Ewha Women's University, who is a PhD candidate. Next, from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, Chung Ki-eung is an HK professor. From Jeonbuk National University, we have Professor Moon Kyung-yeon. Professor Moon is not able to join us in person. We will be watching a video. Next, I'd like to move on to our discussants in the panel.
2018 평창 동계올림픽 남북 단일팀 부주장
We have Cho Soo-ji, was in the inter-Korean team, one of the athletes at the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. From Seoul National University, we have Professor Kim Tae-gyun, who will be joining us via Zoom. Director Song Jin-ho of the PyeongChang Peace Foundation. Thank you very much. From KIDAC, Chairman Kim Sung-gyu of the Korea Association of International Development and Cooperation. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lee Sung-hoon, or Anselmo Lee, specialized professor at the Global Academy for Future Civilization at Kyunghee University. I'd like to hand over the microphone to our moderator.
네, 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
평화 공공 외교 세션 1에서
Once again, this is Peace Public Diplomacy Session 1, and we'll be talking about sports public diplomacy, value diplomacy, and also how we can make this into an ODA initiative. So we have presentations as well as a discussion session with 5 prominent panelists. Amid COVID-19, what we wanted to do was try out this hybrid format of both offline and online participants, and I think that this will be a new format for conferences and meetings going forward. In lieu of time, I would like to go right into the presentations. I would like to ask our speakers to use about 15 minutes, and for our panelists, you have 7 to 8 minutes. And I think that that will save some time for us to entertain questions from the floor.
열어보도록 하겠습니다. 많은 말씀은 이미 모두에서 드렸기 때문에
I have already given my remarks in my opening comments, so let me now move right into the presentations. First, I would like to invite Ms. Ryu Tae-kyung of Ewha Women's University. She is a PhD candidate, and with Professor Cho Kyu-seok, she has been engaging in a very important research, so she's going to share the outcome of the research. And at the Australian Embassy, she was also involved in public service, and not only that, she has also been with the Navy for about 8 years, so I do know that she has a lot of insight in how we can implement upon our vision. So a big round of applause, please, for Ms. Ryu Tae-kyung.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello,
대학교 국제대학원에서
my name is Ryu Tae-kyung. I'm pursuing my PhD degree at Ewha Women's University.
함께 진행하고 있는
I'm going to work together with Professor Cho Ki-seok to talk about our project on a presentation where we talk about
노력에 대한 성과를 보려고 하는데요.
the Moon Jae-in administration's peace initiative and value diplomacy. And we would like to try to provide with an assessment of this view, talk about South Korea's value diplomacy, frame peace as a collective norm and value, and come up with an analytical method to talk about the input-output outcome.
이 연구는 한국의 파워
This
다이내믹에 아주 작은 질문.
research begins with a question on the power dynamics on the Korean Peninsula. Over the last 50 years, our diplomacy has been looking at hard power, so on military and security. Now, Korea is one of the top 10 economies in the world, and it's also one of the top 6 military powers in the world. We also have soft power through Korean wave, such as Hallyu, K-content, BTS, Blackpink, Squid Game, all of these different Korean content has made their explosive debut in the international scene, and this has led us to see that we have a lot of international standing around the world. These different assets would be very important strategically for our public diplomacy. However, when we look at the soft power ranking, if we compare with the economy or the military, there is a huge gap. In fact, we are ranked just 19th in terms of soft power. When we talk about the competitive edge that Hallyu content has, this is quite surprising. Many scholars say that soft power is closely related to hard power. We have to understand this asymmetry and see why the context is. And so we would also understand what the Korean government has done. Moon Jae-in's peace initiative
공공 노력을 가미한 정부 최우선
engages public diplomatic efforts and is one of the top agenda items for the administration.
북한이 아직 전쟁 중이라는
However, there is a negative image that Korea is still divided, that there are North Korean nuclear weapons, there is the risk and threat of war, and these are negative images hurting the brand of Korea. And this is the results of a public opinion poll that we were able to conduct, and this is also one of the reasons why we decided to engage in this research. We have
국가 아이덴티티의 그
South Korean government
기성주의적 접근입니다.
pursuing peace and prosperity in the Korean Peninsula through public diplomacy means by seeking cooperation with regional partners in the region of the Northeast Asia and beyond. And this is a constructionist view with peace as the identity. This is norm-based. South Korea's norm diplomacy,
국익을
which is a way to try to see. It's a strategy to try to pursue national interests.
실현 정보를
In the past, Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun administrations were all liberal administrations, and Moon Jae-in has also taken up the liberal administration.
이니셔티브의 세 가지 원칙을
And under him, Moon Chung-in professor said that we would go peace first, no nukes, and no regime change.
또 한국 정부는
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs have also said the same thing, that it will pursue peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula through its public diplomacy means by seeking cooperation with regional partners in the region of the Northeast Asia and beyond. And this is the policy measure of MOFA and ultimately the Moon Jae-in administration.
평화라는 개념을 문재인 정부가 확고히
This
노리는
concept of peace has become such an important value and strategy for Moon Jae-in. And why is that?
평화라는 가치로 그 초점
We have transitioned and pivoted from unification to peace, and there are two objects behind this. By respecting the DPRK regime, we wanted to try to engage them in dialogue, and also we wanted to expand the agenda to not just the two Koreas, but to a larger geopolitical agenda. This means that unification is just an agenda that impacts the two Koreas, but peace would be a global agenda.
프레임이라는 개념은 사회적 여러 사회
When we talk about framing,
대책끼리의 일상 속 커뮤니케이션에
this engages a lot of a communication between different actors across our society. So this theory of framing
받는 사람이
means that the message that we try to communicate would be framed in such a way that it would be responded to by the recipient in a different way. So for example, as you know, there is that war on terror. The U.S. administration used that expression of war and terror, realizing that we can be both an attack and defense, and it was a very important strategic rhetoric made by the U.S. administration, and this, in fact, helped to decrease all criticism.
사회적 이슈이
The framing is not just used in policy measures. For example, if we talk about same-sex marriage
러브
or gay marriage, there was that framing of love. Love is love, that it's a values-oriented frame. And this
가치와 동등한
showcased the importance of universal love for LGBTQ minorities.
부여한 것이죠.
And this was a very positive frame placed on same-sex marriage. Similarly, right now, because there's a stalemate, the Moon Jae-in administration is attempting a reframing.
따라 조금 구분을
If we look at Robert Edmonds'
상태가 평화
glossary, we can say that first of all, we have to define problems, which is a standstill situation. And there were different views on unification. This is a diagnosis of the cause.
한국과 미국의
And there is also this possibility of an absorption, a unification of the ROK and the U.S. by DPRK. That was a fear that DPRK had. And there was also the need to come up with a more comprehensive concept to bring together and encompass all of the neighboring partners. And that was how the Moon Jae-in administration came upon the concept of peace, because this is a universal value. Nobody can be antagonistic towards this. And the government engaged in various different measures to try to pursue this.
이중 두드러진
Under framing, there's the peace metaphor as a conceptual idea, and the story of Moon Jae-in, his family was able to escape the Korean War, and then there was the Korean people wanting unification through peaceful approach, not an undesirable war. And there was slogan, peaceful and prosperous the Korean Peninsula, and using the PyeongChang Olympics. It's very strategic in terms of its approach. But how was this received?
분석을 위해 정책 홍보 효과를 측정하기
For this, we wanted to try to look at the IOO model, so input, output, and outcome, to try to look at the outcome of the policies. President Moon announces Berlin Initiative at Korber Foundation, so that was the input.
이를 비교하기 위해 2000
And in comparison, we also tried to put in another input of President Park's Dresden Initiative, which was announced at the University of Dresden in 2014. We wanted to see what each of the presidents looked at in terms of peace and unification and the kind of messages that they attempted to deliver. Then we also looked at the output, which is media reports. Media reports, typically in public diplomacy, we see media reports as immediate outcome. After that output, we also looked at the outcome, such as the reactions of world leaders as well as public opinion. In 2014, President Park gave her speech at Dresden. She mentioned unification 34 times, but only 16 times for peace. Here, he said that we have to become a unified country and stop our division. President Park said that Dresden of East Germany was able to flourish after unification, and a unified Germany was able to become the center of Europe. Compared against Germany, she also said that we could have one system, one Korea.
이와 반대로 문재인 대통령은
Contrarily, President Moon mentioned peace 49 times in his Berlin speech and unification 17 times. So we can see that this is a very big difference from President Park's speech. And even when he talks about unification, it wasn't about DPRK.
대통령의 발걸음을
Kim Dae-jung, Roh Moo-hyun, and he also was trying to emphasize that we have to have co-prosperity with the two Koreas. He has been very strict when it comes to nuclear issues, but he said that he does not want a regime collapse of the DPRK, that there needs to be coexistence and trust building between the two Koreas. And at the end of his speech, he said that to realize peace,
지역주의, 테러리즘,
we have to look at all of these different issues, such as terrorism and the refugee crisis, and said that Germany can
위해 극복해야 하는 것
overcome all of these different challenges for the sake of peace, not just for Europe, but for the world, and that the two Koreas also has to contribute to all of these different activities for the sake of Northeast Asia and the world. The output, as we can see in the media, was that in the Korean media, they said that President Moon was dreaming big dreams. And in 2017, it said that there was not a lot of movements with the DPRK, so a lot of the reports are very skeptical in nature.
반면에 38
The domestic reports were quite skeptical, as I mentioned, but in 38 North, there was some sort of a positive spin. He said that President Moon
한국 만의 이름을 강조했습니다.
has said that unification is not just for the two Koreas, but very prudently said that
도움이 될 수.
the other countries can either help or harm the efforts of the two Koreas. Korea may not be able to get complete support from the United States, but at least Korea does not want outright opposition from the other neighboring countries, and I think that this is a very accurate view.
2014년 프랭크는 박 전 대통령 연설
In 2014,
않았습니다.
Rudiger Frank said that it was not very complimentary about President Park's Dresden speech. He said that
어떤 선거가
this is not necessarily a very sensitive document, and that it was basically negating DPRK. And he even said that the speechwriter has to be fired.
두 대통령의 연설문에 대한 북한의
If we take a look at these two speeches, the output on the NK media was also different. After just 3 days after President Park's Dresden speech, the KCNA said that this is vulgar diplomacy.
노동신문은
And the Rodong Shinmun said that this is unification, that it goes against the people and North Korean philosophy and system. and also some very severe attacks that I cannot bring myself to say here. However, contrarily, on President Moon's Berlin speech, it took 9 days for the NK media to respond. It must have taken them time to think about this. But there was some positive recognition of Moon's gesture. In this op-ed on the Rodong Shimun, under a personal contributor, sees that the North Korea was trying to be very careful in their approach, and he said that the New Dresden Initiative respects June 15 and October 4th declarations. This means that they were responding positively to President Moon's talk about respecting the regime of the PRK. We were able to see some positive outcome in 2018. The positive images in the outcomes we're able to see in the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. PyeongChang came to the opening ceremony, and the two Koreas came to the athletes were together in the scene, and this was a huge testament to the movement for peace. And in 2018, there was the April and May Panmunjom Pyongyang meetings. In Panmunjom in April, the two leaders met and said that there is no more war on the Korean Peninsula, that we have ushered in a new era of peace. And in Singapore, Hanoi, Panmunjom, the U.S. and DPRK leaders met 3 times, and they even hugged. And it seemed that we were very close to peace. Professor Moon Jung-in said that this was a rousing success for our efforts. This was something that was felt by all of the different parties. Then 2018 and 17, if we look at the Pew Research Center survey, there was negative opinion of North Korea among Americans in just about 3 months before all of these different outcomes occurred in the spring of 2017. So you can see that unfavorable was about 78%. But in the 2018 same Pew Research Center outcome, we're able to see that there is broad public approval of U.S. talks with North Korea, that there was more approval for dialogue. This peace frame and the U.S. public opinion surveys might not be completely related, but this is a response to President Trump's movements and activities. So this is also something that we can look at positively. However, this mood did not last. The U.S. and DPRK Hanoi summit ended in a no-deal summit, and the DPRK said that we're going to cut off communications, no more ties with the U.S., and they blew up the Joint Liaison Office in Kaesong. After Biden, there has not been a lot of movement because of COVID-19. If we look at the domestic situation in the DPRK, it does not seem likely that there's going to be a lot of movement out of North Korea. However, there is still some hope for peace. In 2021, if we look at DPRK, they have restored the communication channel. They said that we are going to try to work together. Of course, it was a recent missile launch, which was unfortunate, but President Moon Jae-in has said that in each available opportunity, he has reframed and talked again about peace when he went to Rome to meet with the Pope, or when he went to talk with the different prime ministers and heads of state. The unprecedented efforts have brought about unprecedented outcome, and this is not something that anybody can deny. Nobody can go against the universal value of peace. So on peace, he can continue to call for support, and this is a very strategic approach. However, when it goes from this transition from unification to reframing of peace, it's not easy for us to tell right now whether this has been successful. Some people have said that the reframing has not actually relevant here. If the two divided Koreas can be helpful to the neighboring countries, then even if we try to put in a peace frame, that would not be helpful. But we understand that the unified two Koreas can have a bigger impact on the economy, so that's why many people will be more receptive to the frame of peace. However, it's still too early to tell. In order to gain the interest and attention of different countries, we have to look at the approach of peace rather unification. However, as I mentioned again, it's too early for us to tell right now. However, I think that the statistics can show us a little bit of hope. Earlier on, I mentioned that the national brand image is negatively impacted because of North Korean nukes and the risk of North Korean war. That was from 2019, done by a Korean public culture institute, an overseas culture institute. But what has changed since then? If we look at the 2021 National Brand Assessment done by COSIS, we see that the national brand image is not impacted by North Korea as the number one factor. It has moved down to number 4. And this shows that in 2021, there has been a huge, major shift in the public opinion and in the perception of the people regarding the national brand image of Korea. I was only able to share a little bit of our research outcome because of time constraints, but this is going to be a live project. It's an ongoing project. And depending on how the initiative changes, we're going to continue to stay abreast of the situation. Thank you very much.
네, 유태경님 그리고 조기숙 교수님 감사드립니다.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Ryu Tae-kyung and Professor Cho. As was mentioned, compared to the security and the economy, it's true that we haven't been seeing a lot of diplomacy in the soft power, but we've been seeing the Squid Game, which actually helped us utilize culture in diplomacy. But then again, it's also a part of industry. But I think that this was a case where we've actually utilized value and to use value in diplomacy. In the U.S., it's democracy. For the UN, it's human rights. So you can see that one of the core values of humanity was used for our public diplomacy's sake. And these two professors, researchers, looked into how we can enable this value diplomacy. It's true that it has to survive the competition to have the value lay root. And this project was taking a very realistic view on how to implement upon this. There is a value framework that's put together by many of those that are working on public diplomacy, but it's true that we need decades of work to have this lay its roots. But you can see that for us, in a relatively short period of time, the reason why we were able to engage in value diplomacy, it was because we actually had the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. We had this event that has made us make inroads into value diplomacy. So once again, thank you very much for our speaker and also Professor Cho. So a big round of applause for Ms. Ryu Tae-kyung and her presentation. These are all new attempts. So the next presentation, I think, will be relatively easier to understand, which has to do with the PyeongChang Peace Spirit and sports public diplomacy. So Professor Chung Gi-woong will be giving the presentation. You're not an athlete, are you? But you've actually, you are leading the HK project on diplomacy, and he is a very well-known person in legal affairs as well as arbitration. So I would like to ask his presentation to focus on how we can achieve public diplomacy through sports. Thank you very much. I am Chung Gi-woong, HK professor at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. And Professor Lee asked me whether I was an athlete. Well, actually, until middle school, I was an athlete. I've actually took part in national championship events, but right now it was actually tennis, but now I just pursue tennis as a hobby. Today, I would like to talk about PyeongChang Peace Spirit and sports public diplomacy. I would like to extend my gratitude to PyeongChang and the mayor of PyeongChang for enabling this opportunity, as well as Professor Lee. Because of COVID, whenever we hold academic conferences, it's typical to just have experts gather together. And because we are all on the same page, it really did not strain me in giving my presentations. However, because we do have a diverse audience, I wasn't exactly sure what angle to take, but I wanted to keep this in perspective to better the understanding of a diverse group of people here in the floor. So that was how I prepared for my presentation. And you can see that I'm a part of a national task force, and what we focus on is on national strategies. So it's about providing the right atmosphere for unification, to transcend barriers, and also put together the right cultural hub to make all of this happen. So it's a very long name for a task force. But what we need to do in order to achieve an atmosphere for unification is to make sure that we don't base this off on not hard power, but on soft power, on culture. And that will enable us to usher in unification. And when we consider that, the PyeongChang Peace Spirit, I think, can play a significant role. My presentation will be in this order. I would like to talk about how sports can be used in diplomatic efforts and what sports public diplomacy is all about. And then I'll move on to talk about the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, about the PyeongChang Peace Spirit, how that was originated, and also on how this PyeongChang Peace Spirit can be utilized in sports public diplomacy. And last but not least, I would like to talk about the relationship between the peace and unification of Korean Peninsula as well as and PyeongChang's Peace Spirit. If we talk about sports public diplomacy, I think we all have different views on this. The media would criticize that we do not have enough prowess in sports diplomacy, but the sports diplomacy there, and when we say sports public diplomacy, the sports diplomacy there is also quite different. And there's also another type of concept for sports diplomacy. You can see that in the middle we have sports diplomacy, and this can be classified into 3 areas. In the media, when they talk about sports diplomacy, typically they will be talking about diplomacy within a sport. And another branch would be with diplomacy by achieving sports goals. So by hosting successfully an Olympic event would be one way to do this. So that's diplomacy for sport. And another type of diplomacy, if we take a diplomatic view, what we want to do is engage in diplomacy through a sport. So it's about utilizing sports as a tool for diplomacy. And this, of course, is what sports public diplomacy is all about. This includes how we can utilize sports diplomacy, and I think that the most often used type of concept is expanding upon the image. So in other words, by utilizing sports to raise the image or the prominence of a nation. And for any international action that a country may be for or may object would be to indirectly pose their position on a specific agenda item. If you look at the Beijing Olympics, many Western countries actually boycotted the Beijing Olympics, which was one way to pose their position or their stance in a particular political matter. And sports diplomacy can also help improve relationships. So for any deadlock, any stalemate relationships, sports can be utilized as a tool to better the relations. But in the case of promoting the image of a nation, does sports always make this happen? In other words, let's say that we've had some excellent results from an event or a sporting event. Would that actually help us raise the prominence of a country? Well, we'll have to think about that. And in addition to that, it's true that the country will focus on improving their results, and they may think that they've actually improved their image, that the image that other countries have. But would that really be correct? So I don't think I can name a specific sporting event, but it's up to your imagination. But let's say that in opening ceremony, let's say that if you try to say that you are stellar versus other countries, and if this home bias actually came into play where you eventually won more medals than others, can we still say that this would be viewed as better prominence or improved prominence by another third country? So if you think about sports diplomacy and its mechanism, there is a specific plan that should be in place, or a foreign policy in place, and sports would be used for us to achieve a national goal. So that's how it works. In Korea, the public diplomacy strategy can be divided into 3 areas. First is culture, second is knowledge, and third is policy. And sports diplomacy falls under the culture category. There are 9 agenda items here. And you can see that the category in bold that indicates sports diplomacy and the promotion of Taekwondo. So you can see that sports diplomacy actually falls under this bucket, under the culture domain. You may think that it takes on a very small portion in culture, but because of the productive effect or impact of sports, it actually plays a greater role. So let me now move on to the PyeongChang Winter Olympics and how this PyeongChang Peace Spirit was established. As you're very well aware, in 2018, we've seen a unified team of the two Koreas at PyeongChang, but of course it was easier said than done. There was a painful process that was involved. So the first person that that argued for a joint host was Son Ha-kyu, the then representative of the Democratic Party, that argued the necessity of a joint hosting. And typically when we actually announce something like this, North Korea would respond, but there was no response coming from North Korea. And with regard to the statement by Mr. Son, there was some debate between the ruling and the opposition party, but then it just weighed down. But then in 2017, in Muju of North Jeolla Province, there was the World Taekwondo Championships. And at that time, President Moon Jae-in took part in this event. And there, the IOC member of DPRK was very pessimistic on what President Moon has mentioned. And what he said was that politics have to move in order to achieve this. So what happened? In 2018, at his New Year's address, Chairman Kim Jong-un mentioned that they would be taking part in the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. And all of a sudden, we've seen a swift progress where we had the high-level Inter-Korean Summit held in Panmunjom, and the Olympics took place with the unified team. And we also have our athlete Cho Soo-ji here. And I'm sure that you all remember that in 2018, the clock in the Korean Peninsula actually moved in a very dynamic fashion. We had the Inter-Korean Summits, the USDPRK Summit, and in September of 2018, at the Inter-Korea Summit in North Korea, they pledged to jointly host the Summer Olympics. But unfortunately, as you're very well aware, with the impasse and the Hanoi big deal, we've been seeing a stalemate between the two Koreas. And if we do win the bid of the 2032 to host the Summer Olympics in 2032, the Olympic line that we'll be using was beyond the line toward the future. But unfortunately, this was in vain. And I believe that the PyeongChang Peace Spirit will have to be utilized when we do attempt to win the bid in the future, the bid for future Olympic events or future sporting events. So then, how can the PyeongChang Peace Spirit be utilized in sports public diplomacy? In order to understand this, you first need to go into the evolution of the Olympics. So I divided up the phases into 5. So this is my classification. So first, with the modern Olympics, it was established in phase 1. So there wasn't a lot of interest. There was a lot of financial difficulties for the Olympics to be held. But then moving on during the Cold War phase, you can see that we've been seeing a sports competition amongst countries, excuse me. And in 1960 to 1984, this was probably a challenging phase, which involved all sorts of challenges, including racism, terrorism, economic difficulties, as well as political boycotts. So there was a lot of skepticism as to whether the Olympics should carry on. But then, in 1988, the Seoul Olympics actually brought an end to the Cold War. So from the 1988 to 1996, I believe that in the history of the Olympics, it was probably when it was at its peak. But then we had the IOC Salt Lake scandal in 2000. So we really need to create a new Olympic spirit. So I think that we're seeing still reform ongoing for this Olympic event. And interestingly enough, 3 countries in East Asia hosted the Olympic Games. We had Japan, Korea, and China. I think I don't have a lot of time, so I will just skip these slides.
여기 이제 그림을 통해
And what I wanted to show to you using this diagram was so that by hosting the Olympics, 3 countries of Northeast Asia had specific goals that they wanted to attain. If you look at the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, for instance, it was about improving relations with North Korea to create a peace atmosphere and also trigger further collaboration and cooperation, and also find a way to promote and disseminate this idea of peace in Korean culture around the world. So that was the cultural aspect that was embedded in our Olympic Games. If you look at the various sports public diplomacy programs,
평창 드림 프로그램
I would like to mention that the PyeongChang Dream program was probably and is probably the most effective. It's still ongoing, but due to COVID-19, it's true that we cannot visit
데려오는 게 힘들어.
or have the youth of the warmer countries come to PyeongChang and enjoy these winter sports. But we will be continuing on with this dream program so that we can hand down and continue to stimulate this PyeongChang peace spirit. So for a peaceful unification, how can we utilize the spirit of peace of PyeongChang?
제가 작년에 2021
Last year was 2021, along with KINU.
공공외교와 관련된 설문조사 프로젝트
I actually involved myself in a survey project on a peaceful unification. What the values that we pursued up till now was about combining unification diplomacy and public diplomacy together.
여기서 문제는 뭐냐면
But the issue here was that when it comes to the unification of the Korean Peninsula, it's true that we take this for granted.
반드시 이루어야 할 목표로
And we do know that it is a goal that must be achieved, but other countries may have a different view on this. They would say that, okay, we're fine with your unification of the Korean Peninsula, but what would be the benefits for us? So these are some of the questions that are posed. And in addition to that, if you meet with a foreign official, for instance, what would happen is they would ask,
어떻게 답변하시겠습니까?
if they ask you, why do you need to unify? Why do the two Koreas have to be unified? If they ask that question to us, what would be your answer? I think that you should give some good thought to that as well. So for the unification of the Korean Peninsula, we need the efforts of the two Koreas, of course, but we also need the support of the international community.
이루어내기 위해
And in order to make this possible, of course,
우리의 당
it's important to once again persuade or convince the justification behind unification to our neighboring stakeholders and find a way to elicit their support. The Korean government has a goal for unification. You can see that in 2010, the Korean government focused on public diplomacy. It's probably the first year of public diplomacy. We have now public diplomacy ambassador, established a public foreign policy division, and we also have a public diplomacy act. And there was the first plan for public diplomacy, and it was extended by 1 year to December 2022. So was it successful or not? I think that it depends. But I can say that it's important to find a sustainable method to form a consensus with the international community on this and on this vision of unification. And one way to do that, I think, would be the PyeongChang peace spirit. And these attempts is not to actually replace peace with unification. What we want to do is find a way to utilize peace public diplomacy to fill the gaps. For instance, this concept of peace is a value of humanity, so we want to utilize that to better the understanding and also encourage the support of the international community for our unification. And I think that sports diplomacy and the spirit of peace in PyeongChang will help us induce and encourage the participation of all of the people. So with that, let me conclude. Thank you very much.
네, 정기훈 교수님
Yes, Professor Jung, thank you very much for your presentation.
올림픽이라는 스포츠를 통해서
So through the Olympic event, we are trying to engage in sports diplomacy, whether it be diplomacy with sports or diplomacy through sports. And I think that it will be mentioned during the panel discussion, but this Inter-Korean Unified Team
구성하고 있는
What are the implications? You can see that there's fierce competition, and there's also a level playing field that would be involved in a sporting event. And these are the critical pillars of the modern sports. But you can see that what happened was it wasn't about fierce competition, but it was about peace and harmony to bring these two teams together under one umbrella. So I think that this type of approach or concept or model is quite novice in sports public diplomacy. And due to COVID-19, as mentioned, we're meeting online, but you can see that it actually improves accessibility, so everybody knows what's happening on the other side of the world. So this may be a part of achieving our national interest, but I think that it's important to make sure that we also contribute to the international community if we really want to become a developed country. Many Asian countries were quite successful economically speaking, but we do see that there were struggles for democracy, or there are cases where there are a lot of human rights infringement. And if that is the case, we cannot say that we're a true developed nation. We do need development on all fronts of economy, politics, as well as society. But if that's not the case, we cannot say that we're a developed nation. So I believe that value diplomacy actually opens the door for us to become an advanced nation. So we were able to confirm that through Professor Chang's presentation. And let us now move on to the next presentation.
We're now going to switch our focus to ODA, or Overseas Development Assistance. Because when it comes to ODA, Korea was latecomer, but we really worked very quickly and we're working very rapidly to catch up. And I think that we can tie that in with the spirit of peace here in PyeongChang, together with Peace ODA. So this is not going to be an easy challenge, but Professor Moon Kyung-yeon is going to provide a presentation in this regard. Professor Moon is in the UK right now. However, he has sent us his presentation by video. He is currently a humanities professor at Cheonbuk National University, looking at food security and food assistance. Would now like to hear from Professor Moon now. He is not here to hear this, but please give him a big round of applause. Hello. I am very pleased to have this presentation here at the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022, Peace Here and Now, in the spirits of peace and public diplomacy. My name is Moon Kyung-yeon. I'm a professor at Cheonbuk National University. I ask you for your understanding that I could not attend in person. I'm going to go through my presentation for about 15 minutes or so. I'm going to share my screen with you.
오늘 발표 주제는
Today I would like to talk about the HDP nexus, the nexus between humanitarianism, development, and peace. I want to go over the HDP nexus that the international community is emphasizing. And from this point of view, I would like to look at the dilemma in the peace issue of the Korean Peninsula, and also perhaps provide you with a new approach for peace building on the Korean Peninsula. Also, I would like to touch upon SDGs as a possible momentum for the exploration of inter-Korean peace cooperation. I know that we've been talking about SDGs internationally for a very long time, but I would like to take a look at how SDGs can be a possibility, an alternative for us as well. The international community has been looking at humanitarianism, development, and peace. So in the past, they have looked at this separately, as separate approaches, but now they're trying to look at this as an integrated approach. They try to look at them all together as a nexus. And the international community have come upon the realization that this is very important to integrate these together. Many actors and international organizations are now looking at development, peace building from this sort of nexus approach. This is the recommendation that they have been making.
발전, development.
HDP stands for Humanitarian Development and Peace.
그래서 저희가 이제 SDGs라고 부르는데
The first initials, HDP.
SDGs의 등장 배경은
The HDP nexus was introduced because over the past 50 years, the world has engaged in various different kinds of development assistance, different kinds of humanitarian assistance, and peace-building activities, but we've seen that the outcome was not as successful as we might like.
또 세계은행에서도
The World Bank as well also
접근의
said that
필요성을 인식을 하고
there is a need for an integrated approach.
750억 달러의 지원
And the World Bank also announced its largest funding pledge to date, about $75 billion. The OECD DAC high-level meeting has also adopted a recommendation on the HDP nexus.
단순히 특정 기관의 이니셔티브가 아닌 국제사회
So we can see here that this is not just an initiative by a single organization out there, that this is actually what the international community is all rallying around together.
따라서 이 HD 넥서스는 내용적인 측면에서
Therefore, the HDP nexus, if we look at what it means, is that humanitarian assistance, development, and peace should be connected organically, which they are, and that we have to integrate them together for as a joint objective. With humanitarian assistance, it could be seen as a preemptive, a kind of precondition for development, and in that regard, humanitarian assistance can be provided so that the country or the nation can build their capacity to respond to new conflicts and disputes, and development assistance can provide a very necessary base for peace, and peace would also allow for sustainable development to happen. This means that humanitarian assistance is a necessary precondition for peace building, and peace building activities are meant to be done in a way that humanitarian crises would not occur again. Therefore, for sustainable development and a permanent solution, development assistance and development cooperation and peace building have to be integrated together, and this is the thrust of the HDP nexus. The graph that you see is on development cooperation, humanitarian assistance, and peace building. So it's a diagram of sorts that is looking at how these 3 points are aligned, and I would like to share my screen with you again so you can see. For example, if we were to start with humanitarian assistance, there is saving of lives and rescue activities, disaster reduction, protect civilians for armed conflict and natural disaster, and satisfy the basic needs of people, and emergency relief. Now, this is a very basic kind of support and assistance that we can provide. And this would be a way for us to allow for positive peace, a very active sort of positive peace to establish itself. In development cooperation, there is the objective to decrease hardship, such as poverty and vulnerability, and also prevent and manage the outcomes of vulnerability, disputes, conflict, disaster, and also to try to strengthen the rule of law, democratic participation in human rights, and sustainable development. And this is something that could allow for more sustainable development to happen. All of these different 3 nexus points do not function separately, but that they should be done in an integrated manner, along with peace building, as you can see, because this would allow for a permanent peace building, the prevention of new conflicts, and the ending of armed conflicts, a positive peace, and a rebuilding of the state. There are many different theories regarding this. I want to touch upon a theoretical discussion that has occurred recently on how development impacts human rights. Neil Mitchell has said that economic development
경제 수준이 높을수록
can lead to political stability, which could then improve human rights situation. So the higher the economic levels, the higher the levels of human rights protection. William Easterly has said that economic development can promote human rights, but not always. It's not always the case. In fact, in some cases, economic development
상황을 악화시킬 수도 있다.
can hurt human rights situations.
과 관계를
So
U자형으로
it's a reverse U kind of relationship between the two, economic development and human rights. Early on in economic development, there are ways done to exploit human labor.
경제 발전의 초기 단계
So early on in the economic development stage, there are instances where human rights are violated and abused. So there needs to be some kind of institutional system in place. Samuel P. Huntington
경제 발전이
has argued that economic development does not always equate to human rights promotion. Human rights are promoted by socio-cultural factors and the values of the elite and external influences. So it would depend on the kind of culture that the country has, the ruling elites, their values. So this would mean politicians and leaders of society, so economic leaders, so corporations, CEOs, well, the kinds of values that they have and the surrounding environments of that state. Conway Henderson has said that even if a country succeeds in economic development, human rights can proceed in a very slow fashion. Political elites are responsible for slow progress made on economic growth and make it very asymmetrical. It would depend on the mindset of the ruling elites, depending on what they think and the kind of policies they pursue, that the economic growth and economic development could occur in a way that could even harm human rights. So, for example, we know of many developing nations that are resource rich, but the resource typically is very limited, and so they would try to extract these resources and in the process bring in the military, and in that process the military elites would rise to power, and the military elites would find it in their interest to hold on to their wealth and hold on to the oppression of human rights. And if we move on, we say that Paul Collier, in another case, has said that low incomes and the possibility of a possible civil war are positively correlated. When there is low levels of development, this leads to conflict and tension, and this conflict then leads to further levels of poverty. John Barnett has said that low incomes does not always lead to war. Conflict exists because there is a lack of opportunity for development. And when there is a break in the balance of power among the wealth of society, this is when conflict arises in that society. Eric Gartz has said that economic growth through capitalism can lead to international prosperity and peace and stronger levels of peace. The market will function in a way to lessen the possibility of disputes and conflict. Because when there is a dispute or a conflict simmering in the surface, then the markets would react to this. And he has argued that democratic countries do not engage each other in war because they know that the markets would respond, and they have an interest in trying to protect the interests of the markets. However, countries with different systems and countries that are not capitalist or do not have a market economy that is functioning would respond differently. Based on these theoretical discussions, we would like to take a look at the dilemma on the issue of peace on the Korean Peninsula, and we know that the situation is very difficult indeed. As we know, there are international sanctions that are still quite severe, and there is widespread poverty and starvation the economic difficulties are leading to a sustained humanitarian crisis, and this has also been compounded by COVID-19. The residents are not allowed to move about freely.
그나마 이제 붕괴된 국가 배급 체계를
The ration system in the DPRK has also collapsed.
못하게 되는 상황이 되면서
And as you know, the ration system, when it doesn't work, typically the DPRK residents would turn to a kind of black market. So they would turn to their 장마당 and their different markets. But that is no longer the case under COVID-19. So this is similar to the 1990s during the Arduous March, when there were millions of people who died of starvation.
인도적 상황, 인권 상황이 아직까지
And in this current situation, the human rights violations of the DPRK people are ongoing.
어떻게 볼 것이냐?
Now, there are these dilemmas, as you can see, but how should we approach this dilemma on the Korean Peninsula? In the case of Kim Dong-jin, he has said that
적극적으로 좀 스터디할 필요가 있다. 적용하는 것은
we have to look at the HDP nexus and possibly explore any applications of the HDP nexus to Korean Peninsula,
이라든지
particularly when it comes to development cooperation. So when we engage in policies for development cooperation,
그래서 평화 환경, 평화
we should try to
개발 협력을 통해
see how, through development cooperation, we can contribute to peace building.
평화 영역에 있어서 평화 굴축
And in areas of peace,
그 관여하는 주의 그 스테이크홀더들 이해관계자들은 단순
all of the stakeholders who participate in this process should not look at just one issue, one separate issue, but look at all of these different issues together. So humanitarian assistance for the DPRK, development, and also human rights situations. So the stakeholders also have to take a very integrated approach, a kind of holistic approach,
센서티브라는 표현이
a kind of a conflict-sensitive approach, if you will.
평화의 영역에 있는 그 행위자들 또한
The actors who are working on peace building should not just look at peace or denuclearization, but these actors should also try to work on ways to tie in efforts towards peace with development and human rights.
또 이를 위해서 선 비핵화 후 저희가 가지고 있는 문제의식은
So in that regard,
비핵화 후에 지원 및
many people in Korea have said that denuclearization has to come first before we can have support or exchange.
조치를 통한 평화 뭐 이런 것들
And so instead of that kind of linear approach, many people have said that we should have socio-cultural sports exchange and humanitarian and development assistance cooperation and through this we can have peace building.
어떻게 평화를 구축하는데 기여할 수 있을까?
But we have to look at ways on how development and humanitarian assistance can be done in a way to assist efforts for peace.
남북간의 대립이 긴장이
There was a lot of tension in the 2017 run-up to the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics, but the Winter Olympics then eased the tension, and this led to a mood of dialogue, and the next few years in 2018 brought about a huge atmosphere for peace for the Korean Peninsula.
그때 이후에 사회 문화 교류 인도적 개발 지원을 하자가 아니라
So as you can see here, it's not about a linear process. It's not there is a sequence of one would lead to two and two would lead to three, but that we have to take an integrated approach, inclusive of sports and cultural exchange and etc. And this could ultimately become a means to allow for peace and further on to unification.
우리의 딜레마는 이런 것
In the past, our dilemma was that
평화 구축에
development assistance
있고 많은 이론들이 그렇게 얘기를 합니다.
could lead to peace, and there are many theories that argue this.
평화 구축 즉
And then there are also theories that say that peace, once it is built, even without development assistance, that peace building activities can lead to an establishment of peace. However, the problem here is that there is that issue of sustainability,
못하는 그런
because if either one of these approaches is taken separately and pursued separately, then the peace, even if it comes about, would not be sustainable.
정착을
And so we have to try to look at how North Korea assistance and exchange and cooperation can assist peace building and peace settlement processes.
그 논문에서 제가 차용을 해서 한번 적용.
This diagram has also been lifted from Dr. Kim Dong-jin's paper, and here we can see that he has argued that there are these response areas, and then this would lead to challenges for peace building, and all these different areas that we can possibly think about engaging in activities in.
교류를 함에 있어서 인터랙션을 함에 있어서
And in engaging in exchange here,
그래서 이제 그 보자면 그러니까 국가 간의 관계, 국제 사회 영역에서는
in international society,
뭐 동계 올림픽과 같은 그런 국가 간 행사들에
these state-to-state activities, so country activities such as Olympic Games, which are attended by nation states, so we have to continue to try to engage DPRK in those
유치를 추진하고 있는데 이런
nation-state games. And we also know that DPRK is also trying to participate in many different kinds of international activities, so we should try to assist them and respond positively to that. Even if the outcome might not always be favorable or successful, then we have to continue to try to engage DPRK in many different ways, very actively. And this could be done by private sector actors, civil society, corporations, and even foundations like the PyeongChang Peace Foundation, that these civilian and private sector organizations to try to look at different ways to identify all of these different ways and try to uphold the values of democracy, environmental protection, human rights, and equality of the sexes, and this would be a way for us to try to ultimately lead to the stage of peace. We can wonder whether there are some opportunities for us to see a momentum for exploration of inter-Korean peace cooperation. And one of these momentums could come in the form of SDGs, because as you know, North Korea has set forth a UN strategic plan 2017 to 2021. In fact, it has worked together with international organizations in 2016 to say this. I also did similar work in the past to try to look at what we can do with UNESCO to try to engage with the DPRK in the areas of SDGs, and there was an area regarding sports. So under sports, there are these different specific categories. So, for example, with data and development management, there are ways of building DPRK capacity to apply international technological standards, for example, and also to try to have a reporting mechanism become more reinforced in DPRK for international treaties and convention and other systems. And also capacity building for the DPRK for UNESCO's various sports level activities, such as at the CIGEPS and the International Sports Anti-Doping Convention, for example. As a way of conclusion, I wanted to say that it would be helpful for us to pursue an integrated HDP nexus to look at DPRK. And we must do this. And through this, we can look at the issues of humanitarianism and development and human rights and the DPRK. And this would lead us to these kinds of conclusions. The PyeongChang Winter Olympics became a momentum for us to try to build peace through dialogue in a situation that was really at the time almost on the brink of war, possibly the most serious situation after the Korean War. Since then, we've had the Inter-Korean Summit and the US DPRK Summit, and we have felt, all of us, a sense of psychological relief. However, on the contrary, the DPRK regime and the residents were not able to benefit from this at all because the sanctions were not lifted, their humanitarian situation continued to worsen, and the economic situation continued to worsen. And then there was COVID-19. COVID-19 has really shatter the DPRK economy to the situation of the 1990s when there were about 300,000 people who died of starvation and millions more went hungry. However, the PyeongChang Winter Olympics was a momentum to try to bring DPRK to the dialogue table, and this momentum should have been sustained. However, that was not done, and the reason for that is because of the Republic of Korea and international society. The two Koreas and sports and socio-cultural exchange can allow for the DPRK to come to the dialogue table, but we have to evolve this to try to lead to various different positive values and positive outcomes. There needs to be sustained and additional efforts to build on this momentum. The international society is also stressing the importance of HDP nexus, and so the DPRK is also saying that they are willing to implement the SDGs. However, in implementing this very ideal approach, the South Korean society, international society, and DPRK also have to engage in additional efforts. So there needs to be more efforts done in this regard. Thank you for your attention.
네, 문경현 교수님 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Moon, for your presentation. He was in the UK, so he was not able to join us physically in person, but he was trying to say that peace ODA and
차원과 여러 가지
peace, the spirit of peace in PyeongChang, if we were to try to align them together, that we have to come up with a lot of different efforts and approaches. So we're sorry that we had to give more time to Professor Moon.
평화 ODA.
So sports, public diplomacy, and ODA, and value diplomacy under this peace framework. These are three sectors of public diplomacy, and we would like to go into this further with our panelists.
대기하고 계시니까.
I know that we have also panelists on Zoom, so I would like to first thank Professor Kim Tae-kyun for his input. He's currently professor at Seoul National University Graduate School of International Studies, and he has also been the non-standing director for the ODA committee, and I know that he has a lot of insights from the academia and also on the field, and also with regard to policy, so he plays a multifaceted role. And regarding this new approach, I believe that he will be offering us with some good words of advice. So Professor Kim Tae-kyun, you have the floor. A big round of applause, please.
안녕하세요.
Hello, everyone. As introduced, I'm Kim Tae-kyun from Seoul National University. I know that we are behind schedule, so I would like to be brief as possible. I did not know that I was going to be the first panelist, so I'm a bit baffled. But at any rate, I can see that Dr. Song Jin-ho has actually provided many slides, and I think some of the areas may be redundant, so I would like to save my time for former Vice President Song Jin-ho. Thank you very much for all of the three presentations, and if I may give my comments as a whole for all of our three speakers, it's that we need universal public diplomacy for peace. So in other words, there's also universality and specificity that always go together. And for the peace on Korean Peninsula, when it comes to peace, it has to be universal. The current administration was particularly focused on that. We talk about universal values of peace, that's most important. But if you look at the initiatives and policies of the administration, it involves peace in Korea, on Korean Peninsula, and also unification. So what happens is the international community agrees, but to encourage them for their support, I think was not the case. So I think that we need to work further on that. So we need long-term investments in the universality of this agenda about what peace is all about for Korea, and that it actually connects to international norms, whether it be SDGs. So we need to continue on to invest our efforts to emphasize the universality, and only then can we actually make our sports diplomacy or any public diplomacy more convincing. If you look at neighboring countries, including Japan and China, it's true that they have been continuing on on the theory of national development, and I think that it's also the case for Korea. In other words, it's a development-focused type of national growth, that economic growth is important, and relatively speaking, human rights or any universal values of peace in the international community was not that emphasized in Northeast Asia. It really did not receive the limelight. So I think that the role of Korea will be significant, whether it be an integrated approach or an HDP nexus. But I personally believe that Korea needs to bring together a model to set forth the principles for public diplomacy, and based on this principle, go into some specific activities, whether it be sport or any domain. So we really need to take a systematic approach. It could be the public diplomacy 2.0, but at any rate, we really need to invest our efforts in the universality. And I think that Korea can maybe become some sort of play the role of a Northern Europe country in Northeast Asia, and I think such an approach would be necessary. And regardless of whichever administration would take office going forward, we need to take this approach for Korea to be successful. And if I may also add another layer to this discourse, the HDP nexus, it was mentioned by Professor Moon, and he's not here today, so I will be delivering my comments to him separately. And I know that Dr. Song will be talking about ODA, so what I want to say is HDP Nexus considers three areas: development, peace, and humanitarianism. And if you look at the discussions up till now, we have mentioned that the three values go together and that they're all complementary, and that was basically it. But I believe that we have to go one step further. If Korea wants to continue on to utilize HDP Nexus as a policy or a strategy, we really need to mention which has the priority. In other words, we need to set the priority amongst these three values, and I think that it should be peace, and the remaining two will be playing a supporting role. So I think that we really need to define the linkage amongst these three values. And thank you very much for the presentation on the Korean Peninsula and peace on Korean Peninsula and public diplomacy. But I would like to pose a question to all of the three speakers, which would be, I can see that you all end at a positive note, and you also talk about the direction, the desirable direction forward. So yes, I do support all of your approaches, and I accept your proposals. But the common question that I have for you all is that we may be needing some recollection. So what I mean by this is that if there were some room for improvement for sports public diplomacy, what were the hurdles? So in pursuing value diplomacy, what are the hindrances? And what are the areas that we should recollect upon and improve? And that was a question that I wanted to also pose with regard to peace ODA, but he's not here. But as will be presented by Mr. Song, strategic peace, sustainable peace, there are a lot of concepts and a lot of discussions underway. So I believe that these normative dialogue and discourse, we would like to understand how much that is reflected in the discourse in Korea. And if we do not see that link, our stance will only be hollow, and it will be very difficult to align ourselves with international norms. So what I want to say is that we really need experts to come together and muster their wisdom. And it's not just a value that would be specific to Korea. We really need to find a way to link the universal values to make it a public agenda in the international world, to have it reflected on the agenda of the international community. And if that's the case, I believe that, as we can see, Sweden and Norway, they're very convincing in the international community. Korea can actually play a similar role in this very overarching framework, so whether it be ODA or sports. So actually, I would like to share more, but in lieu of time, let me close here, and thank you very much for your attention. Yes, Professor Kim, thank you very much for that very succinct comments. Thank you so much for giving us that big picture. I believe that it's important to make sure that we really need to have universality well aligned with the specificity of the agenda that we have. And if we can't do that, it will just remain hollow. So he's mentioned that it's important to make sure that we need to institutionalize the universal values in our agenda and in our approach for our public diplomacy strategy to be successful, and also encourage support of the international community on this agenda for the Korean Peninsula. And in addition to that, he's mentioned that the Nordic countries are very well known for their public diplomacy efforts. In Sweden, they're known for gender equality, and if you see the case of Norway, they have leadership in climate response. And you can see that these Nordic countries all do have the center, the core, a core role that they play, and they expand upon their core in their public diplomacy. As you know, Norway, through the Nobel Prize, has been focusing on public diplomacy on peace. And if you look at Korea, it's true that maybe the center of gravity for us should be peace in our public diplomacy efforts. So that was what Professor Kim was saying. And you can see that public diplomacy has many faces. And it's true that there may be a competition for what should be the core, whether it be democracy or whether it should be human rights. So I think that right now the discourse is about that competition amongst these very different values, but he's mentioned that we really need to find a way to find the core and make it universal. And would it be okay for me to invite our next speaker that's online via Zoom? I would like to invite President Kim. Since he is online. And it's true that Professor Moon actually took on a lot of time, so the organizers actually gave us some additional time to continue on with our panel discussion. So let me first invite our online participant, Professor Kim. He's currently in self-quarantine, so he wasn't able to take part today in person. At any rate, Professor Kim, thank you for joining us. And he will be talking about public diplomacy and public cooperation. He's actually leading an association on international development cooperation. He's a well-known public advisor, also plays a leading role in this domain. So once again, President Kim, your words please. A big round of applause. Hello everyone. As introduced, I am Kim Sung-gyu, President of Korea Association of International Development and Cooperation. I really wanted to join you offline, but I do ask for your understanding due to my circumstances. Professor Lee and Dr. Song, it's a great pleasure to see you, although it's online. And thank you all to the speakers and panelists, and it's an honor for me to join you. Once again, due to time constraints, I do want to just briefly comment on Professor Moon's presentation. The HDP Nexus concept is not a new concept. But regardless, the reason why this concept is receiving the spotlight, there are a couple of reasons behind that. I think it all evolves from the vulnerabilities of the international community. We're seeing a lot of conflicts, and we're seeing these structural difficulties in the international community. In order to overcome or solve these challenges, it's true that we really need a comparative advantage in humanitarianism, development, and peace to complement the gaps that exist. So then, in actual initiatives and projects, as mentioned, it's about the methodology. So rather than elaborating on the concept or the theory, I think that HDP Nexus really needs to find a way to be applied. So whether it be financing or how to implement, I think that it's about understanding the know-how to implement. So I think there's a lot of discussions on that right now. And with regard to non-voluntary movement, we've been researching this quite extensively, but it's important to understand the cause. So especially putting this under the peace framework. And as you know, we're seeing this protracted issue of refugees. So the refugees, on average, will have to live in another country for 26 years, they say. And until 2030, OECD forecasts that we'll be seeing the extreme poverty that will become future refugees. And against this backdrop, it's important to see this and refer to this HDP Nexus approach. You can see that this is about what's actually happening on the field. It's about development assistance, and all of this is centered on the vulnerabilities that exist in the international community. I know that there's a lot of discourse on implementation, methodology, as well as monitoring indicators, but I think that it's about the link amongst these three values, and what we need to do is to make sure that these discussions will be more bottom-up than just focus on principle or theory. In other words, we need a lot of feedback from the field to better the process. And moving on, I would like to talk about peace. Why is peace important? In development cooperation, we talk about the importance of the role of peace building. So it's about providing the right environment for sustainable development, and peace building will be playing a key role in ushering in such an atmosphere. So peace building and providing the right environment for peace is now a key issue in development assistance. The HDP Nexus methodology, I think, is not something that works in sequence. For instance, it's not about having humanitarian aid come first, followed by development cooperation and peacekeeping. It's about making sure that these factors all come into play in a simultaneous fashion. So, it's true that we do need high-level professionalism as well as a collaborative culture, and we do see that the international community is particularly focused on these areas. So it's about making sure that these structural challenges can be integrated together when implementing the HDP Nexus. There are many examples, both in Korea as well as abroad, on HDP Nexus. I also know that there's another session on this, especially the cases of the CLMV countries. So I will not go into the examples, but moving on to development cooperation, the speakers have talked about this, but I would like to talk some more further on development and peace. If you think of economic growth, does this have a direct relationship with peace, human rights, and gender? Well, I cannot agree, because economic growth can be a necessity, but there are some of the power elites, the social and political elites that do have local power, and depending on their immaturity or an abuse of power, it can lead to social instability, refugee issues, and polarization. And a social system, a responsive social system, and the immaturity of the civil society can also accelerate this situation. And last but not least, on the Korean Peninsula, before I close, so in development cooperation, I mean, we're talking about the Korean Peninsula-based ODA, but if you look at the HDP Nexus, I think that it will carry meaning, but if you go into detailed implementation, what we're trying to do is, within the ODA frame, we're trying to offer development assistance to North Korea, but I think that it's a bit too limited. There are a lot of interests of the international community on the Korean Peninsula, so this is a specific aspect, and the political considerations and some of the diplomatic judgments have been excluded in the process. So what we were trying to do is reduce the tension and put in place a step-by-step peace process by utilizing other public diplomacy means such as sports. So I agree to that, but I think that we really need the right momentum to trigger the process, and that is what it's lacking. We've been talking about past cases, but right now we have to find that right trigger or momentum to kickstart this process. And in the aspect, the role of the local governments, the civil society, and the private sector is something that is all the more emphasized. And last but not least, on the SDGs for North Korea, North Korea adopted the UN strategic plan, and I think that this is something to note, especially disasters, resilience, climate change, and the recovery of communities. You can see that there are a lot of challenges that we really need to focus on. And these are some of the areas that should be all the more emphasized for North Korea's strategic plan. And in the academia, we focus on standards, about standardization and introducing these standards. So we're trying to really focus on the contents in these development cooperation package, and I think that we need some further discussion on these topics. I do not have any questions, but I do want to say that peace, public diplomacy, and value diplomacy, all of these aspects at the end of the day needs to find the right momentum in value diplomacy and in sports, and I think that we really need to come together to find the right impetus for all of these efforts. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much for keeping to the time, and thank you very much for hitting all of the key points and also on the challenges that we may face when we implement the HDP Nexus. And you've also mentioned about the National Action Plan of North Korea regarding SDG, that we really need to find an integrated approach for North Korea as well. So thank you very much. We are to conclude at 11:50. And I would like to ask our panelists to be mindful of the time. So let me now move on to Cho Soo-ji.
Yes, can you tell us about your experiences as you were an athlete in the field? About the experiences of being in sports public diplomacy in action. Please give Ms. Cho Soo-ji a big round of applause. Hello. I participated in the inter-Korean team at the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. My name is Cho Soo-ji. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to be very quick. PyeongChang is a very special place for me. Now that I'm here, I'm reminded of the Olympics. So when I think of the Olympics, I think of the inter-Korean team. And I think of how we were working towards peace with the DPRK athletes. The fact that I'm here with distinguished speakers in PyeongChang is a great honor for me. Professor Chung Kyung talked about PyeongChang spirit of peace and public diplomacy. It was very impactful to me, so I'd like to give you my own thoughts based on my experiences in 2018. Korea is known as a BTS nation. It is seeing a lot of interest around the world, and there's a lot of cultural exchange that is being done. And sports is also a huge means of soft power, and PyeongChang Olympics allow for that. Earlier on, as Professor Ri Tae-kyung said, the PyeongChang Olympics brings together ICT, culture, sports, environment. It was seen as a very successful means of sports diplomacy around the world. The inter-Korean team, when we comprised it, however, it was not an easy process. It was just 3 weeks left remaining before the Olympics. We heard that there was going to be an inter-Korean team. We didn't have a choice in the matter. I didn't know why sports should be used as a political tool. I had no idea why it had to be done that way, because it was rushed. The process was arbitrary. And the inter-Korean team, I didn't think would bring about peace. However, it was very surprising what happened. In a very short period of time, we became one team, and we were able to send a lasting message of peace around the world. They say Olympics is a means to peace. People now look at the PyeongChang Winter Olympics as a peace Olympics. And to be honest, before then, I was not very interested in North Korea at all. And I didn't really think about the need for unification. I live in a divided nation, but I thought that Korea is very peaceful. So I didn't really think about improving ties with North Korea or about enhancing national image or etc. However, after my own personal experiences, I was able to see the impact of sports diplomacy and the importance of peace. The fact that I can no longer see the athletes that I worked together with in the DPRK really made me feel that we are living in a divided nation. So I think that sports can build on our own mutual interests and allow for sustainable peace to take place, and it would be very helpful. The inter-Korean team was used as a tool for pursuit of national interests, but I think that it was also an example of national interest.
스포츠와 정치가 상호작용.
There was no choice given to the athletes, but I hope that this can be improved while still we can maintain our work on sports diplomacy.
끝난 평창 올림픽.
The PyeongChang Winter Olympics, although difficult, was successful. But was it successful internationally?
참여로 전 세계가
The DPRK participated and the world paid attention, but
아니었을까?
I think that perhaps the piece that came out of PyeongChang was impactful only for us.
말씀하신 수용의 문제.
Earlier on, Professor Chung Kyung talked about the issue of acceptance. Because if this was good for us and we're happy about it and we talk about it, that's just boasting.
생각하고
I think that the follow-up process is more important, and the piece, the message of peace should be something that is what the whole world works towards.
행운이자
The 2024 Gangwon
2018
Winter Youth Olympics is going to be very important,
강원에서는
another watershed moment for us.
팀으로 아이스하키 경기가 이루어지면 어떨까 합니다.
If perhaps we can have a mixed NOC team in ice hockey, that would be
다국적
helpful because we already have a lot of exchange with the DPRK team in terms of ice hockey.
경기를 하는 것입니다.
And this could be a way for us to also be like another inter-Korean team. And I'm proposing this because the 2024 Gangwon Games is being pursued right now with joint hosting in mind. So there could be mention of another inter-Korean team. However, if it's not a planned inter-Korean team, then the athletes would be sacrificed for political pursuit again, and the same problems could occur again.
특히나 2024 강원은
The 2024 Gangwon
청소년을 대상으로 하는 올림픽이
Games is for the youth, and these youth athletes want to later on become part of the Olympic team, so we don't want to take any opportunities away from them or hurt them.
따라서 공동 개최에 있어
Therefore,
있는 여러 변수들을 고려하고
we have to look at the different variables that could occur for joint hosting and prepare for them.
북한의 참가 유무에 영향을
If it's a
모두가
multi-NOC team, then this could be a very significant games without hurting anyone in the process.
상상때처럼 갑자기 참가
If the DPRK suddenly says that they want to participate in the games, all of a sudden, right before the games, they can participate in the multi-NOC game, NOC team. So it doesn't impact or negatively hurt any of the ROK players. This could also be impactful for the global village as well, for the international society.
다국적 네트워크는
This kind of multinational NOC team would be something that would just not involve the two Koreas, but everyone around the world, where we can all support one another and go beyond the miracle of PyeongChang and have a huge impact on the international society.
모든 선수들이 경쟁에
All of the athletes that come to PyeongChang should not just think about competition, but would take away with them the memory of peace.
청소년들이 그 한 번의 교류와 기억을 토대로
The youth
훗날 세계 무대의 주인공이 되어
would later become actors of
국가입니다.
peace around the international community, and they will become actors in the future. The winter sports is typically thought of as an elite sports arena only for advanced nations. YPC peacemakers' participation could be more helpful to spread the message that this is an inclusive Olympics, regardless of where you're from, that anyone can participate in.
청소년들이 손에
This means that youth athletes around the world can stand hand in hand and contribute to peace at 2024 in Gangwon.
Human rights no
They say human rights knows no boundaries.
마치겠습니다.
With that, I would like to also say that peace knows no season.
계절이 없다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Cho Soo-ji, for your contribution. Based on your experiences in 2018, she has proposed a possible mixed NOC team. This is a very innovative proposal. So we'll now move on.
I would now like to move on to former Vice President Song Ji-no. I know that you have a lot of presentation materials ready, but I think that you can give us a very good lesson on how we can summarize that vast amount of data. He was the former vice president of Korea and in Ulsan and Busan. He was also the Secretary General of YMCA, and in the area of ODA, international cooperation, you can see that he was basically the person that has brought this and reflected this into policy, also the leader in terms of implementation. So it's a great pleasure to invite Mr. Song. And he's also the chair of the PyeongChang Peace Foundation. So you have the floor. A big round of applause, please.
11시 43분 제가
It is 11:43.
4분 5분 만에 PPT 42페이지
I have 42 pages. I'm going to go through them in 4 or 5 minutes. That's going to be a miracle. And I'm going to give 3 minutes to my colleague. I'm not going to go through the same thing over again, but when we talk about SDG 16, SDG 16 plus, and humanitarian assistance, ODA, and peace, how are they going to be aligned together? Humanitarian assistance, whether it be DPRK or South Sudan, we provide rice and wheat and etc. to them to allow for sustainable development. How is this tied in with peace? In the past, we looked at incrementalism. Let's give them food first, and then we can solve something else, and then go towards peace. But now we want to try to do this simultaneously. And PhD, for this means peace, human rights, and democracy. The HDP nexus is, I think, it's a kind of a rhetoric. It's a kind of slogan for UN.
그래서 하여튼 유엔에서도 Pathway for Peace라고 하는
At the UN, there's a pathway for peace
또
and SDG 16 plus discussions as well. So there's a lot of a dilemma at the UN level as well. And they say that the peace agenda is now surfacing as a very important concept, and there is a lot of now experience in international society on peace and development. We always talk about how peace is for South Korea and North Korea, and there's peace for South Korea and Japan, and peace for South Korea and a third nation. But we have to also look at this integrated manner and a global approach, and I agree with that. And we have that experience overseas. We have that global experience. We can look at what UNDP has done. We can see what OECD has done and what the UN OHCHR has done. So that's why we can look at HDP nexus here, and there's the OECD DAC, INCAF, and the DAC INCAF work here with the nations that are fragile and in conflict situations. We have to build the capacity of civil society and women and youth. So there are these different 9 areas that we can think about. Specifically, the UN has a peace-building fund. We should look deeply into this fund because UN is trying to engage in a holistic approach in terms of their peace-building activities. The UNDP is also looking at democratic governance and peace-building projects. This is something that I really wanted to focus on. South Sudan also is a place where Korea has stationed its own Korean troops, the Hanbit base, the Hanbit troops. Here, similarly as to how we will be planting rice in the DMZ border, they're doing the same thing in South Sudan, trying to provide food assistance to the people in South Sudan, and they're trying to create a marketplace. I think they call it the Hanbit Marts, but they call it a marketplace here in South Sudan. So basically, you're creating a marketplace within a safe zone, and perhaps we can do something similar to this in the DMZ border region, create a market in the DMZ region, and this could be a way to foster peace in the future. I think that another important concept of HDP is that it could have an impact in the DMZ border region. That we can imagine something creative like this, because we've already done something like this in South Sudan. And it's not just the Korean troops, but Sweden's SIDA project has also done something very similar. They've created a market in a safe zone. I am from Korea. I used to work there, so I don't want to tout our activities, but there were all these different activities in Korea to try to remove landmines and try to create peace villages. And this is also something that we could bring together and incorporate in terms of peace ODA. This is a museum project in Cambodia. I'm sure some of you have been to the Killing Fields. The digital archiving project has been done by Korea, and this is also a peace ODA project. And in East Timor, this area where it was a political prison for political prisoners, and this has been turned into a peace and human rights museum, which is also a kind of peace ODA project. In Uganda here, there was a peace village that was created for victims of gender violence. It has been suspended for now, and this has to be continued. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, they inaugurated a national museum, and the BBC has said, why is KOICA supporting the Democratic Republic of Congo for this? Because they are trying to help as a former colonial nation, this other nation on what it has been. Our president met with the chairperson in East Timor, and as you can see there, they are talking over a soccer ball. There are soccer ball stadiums that were created in East Timor, and all these different activities that are being implemented in East Timor and Korea. There's also a fair trade enterprise that is selling East Timor peace coffee. So they're bringing in coffee beans from East Timor to engage in these peace ODA activities, and something similar, bringing in olives from Palestine to sell this conflict zone olives as bottled olive oil. So lastly, PyeongChang Winter Olympics and Peace ODA. This is something that I presented at the Jeju Forum. The PyeongChang Winter Olympics has not ended with no news. We have the legacy, we have the political legacy, the economic legacy, and cultural legacy. But for us, the PyeongChang Winter Olympics ended with a peace legacy. This can allow us to come together under city diplomacy, public diplomacy, sports diplomacy, and unification public diplomacy. We had the PPF, the PyeongChang Peace Forum. We've had soccer matches. We've had these PyeongChang Peace Cup, as you can see, and Imagine Peace Youth Camp. We have not seen such sustained activities after any kind of Winter Olympic Games. We've seen this YPC PyeongChang Youth Peace Challenge, and etc. And now leading up to the 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games, let's meet together. This is very important in the Korean context. Let's meet together. But this is not about just meeting the two Koreas, but that in sports Olympics, we should also try to incorporate cultural Olympics with this, and also bring in a lot of youth peacemaker, youth activists to come here. And as you know, with sports and Olympics, this is where capital plays a big role, and there's also a spirit of nationalism. There's a lot of civic education, but we know that many people say that there is still a nationalistic tendency, that we want to win the gold because we want to beat Japan, for example. This is nationalistic tendency that is still continuing to be present. No, we can move beyond this kind of nationalistic tendency and try to create a global peace of Olympic Games. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now to Anselmo Lee, you can close the session, because as you are the organizer of the PyeongChang Peace Foundation, and you have continuously participated in this PyeongChang Peace Forum, and you are a civil society partnership. You are trying to create this for Asia, for SDGs, and I understand that you have miraculously created a multi-faceted, different cooperative framework. So please give him a big round of applause.
저는 1분 내 마치도록 하겠습니다.
I will try to be extremely brief and keep my comments within a minute. So I would like to provide a proposal. You can see that we're seeing the end of Beijing Olympics, and I think that it would be great if we can compare the Olympics of Beijing, Tokyo, and PyeongChang, what the lessons with regard to public diplomacy. So I would like to offer this proposal to Ms. Ryu and Professor Moon and Chung. And Ms. Cho Soo-ji talked about sports and non-sports persons. In the Olympics, we're all spectators. So it would be great if we can find a way for the youth, for those in sports and those that are not sports athletes, to come together. And as you know, in 2018, we had the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, and in 2019, the PyeongChang 2018 Legacy Foundation was brought together. So it was centered on sports. And last year, the PyeongChang Peace Center was put together. So this was focused on peace, and the Legacy Foundation focused on sports. So we have Minister Lee and we have Vice President Song. Right now, the reason why I am the director of the foundation is because we really want the peace activists and those in sports in 2024 to come together, break away from politics, from capital, and to create a true event, a sporting event for peace as well as sports. Yes, thank you very much. Korea was a laggard in various aspects, but we became the first country to become a donor recipient from a donor recipient to a donor country. So you can see that we also understand that it's important to make sure that we need to be sensitive to the recipients when we do offer our support. And in the process, we can also promote peace. So I think that Korea is destined to play such a role in the world. And you can see that this momentum all starts from PyeongChang, which makes it more meaningful. You can see that a global agenda all starts from the localities. So I hope that in the 21st century, we can really see a great promotion of peace around the world, starting from this very local region. I know that we have posed many questions this session rather than answering to these questions, but I hope that we can maybe host another session next time because we didn't have enough time to go into all of these questions. So the agenda that you've mentioned and also the hindrances that was noted by Professor Kim, I think it's important to gather all of these questions together to host another session. And if I may add, the PyeongChang Peace Forum takes place in February, and in September 21st, the UN Peace Day. We also have a similar event that's hosted by the Peace Foundation. So I hope that in September or October, so we can actually engage in further discussions under some beautiful autumn weather. Yes, COVID-19 and this Omicron variant could not stop us. You can see that we have the aspirations for peace, our will and determination still holds true amidst these very difficult times. As mentioned, public diplomacy is key, and I believe that the determination for peace in PyeongChang will serve as an important asset for peace going forward, and it will also enable us to open up a brighter future for our youth. Thank you very much to all of our participants. And I would like to apologize as moderator for not managing the time. My apologies. And with that, let me close this session. Thank you very much for your attention.
수고하셨습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
한 10시간이라도 드리고
We would like to
싶지만
give you 10 hours if we can, but in the interest of time, we have to close the session now, so that is unfortunate.
하지만 그럼에도 불구하고 이 짧은 시간 속에 굉장히
However, in this very short session, we were able to have a very informative session, so thank you for that.
그리고 또 끝까지 참석해 주신 참석자분들께도 감사하다.
Thank you to all the attendees who have stayed with us until the end.
첫 번째 세션을
With that, we close the PyeongChang Spirits of Peace and Public Diplomacy session. Thank you very much for coming despite the cold weather.
돌아가십시오. 그리고
Have a safe return. We'll see you back at 1 p.m.
평화 공공외교 두 번째 세션이 진행될 예정입니다. 역시
So we'll see you back for the second session. We ask you for your attendance. Thank you.
와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce you to them. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms, which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, But this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula ski resort, as it has the biggest conference room hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do. but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hill's Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 팔망광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 보고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아.
Clean Highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. the clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm, delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanu, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forest and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves. And enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forests and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang, is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai 10 ans, je vis en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, je marche environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais venir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable de servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable de venir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec tes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile Korea.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Ladies and gentlemen,
평화 포럼에 오신
this is the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. I'd like to extend my welcome to all of you.
두 번째
This will be the second session on peace and public diplomacy. My name is Kim Min-hee. I'll be your mistress of ceremonies. I know that it's very cold outside,
한번 감사 인사.
so thank you to all of our guests who are in attendance with us today. And also thank you to all of our online participants for being with us.
여기까지 고스란히 저는
We would like to try to do our best to make sure that you also feel the passion here in this room. I'd like to ask you to stay with us until the end. This is the second session on peace and public diplomacy. We'll be touching upon the 140th anniversary of the Korea-U.S. Treaty of 1882
대한민국이
and strategies for peace on East Asia.
기초가
The Korea-U.S. Treaty of 1882 was a basis for robust development of Korea. We're going to touch upon the significance of the treaty and also look at strategies forward for East Asian peace. Now I'd like to introduce our moderator, who is the Secretary General of the Association of the 140th anniversary of the Korea-U.S. Treaty of 1882. I'd like to hand over the microphone to Secretary General Heo Moon-young.
평창 평화 포럼 2022년
I would like to welcome you all to PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022.
기념사
And I would like to mention that it's a great pleasure for the association for the 140th anniversary of Korea-U.S. Treaty of 1882 to be a part of this event. So once again, thank you very much for the opportunity for giving us our association to take part. As you are very well aware, 2022 is a critical year.
3월 9일 날
As you know, on March 9th, we will be holding the 20th presidential elections. And in that elections, we will be electing the leader that would be
날이 되고
leading Korea for the following 5 years and to enable peace on the Korean Peninsula. And May 22nd is the 140th anniversary
제네럴 셔먼
of the U.S.-Korea diplomatic relations. It's true that in 1866, with the German Sherman incident, we've started off to build a relationship, and it was May 22nd, 1882, where at Jaemulpo,
정부와 또
the government of Joseon and the U.S. Has forged an agreement, a treaty.
24일은
And it was August 24th when Korea and China
30년이 되는 날이 되기도 합니다.
forged diplomatic ties, and in 2022 it will be the 30th anniversary of the ties. But unfortunately, due to the conflicts between the U.S. and China for supremacy is intensifying, and we believe that Korea may be sandwiched between these two countries, which may lead to many challenges for Korea.
코비드
In addition, due to COVID-19,
세계 경제가 전체적으로 어려움을 겪고
the global economy is struggling, and it's true that our society is also hindered in many ways.
다가오면서
And in addition, we have the fourth industrial revolution
가야 할 시점에
just around the corner, meaning that it's important to craft out the right way forward. We still have the North Korean nuclear issue pending,
다시
and we're at a very challenging situation.
한미
So I believe that it's important to once again review our past footsteps and also devise a way forward as we meet the 140th anniversary of the Korea-U.S. Treaty.
만들어가고
So
우리 대한민국
we want to understand how we should manage and develop the ROK-U.S. relations, and also understand what kind of diplomatic efforts will help us achieve peace as well as unification on the Korean Peninsula. And in addition to that, we have many neighboring states, including China, Japan, Russia. So along with the U.S., how will we be able to usher in peace in Northeast Asia is also something that we would like to discuss today. We invited many prominent speakers for our session. We have former Minister of Foreign Affairs and also professor at Seoul National University.
우리나라의 최고의 국제 정치 경제학
Not only that, he is a
초반에
guru in politics and economy in Korea. In the 1990s, I was reviewing the World Politics Journal, and I read his dissertation in the journal, and I was greatly moved. So it was 30 years back. So in terms of international politics and economy, once again, we have our great prominent scholar as well as former minister, Professor Yoon Young-kwan, and he will be reviewing our past history with the U.S. and also give us some insights on the future. Next, we have Dr. An-in Hye, and she's studying in the U.S., and I will be going into some more specifics right before her presentation, but she is truly the prominent person in terms of international relations. Dr. An-in Hye, I think, and I thought would be the very first women minister of foreign affairs. So thank you very much for joining us, and she will be giving her comments on Professor Yoon's presentation and add also some of her insights to our comments. And in terms of military affairs between the ROK and the U.S., I would like to invite Professor Kim Chang-soo. He was also with the Military and Security Institute, and he is also a very well-known expert in terms of military affairs. And we also have a scholar, a seasoned scholar who has a lot of information, a lot of insight on what's happening on the field in terms of Korea and China. So it's Professor Chi Jae-deok, a very young and promising scholar, and he will also be providing us with his views and comments. So then, let me first invite Minister Yoon Young-kwan, and we would like to listen to his presentation. And you will have 25 minutes. Of course, we should spare you much more time than that. But considering the allotted time for this session, we would like to offer you 25 minutes for your presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I would like to thank Dr. Ho Moon-young for the warm introduction, and of course I would also like to greet all my colleagues here. I know that it is very cold outside, so I would like to thank all the guests who are in attendance here today, as well as all the participants who are joining us online as well. In 2018, we had the PyeongChang Winter Olympics, and we had the spirit of peace at that moment. And now we have this PyeongChang Peace Forum that was done as a way to uphold the legacy of the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. I would like to thank everyone who has worked tirelessly to that end, the people of Gangwon-do and the Korean Christian Legacy Foundation. Thank you very much for all of your efforts. As you know, the Korean Peninsula is surrounded by major powers: China, Russia, Japan, and across the Pacific, there is the United States. All of these neighboring major powers have continued to engage in power competition over the Korean Peninsula, such as the continental powers of China, Russia, and oceanic powers as Japan and the U.S. And this competition has played itself out on our history as well. The Korea's relationship has continued to change over history. Now I'd like to also take a look at where it will go in the future. Ever since the establishment of diplomatic ties between the two states, 140 years have passed. This can be broken down into 4 different eras. The first era took place beginning in 1882, when we signed the treaty, until 1910, when there was the Japan-Korea Annexation Treaty of 1910. At the time, major powers of the West intensify their competition in the East Asian theater, and the Sino order was switching to a Western order based on international law. There was a Sino-Japanese War of 1903 and the Japanese-Russian War of 1904, and all these victories gave Japan a lot of confidence. Chosun at the time, or Korea, wanted the United States to take a more active role in supporting Chosun's independence. However, the United States did not. It was very passive in pursuing their trade interests. And in the end, what happened with Great Britain happened here in the East Asian theater, and that Korean Peninsula became colonized by Japan. However, despite these difficult political situations, there was one positive event that unfolded, which is that many American missionaries who came to the Korean Peninsula since the 1880s have built hospitals and churches and schools. And these missionary activities have spread news of the gospel on the Korean Peninsula. After the independence of Korea, or liberation of Korea, on August 15, 1945, the U.S. military set up its stations here in Korea. Korea's relations were restored, and this is the beginning of the second era. The second era lasted from 1948 all the way to 1950 when the Korean War began, but this was a confusing time for both of us. In the end, the Korean Peninsula was divided due to an agreement between the U.S. and Soviet Union. The Japanese army was demilitarized, and the 38th parallel, which was drawn as a temporary line, became a permanent division line. After the South Korean government was established on August 15, 1948, the U.S. commitment for defense of Korea was not that strong. In fact, the U.S. Secretary of State Acheson in January 12, 1950, at the National Press Club speech said that the U.S. Pacific Defense Line would include the Aleutian Islands, such as Japan, Okinawa, Philippines, and in that he left out Korea. Despite these confusing times, however, one important thing to remember was that at the time, the national identity of the Republic of Korea became closer and were founded on the values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the market economy. So as you can see, the first era of the Korea's relationship in that history was founded on disinterest of the U.S., and then there was a confusing time in the second era. But in the third era, this was when the Korean War broke out in 1950. This era lasted until 1991 when the Soviet Union collapsed, and this is the third era. In this era, there was a Cold War, as you know, that played out between the Freedom Front and the Communist Front. This was when the Korea's alliance developed into a military alliance. In 1950, Kim Il-sung received support and approval from Stalin and Mao Zedong to attack South Korea. However, although Stalin and Kim Il-sung thought that the U.S. would not intervene, President Truman decided to militarily intervene in the process, and according to the resolution of the UN Security Council, decided to comprise UN troops and defend Korea. In the 3-year war, there were 37,000 American soldiers that fell, comprising a total sacrifice of 54,000. On October 1st, 1953, the ROK-US Mutual Defense Agreement was signed, which was an institutional mechanism for cooperation under the Korean Alliance. During the Cold War, the Korean Alliance was primarily military in nature. It was founded on the military alliance because of the security threat of the DPRK. Within this framework of security of the Korean Alliance, the ROK was able to achieve unprecedented economic growth. In fact, according to the World Bank statistics, in 1960, Korea's per capita GDP was $158. In 1991, this increased 48-fold to $7,637. And in the same time, there was political development made as well. In 1987, there was a protest for democracy. In the 1970s, the Third Republic. In the 1980s, the authoritarian rule. All of this came to a close, and Korea was able to establish an institutional framework for democracy. The fourth era of the Korean Alliance and the development of the Korean Alliance history lasted from the end of the Cold War in 1991 to the current era, the post-Cold War Korean Alliance. This is when Korea's alliance continued to expand as a comprehensive alliance, and this is a reflection of the fact that Korea's national standing has been enhanced and its role has also improved. For example, on June 30th, 2007, the Korea's FTA was signed. This was a direct outcome of the economic growth of South Korea. In fact, the ROK became the 7th most important trading partner of the U.S. The Korean alliance developed from beyond a military alliance to an economic alliance as a more comprehensive alliance. And Korea and the U.S. are not just focused on DPRK. They're engaging in different cooperative relationships for peace and security elsewhere in the world, including Middle East and West Asia. And the relationship has evolved. Korea is not just being a protectorate of the U.S., it's not being protected only by the U.S., and that we are now engaging in a mutually beneficent and beneficial chorus relationship. The Cold War struggle remains to this day on the Korean Peninsula. However, there are still efforts for reconciliation. Rotae's measures for the Han people community and unification that was announced in September of 1989 provided a phased, step-by-step approach towards unification. And since then, other administrations, such as the Kim Dae-jung administration, attempted to pursue policies for inter-Korean reconciliation. These efforts were meant to try to create an organic growth engine towards peace and unification, and these were very significant efforts indeed. It would be similar to what happened in Germany when Adenauer Prime Minister's Christian Democratic Party engaged in a pro-Western policy, and ultimately this was also led to the pursuit of the Westpolitik of Willy Brandt. In the end, these efforts led to a base for unification. However, in West Germany, these two policies led to a synergy effect and ultimately led to unification, whereas in Korea, there is a continued mutual confrontation regarding whether we should protect the Han people or go towards an alliance. As you can see, the chorus relationship has gone through a disinterest period and a confusion period after independence, military alliance after the Cold War, and a comprehensive alliance in the post-Cold War era. We've seen 4 eras. Over the past 140 years, the chorus relationship has continued to grow and evolve. Korea's national standing and international standing over the world have increased, and this has become a very important growth engine, allowing for a more horizontal, mutually beneficial relationship for Korea and the U.S. And Korea's role and contribution have become more increased in the U.S. and the international society of high expectations for the ROK. Korea has to become more of a player in the future in the Korean Peninsula and in the international society as well. So now we'd like to look at what we have to do in terms of developing chorus relationship further.
Prior to this, it is necessary to look at the reality of today's international politics that chorus relations are facing. It can be said that the core of the current international political situation is the intensified competition between the U.S. and China. The U.S., which has been isolating China since the Korean War, pursued a dramatic change in its diplomatic strategy during the Vietnamese War in the early 70s. This new turn was focused on improving relations with China, allowing China and the Soviet Union to compete with each other, and the United States to gain in between. It was a strategy aimed at taking control of a country by utilizing others in the group, and this was to maintain the international influence of the U.S., which had been weakened after the defeat in Vietnam. At that time, the Nixon administration expected that if the U.S. embraced China and continued exchanges and cooperation, China would eventually converge toward Western democracy. Since then, China has achieved rapid economic growth. China's GDP, calculated at market exchange rates in 1960, was only 11% of that of the U.S. Then it caught up to 74% in 2021. If you go into past history or past world history, countries with increased economic power typically pushed ahead further, wanting to strengthen their political and military influence, and China was no exception. For example, China, which was cooperative with the Western world by following Deng Xiaoping's strategy of Tao Guan Hui, or hide one's capacities and bide one's time, has shifted to an aggressive stance after the 2008 global financial crisis that originated in the U.S. Meanwhile, while challenging the U.S.-led international order in all parts of the world, it ran against the U.S. Against this backdrop, the U.S., which had previously expected that China would become westernized and democratized, found there really wasn't anything to expect in that regard and reached a bipartisan agreement that embracing China would no longer be meaningful. In the end, the Trump administration's policy of competition with China began in earnest, and the Biden administration followed suit. And as a result, the competition and confrontation between the U.S. and China is taking place in many fields. Diplomatically, the U.S.'s Indo-Pacific strategy and China's One Belt, One Road strategy are in conflict. On the military front, the possibility of crises in the South China Sea, East China Sea, and Taiwan is increasing. Economically, the two countries are forming independent supply chains while weakening the past network of interdependence between the U.S. and China. In the technology front, China, which dreams of world domination and high tech with their Made in China 2025 policy, is running into the U.S., which is trying to prevent this from happening. With respect to ideology, China is trying to spread the authoritarian Chinese model abroad, and the U.S. is trying to stop this through solidarity with countries of democracy and its allies. So, South Korea is in a difficult situation as relations between its ally, the U.S., and China, which has deep economic ties with Korea, deteriorate. How should Korea respond in this situation? And how should Korea-U.S. relations be managed? In answering these questions, there are prerequisites that must be considered. First, geopolitical factors that have had a profound influence on the fate of the Korean Peninsula since the end of the 19th century or even before that are deeply affecting the current situation on the Korean Peninsula. Among the large powers surrounding Korea, China, and Russia, or former Soviet Union, were hostile parties to the Korean War, and Japan was the country that colonized Korea. China and Japan also have territorial and historical disputes with Korea. Under these circumstances, the United States will be able to act as a guarantor of stability and peace on the Korean Peninsula. In the past, the United States turned its back on South Korea's demands at the end of the Korean War, but is now working the other way around, actively trying to strengthen Korea-U.S. relations. Second is the existence of North Korea. It is a sad reality that the North Korean security threat continues even though the Cold War ended more than 30 years ago. The ROK-US alliance is an essential tool to realistically respond to these security threats. And what is more desirable is for the two countries to become partners through the ROK-US alliance to resolve security threats such as the North Korean nuclear issue and to establish lasting peace between the two Koreas. And this can be said to be the core task of Korea's diplomacy with the U.S. in the future. Third, the national identity of the Republic of Korea is based on the values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and a market economy that have been sown in the process of establishing new Korea-U.S. relations since 1945. Considering these points, I think the future of the ROK-US alliance should be designed in the following direction. First, considering Korea's national identity, I think Korea should more actively cooperate with the Biden administration's democratic value diplomacy. For the Korean people, since 1945, democracy has been and was the cause of their political life. People sometimes forget the value of oxygen, but only realize its value when it becomes scarce. Democracy has already become something like oxygen to Koreans. This should be considered as a constant in Korean foreign policy, and any future diplomatic strategy should avoid making choices that would negatively affect the functioning of Korea's democratic political system. Second, Korea is no longer a poor developing country. As of 2020, it is the world's 10th largest economy, 9th in export volume, a semiconductor powerhouse, 8th in terms of military power, 10th in terms of defense spending, and second in soft power portrayed by its culture and image. On one hand, it is something to be proud of, but on the other hand, it also means that we have to contribute that much to the global society. I believe that noblesse oblige applies not only at the individual level, but to some extent also in international relations. Therefore, Korea should make a more active contribution in various fields such as tackling the global pandemic, climate change, and development cooperation. And it is necessary to cooperate with the U.S. as a partner in these domains. Third, Korea should deepen cooperation with the U.S. in economic and technological fields as well. Through this, it is necessary to strengthen Korea's industrial competitiveness and capabilities in the high-tech sector. Korea already possesses world-class technology in the fields of semiconductors and batteries. However, it would be desirable to enhance competitiveness through Korea-U.S. industrial cooperation in other high-tech domains such as bio, AI, and 6G. Lastly, there is the field of military cooperation. While cooperation in necessary areas should continue, South Korea should suggest to the U.S. to be cautious about expanding the target of the ROK-U.S. alliance from North Korea to China. As we saw earlier, due to geopolitical specificity, whenever a military clash between great powers on the Korean Peninsula occurred, Koreans suffered tremendous hardship. The Sino-Japanese War, the Russia-Japanese War, the division, and the Korean War are examples of such cases. American policymakers lack understanding of Korea's historical and geopolitical peculiarities and difficulties. Therefore, bettering their understanding on these matters and eliciting cooperation is an important task for diplomacy with the U.S. in the future. As such, through cooperation in all of these fields, we need to instill in the U.S. confidence and conviction regarding the ROK-U.S. alliance. Based on deep mutual trust, the U.S. should be encouraged to take a more proactive approach in resolving the North Korean nuclear issue and establishing peace on the Korean Peninsula. The U.S. has to deal with various world conflicts with many countries, and as a result, there is not enough room for the U.S. to pay attention to Korean Peninsula matters, and I think the North Korean nuclear issue is now in a similar situation. However, North Korea hinted at abandoning its moratorium on nuclear testing and long-range missile launches earlier this year, and perhaps the most pressing diplomatic issue after the new government takes office in South Korea in May will be North Korea. I hope that the ROK-U.S. alliance will overcome these challenges and become a cornerstone of peace on the Korean Peninsula and in East Asia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Yoon Young-kwan, for your remarks.
140년 된 이 한미
He went over the history of KORUS relations over the past 140 years and broken them down into 4 different stages, and also looked at the current status right now for the KORUS alliance and where we need to go in the future for Korean diplomacy. He looked at different areas that we have to consider, first of all. And lastly, gave some proposals and suggestions as to the direction of Korean policy going forward.
30년, 40년 연구하고 이렇게
I've been researching this area for the last 30, 40 years, and I was able to feel that the greatest masters and the greatest thinkers, they have the tendency of keeping their speeches short, but very insightful, and also easily accessible, with much depth and resonance. He has given us much in-depth analysis and excellent suggestions. So if you have the opportunity to take a read of his remarks, that would be very helpful. And also, if you would like to listen to his speech again on YouTube, that would be much helpful for all of you as well. Now we'd like to move into our discussion session.
한국 국가
We'd like to turn to our first discussant, the first panelist, which is Dr. Kim Chang-soo at CRINS.
한국
Dr. Kim Chang-soo
외교과를 졸업하시고요.
studied political science at Tufts at HUFS and also received his doctorate at Cincinnati University. Came back to Korea, worked at the Defense Institute,
정년 퇴직하시고
where he retired
국방연구
and where he was a chair professor.
미국 연구실
He was
안보전
head of research in U.S., was also the director of the Security Institute.
정책 보좌관을
He was also the political attaché, the aide to the Minister of National Defense, and he has
되시겠습니다.
expertise in far-ranging areas. We'd now like to invite Dr. Kim Chang-soo. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
박사님 10분 감사합니다.
Yes, Dr. Kim, you have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
평화공동 외교 세션 2에서
To the second session on peace, public diplomacy,
40년에 지금하여 제하의 발제에 대한 지성토론
we've heard the presentation by Professor Yoon on the 140th anniversary of Korea-U.S. Treaty of 1882 and strategy for peace in the Korean Peninsula and East Asia. Thank you very much for the presentation as well as the invitation. And as panelist of this session and as the designated discussant for the presentation, I hope that I can make my contributions. You can see that the presentation has classified the U.S.-Korea relations in 4 phases. It involved various fronts, including throughout the 140 years. And throughout the 140 years, the speaker assessed that we've been seeing some development in the relations. And the presenter, a master of international political economy, believed that if we look at the 140 years, the present and the past doesn't seem that much different, but we're seeing a change which has to do with the intensifying competition between the U.S. and China. It's true that it's not much different from 140 years ago, and assessed by the speaker, the U.S. and China, which participated in the Korean War on June 25th, are once again competing for supremacy on the Korean Peninsula and East Asia, and furthermore around the world. And he's also mentioned about the competition and confrontation between the U.S. and China in many fields. So in diplomatically speaking, the confrontation between the Indo-Pacific strategy of the U.S. and the One Belt, One Road strategy of China, and also on the crises in South China Sea, East China Sea, and Taiwan. And in terms of the economic areas, 2 countries are forming independent supply chains while weakening past network of interdependence. And ideologically speaking, expansion of authoritarian Chinese model abroad, and the U.S. trying to stop that. So with regard to this, I think that it's important to understand there are 3 particular factors that was mentioned in terms of his analysis. So the first has to do with the geopolitical and geoeconomic perspective. The U.S. is trying to strengthen relations in terms of geopolitical and geoeconomic perspective with not only Korea but also with Japan, Australia, India, and Southeast Asian countries. And also with regard to North Korea and the North Korean regime, we support the management of security threats such as general military threats, including nuclear weapons and missiles, through continuous strengthening and deepening of the comprehensive ROK-US alliance, that is the management of the armistice and the establishment of permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula. And lastly, in terms of human rights and democracy and market economy, it's true that the Republic of Korea with such identity is trying to develop a value alliance, and I think that there's a lot of potential there. And the speaker has made 4 proposals. First, that we should be more actively involved in the Biden administration's democratic values diplomacy. And second is that in various areas, including the pandemic, climate crisis, and development cooperation, we should be strengthening our partnership with the U.S. and actively contributing in that regard. And third, to intensify our collaboration in economy and technology. And also that in addition to the sustained military collaboration that we have, we need to be cautious to make sure that the target of the ROK-US U.S. alliance from North Korea to China should be something that would be taken with prudence. And the very last proposal is probably the most difficult because you can see that we're seeing intensified relations between the U.S. and China. It's accelerating, and we believe that this is to continue. And some say that we would be seeing a coming of the new Cold War, just like we can see in Ukraine and in Taiwan. You can see that both the West and Eastern world are maybe engaging that fight for supremacy, and many experts say that it will be severely impacting security in Northeast Asia, and there are a lot of concerns from the media as well as the peoples. And due to such impact, we really need to understand what we should do going forward. And we can say that many experts have been debating this, and it's still continuing as we speak. So the first point that we would like to mention is that in terms of military spending, in 2025 and until 2049, China will become number one and will be overtaking the U.S. So this was the forecast. And it was true that it was a reliable forecast. But then what's happening is China will not just be taking this route in a convenient fashion. Yeah, the U.S. is trying to keep check. So we'll be seeing confrontation between the two countries. So what should Korea do in such a situation? And I think that even right now and even afterwards, when we do have a new administration, this would be a key agenda item. So if I may go into specifics, the scenario of China's continuous economic growth and overtaking the U.S., maybe we have been thinking, or maybe we've been just taking this for granted. So then we really need to see what kind of difference in the Korean government's position would be necessary in this situation. So in this shift of order, what kind of decisions will we have to make? You can see that there are many concerns surrounding the Chinese order. So not only Korea, but also Japan, Australia, India, and other Southeast Asian countries are all engaging in a different type of hedging. I do know that Japan also is trying to engage in some sort of hedging in this process. So under how long and under what conditions can Korea continue to engage in such different hedging of these countries? And second has to do with North Korea. You can see that the nuclear missile threats of the North is gradually becoming visible. And recently, North Korea has been continuing on to enhance their sophistication of their nuclear capabilities. And you can see that we have to increase our military spending, our military power, and some people even think that we should possess nuclear power in response. So there's a lot of things that we have to look into to make sure that we stop the proliferation. So this is a direct threat to us, and if we do not solve this, it's going to make it very difficult for the two Koreas, the relations between the two, and it will impact the relationship with the U.S. and China. And you can see that we do have, there are specific what we call the three-pronged policy of the government, opposing the deployment of THAAD, the non-participation of the U.S.-led missile defense system, and opposing the promotion of the South Korea-U.S.-Japan trilateral alliance. So it was true that we had these three no type of policy, but do you really believe that this is in line with national interest? So I would like to ask that question to you. Do you think that was the right decision? And then I do have another point, but maybe I will skip that point. And with regard to the conclusion that you've drawn, you've mentioned about three particular aspects: that we need to be more active with our relationship in the U.S., and we have to also cooperate further in North Korean nuclear issues, and also encourage the U.S. to take part actively in stabilizing peace in the Korean Peninsula. And with the new administration to come in May, you've mentioned that the most urgent task will be North Korean issues. And I, of course, could not agree more. So by setting my forecast and analysis, I would like to close this my comments, which is the following. May 22nd marks the 140th anniversary of the Treaty of 1882. Of course, it was the treaty between the Joseon Dynasty and the U.S. We typically say that our relations started in 1953, 1954, because this treaty was between Joseon Dynasty and the U.S. But at any rate, it started off, well, if we think about the relations, it started off 150 years ago. But this 140th anniversary, of course, depending on the definition, may be slightly different. But I do want to say that this year is critical. So what should we do in this new year? And regarding the new administration, I know that there's a lot of advice given by many experts. And I also would like to extend my comments on that. What's important is that this intensifying competition for supremacy between the U.S. and China will intensify. It will be the same case in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Europe, and the alliance between China and Russia. We believe that all of that will intensify, and we'll be seeing a lot of media coverage on that. A lot of experts will be engaging in debate on these topics. So then what are we going to do going forward? Of course, there is no simple magic bullet answer. It's about the process, it's about the direction, and if we do have the right direction set forth, I think that we would be able to reach or achieve the goal that was originally intended. So the competition for supremacy between the U.S. and China, if you think, even 140 years back, it was a power running against multiple countries, whether it be Russia or China. So we've been seeing these powers clash in the past, and we're seeing the very same situation or same phenomenon right now. So as mentioned in Ukraine, Russia and China, EU, UK and Germany, you can see that we have these confrontations between these two groups. And the reason why we need to zoom into the situation of Ukraine is because it will have a major impact on the Korean Peninsula and the inter-Korean relationship as well as in the international community. So if I may have the opportunity to give my advice, I think that it would be great if these relations will help us solve these challenges. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for your words, and thank you so much for keeping to the time. Thank you very much for keeping to the time, and we will now like to move on to Professor An.
Professor An In-hye is a professor at the GSIS of Korea University. She studied at Ewha Women's University and also studied at George Washington University in the US, where she received her PhD degree. She has also worked at the Korea Institute for Unification, and now she is at Korea University. Was also the president of the Korean Society for Political Scientists, and in Korea she studied China, so she is a China expert, and it is from that point of view that she would like to give her discussion points. Dr. An, we know that you have worked very hard on your discussion, so I will give you 15 minutes. So it's okay, you can I know that you have really prepared extensively for your remarks, so you can use enough time. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Hello and thank you. I've just been introduced. My name is An In-hye. I am at GSIS at Korea University. I don't know why Dr. Hong Moon-young has not mentioned that he and I used to work together at KINU for about 6 years, so we go a long way back. He is currently the Secretary General at the Association for the 150th anniversary of Korea-U.S. Treaty of 1882. And it is this association that is hosting this very important session where we can have a chance to talk about a very timely topic. This is quite fortunate, and for me, it's a personal honor. I was the president in 2012 of the Korean Society of International Political Scientists. And I remember at the time where we oversaw an academic symposium on the Korea-U.S. establishment of diplomatic ties. And now it's been 140 years, so this is a very meaningful year for me as well. Professor Emeritus at Seoul National University, Dr. Yoon Young-kwan, gave us a very excellent breakdown of the last 140 years of KORUS relations, foreign policy, and how their interactions have evolved over the years. And he broke it down into 4 different phases, and this was very helpful. And because Dr. Kim Chang-soo asked some very comprehensive questions in his remarks, I would like to ask some questions myself to Dr. Yoon because he was also a Minister of Foreign Affairs. So because he was a policymaker, I would like to ask about 3 questions looking at the past, the present, and the future. It's true that I really prepared a lot for today's discussion. I was very eager and excited to come. And also, last year, in 1925, when Korea established diplomatic ties with China, I touched upon that commemorative milestone, and I've written a book. I published a book on that, which I wanted to bring today and share copies with everyone here. But in any case, I looked at the Kim Dae-jung, Kim Young-sam, Roh Moo-hyun, Lee Myung-bak, Park Geun-hye, all of these different administrations that have come to pass that try to use this as an analytical tool to look at all of those different administrations and their policies, which is why I was very eager to come to today's session to give my contribution here, because this is an issue that is very close to my heart. I have to say that Dr. Yoon has said that the competition with China is a very important keyword, and this is something that we have to consider when we look at Korea's relations and the situation on the Korean Peninsula. So I would like to use this as a question, a base for my question. We have democracy, market economy, human rights, and as you know, these are the values that the Chorus Alliance is founded on, and I agree that this Chorus Alliance is based on these values, and I agree that this is a values diplomacy, values alliance. The moderator said that I am a China expert, and it is with that in mind that I would like to say that at the Roh Moo-hyun administration, there were very much anti-U.S. sentiments that was widespread at the time. So, Roh Moo-hyun said that he was upholding the inclusive spirits of the Kim Dae-jung administration, but as you remember, at the time there was quite a stalemate in the two Koreas. President Bush called the DPRK an axis of evil, and Korea at the time, I think, went largely ignored, saying that he's an easy man or etc. This man, and in any case, the ROK was not necessarily treated with a lot of respect back at the time. Oh, yes, there were some difficulties regarding our U.S. policy. I am asking this question because I understand that Minister Yoon was very active at the time because he was the foreign minister. I wrote a column around this time when I said that the DPRK, the biggest objective for the DPRK is to improve relations with the U.S., then have an easing of sanctions, and then have a normalization of ties. To do that, the DPRK is not interested in engaging with dialogue with any partners that it thinks the U.S. does not trust, which is why at the time, under Roh Moo-hyun, when there was anti-U.S. sentiment, the DPRK saw that, and the DPRK was not very happy, and it did not attract them. Back then, Prime Minister Koizumi of Japan, I called him a strategist. He was really close to President Bush, and he let the world know of this. He would sing Elvis Presley songs, saying that George Bush also loved those songs, etc. And there was that issue of abductees. Prime Minister Koizumi had 2 summits with the DPRK leader at the time, which did not continue on because of the abductee issue. But in any case, during that time frame, President Roh Moo-hyun was not able to hear any response from the DPRK, and there was no improvement of relations around that time. So, later on, Abe, who went with Koizumi to some of these summits, later on did the same thing, trying to improve relations, but was not able to do so. And if we were to see this from that point of view, I know that this has been widely reported as well, but around that time, when you were the foreign minister, I know that there were these huge huge struggle between those people who called for the alliance and people who call for autonomy or independence. And I know that this was very difficult for you at the time because of all this conflict.
자주파. 물론 저는 동맹파였다고 이제.
I believe that you were part of those people who were pro-Korea alliance, were calling for a stronger U.S. alliance. So I was wondering,
한미 관계, 한미 동맹을 굳건히 하는
do
것이
you think that
보완이 되고 오히려
it was helpful to have that strong
간의 그런
inter-Korean relations, perhaps strong inter-Korean relations
국민들이 보기에 이런 그 충돌로
could have led to an easing of this conflict between those people who are calling for an alliance and those people who are calling for an autonomy or independence. Do you think that there might have been better ways to navigate the situation at the time?
로서는 그
The next comment that I would like to make is on the THAAD issue, but this is something that Dr. Kim Chang-soo has already mentioned in his discussion points, but I would like to go a little bit deeper. Right now, the Korean presidential candidates
때문에 그런데요.
are talking about their different campaign pledges. I remember it to be about 2014 when there was that whole THAAD controversy at the time, and many people said that there was no request from the U.S. and there was no debate, there was no discussion, and there was no decision made before THAAD was deployed.
위원회 위원장을 맡고 있었기 때문에 여러
At the time, I remember that I was working as an advisor to the Minister of Unification. And so I was able to get a lot of different pieces of information. As a civilian, I knew that there was going to be a THAAD deployment. However, to China,
모성이라고 표현할 수 있어요.
Korea has said that this has not been decided, it is not a decided matter, etc. They say that Korea did this to do strategic ambivalence. But strategic ambivalence is something that you can do with allies, with partners that may trust you. But strategic reliability is something that we need to have first.
그 지적을
This is a point that I have continued to make since then.
사드가 배치되는 상황에서
So around that time, during the THAAD deployment,
미군과
this was U.S. budget, U.S. troops, U.S. assets, and U.S. facilities
찾다는 겁니다.
were being protected by the THAAD missile, anti-missile defense. And so,
무슨 명분으로
what was
미국의 사드 배치를
the reason that that Korea could have used to oppose a THAAD deployment? In fact, there was really no way for Korea to oppose the deployment of THAAD. And if that was the current situation, then I think that Korea should have been more forthcoming and more honest about this. Tell China that this is a case. And this is what's going to happen because we have no other alternative. And we have to keep to this very principled approach. Later on, they changed the location from military facilities to a civilian resort. And because of this, there was a lot of pressure placed on the ROK as well. And in this process, Korea lost its credibility.
저는 당시에 중국은
I think at the time,
중단
China was
얘기를 했습니다.
promoting it was translated into the double track parallel, where China is saying that peace agreement and denuclearization should be promoted in parallel so that DPRK would come to the dialogue table. I think that this is quite true, frankly,
그 북한이
because DPRK is now insisting that it is a nuclear state.
뭐 얘기도
So if it's talking about disarmament without talking about a peace agreement.
서로 간에 그 논의가 될 수 있을까?
Can we really have discussions about denuclearization without all of this?
이 주장하는 쌍궤 병행을
China's promotion of a double track parallel would have been something, it should have been something that Korea
주지 않을 수 없다 하는 그런
argued for and tried to persuade the U.S. to come around on. And I believe that should have been the policy stance that we have taken at the time so that we can ensure strategic reliability, as I mentioned before. Of course, philosophically speaking, ambivalence could have seemed to be more strategic.
이제 신뢰가 있다는 그 전제에서 얘기할 수 있다.
This, of course, should be founded on a foundation of trust and credibility. But that was unfortunately not the case. And now under the current administration, we often talk about mediatory diplomacy.
상대방에게
This is where we would have a balance and
역량이 그래도 조금 먹혀 들어갈 수 있을 때
think that we can have this mediatory diplomacy where we have a little bit of an edge, but can we really do that between the US and China? Do we have that competitive edge between the two? Because in our effort to try to be a mediator, we might end up losing our bargaining power and losing credibility with both the US and China. So perhaps we can be a bridging power, a bridging diplomacy. And in that case, this THAAD deployment, as the foreign minister, because you participated in the policy-making process, I was wondering the kinds of solutions that you might be able to present today. I was trying to elaborate on the context behind my questions. And the third is on something that we will look forward to in the future. Trump has talked about the Indo-Pacific partnership, and Joe Biden has expanded that to talk about Quad and Quad Plus. This would be the US, India, Australia, and Japan. With Quad Plus, they would try to incorporate Korea, Vietnam, etc. So it's a values alliance, but the objective for Quad is to put China in check. Because of COVID-19, China has countered this with vaccine diplomacy to try to increase their diplomatic prowess using vaccines, whereas the U.S. is talking about vaccine partnership. Early on, Korea needed vaccines, and the U.S. needed Korea's technology in semiconductors and elsewhere. So with Quad, there is semiconductors, technologies, vaccines, and climate change response. There are working groups there within Quad. In fact, these working groups have already been installed within Quad. This means that for new technologies, including semiconductors, the U.S. is trying to talk about all of these within a values alliance without the inclusion of China. And by doing so, U.S. hopes to create a technological gap between China. China, however, is trying to have that China dream where by 2025 we'll be able to outrun the United States. Right now, the Korean government has not provided a clear answer regarding Quad or Quad Plus. And in the new administration, it will continue to be pressured by the U.S. administration on joining Quad or aligning with Quad Plus and etc. So we would have to come up with a clear answer. Today, in your presentation, you talked about the Chorus Alliance and the Korea-China Strategic Partnership, the kind of stance that we have to balance between the two to try to maximize our national interests. This is really the single largest focus. It should be the focus of ours, and of course this would be a very important message as received by the DPRK. When it comes to the DPRK, we talk about the new Cold War. We are isolating the DPRK and continuously trying to create this closed-off society. The more we do so, DPRK's dependence on China will continue to grow. And so, Korea and the U.S. will have to be very closely aligned on this issue together. I would like to ask you for your wisdom on how best we can do that. Professor Ahn, thank you very much for the very sharp analysis that you've conducted and your excellent questions. Yes, she and I worked together at KENU as a colleague. I'm sorry that you were upset that I did not mention that, but she was a China expert when she came to KENU. And so I don't think that she had a very good understanding of North Korea at the time, but today in your remarks, when you talk about North Korea's diplomatic policy goals, that was really a very precise look at the DPRK. So I would like to ask you all to please take a read. In fact, if you come to our website, you can request assistance from us, and we will be able to share you copies of their prepared remarks. Dr. Ahn gave some very sharp questions on the debate between those people who call for Chorus Alliance and calling for autonomy and independence, the clash between these opinions, and whether we missed that opportunity to try to improve relations with the DPRK. We'd like to ask Dr. Yoon to respond to these questions later on. And she also talked about strategic ambiguity. This is something that strategists often talk about, but she has said that strategic ambiguity is not going to work, that we need to work on strategic reliability, and this is what we have to work on, where we can be a reliable partner for the U.S. and for China. I think that is a very creative outlook and a very useful proposition. I have seen that she has really tremendously grown as an excellent scholar over the past 30 years, and I'd like to pay tribute to you. We'll now move on to our last discussant.
I would like to invite the next speaker, Professor Choi Jae-deok from Woonggwak University and also the head of the Institute on Korea-China Politics and Diplomacy. He graduated from Sungkyunkwan University, majoring in Chinese language and literature, and also received this PhD in Beijing University. So he's truly an expert in this theme, and he's been studying the relationship between Korea and China. And not only that, he also ran a business in China. So he has a lot of experience and insight in both theory as well as on the field. So he's a very promising scholar, and he came all the way from Jeonju. So I would like to give 10 minutes to Professor Choi. Please give him a big round of applause.
Yes, my name is Choi Jae-deok. I'm a professor at Woonkwang University.
사무총장님께서 소개해 주셨습니다.
Secretary General Ha Moon-young gave such an excellent introduction for me. He used to be my professor when I was at university, and I believe that was the reason why he asked me to come here. And Secretary General has said that Dr. Yoon's speech and presentation may have been short but concise and very insightful and deep. I don't know if I can match up to that. I will try to do my best.
4학년 2학기 때 제가
Minister Yoon, I remember taking your class when I was a fourth year, when I was a senior, and then I went on later on to graduate school because I was so inspired by your scholarship. I have to say that this is a great honor for me to be here. Distinguished Professor Yoon Young-kwan, who has told us of his presentation on the past and the future of Korea's relations on the 120th anniversary of the Korea-U.S. Treaty of 1882. He has told us about the past and the future of the two countries. Thank you very much. And I really have to say that I deeply agree with many of what you said. In fact, these are some of the remarks that I truly deeply agree with, the first of which is that Korea has to be more active in cooperating with the values of diplomacy, based on diplomacy, based on democracy of the Biden administration. And secondly is that the ROK must also make a more active contribution with the partnership of the United States in various areas such as the pandemic, climate change, and development cooperation. The third is that Korea must deepen its cooperative ties with the U.S. in its economy and the fields of technology. Lastly is that we have to continue to sustain cooperation in military fields, but that the Chorus Alliance should not be necessarily expanded to include China from North Korea. And I agree that we have to be very careful in that regard. I feel that right now we are seeing that many major nations are trying to become nationalists, and it was with that nationalist tendency that they looked at the Korean Peninsula. There were several U.S. DPRK summits and also several U.S. DPRK China summits. And we understand that there's competition really rising between Russia with the U.S. and China and the U.S. This is also leading to more military escalation in Japan as well. China has said that they're going to achieve the China Dream and has been very aggressive in its diplomacy, trying to become a major power. And it is expected that they will continue to engage in this strategy going forward. These kinds of strategic change and the changes in the environment are very different. This cooperative relationship would be very difficult to try to create in this kind of current situation. This means that the US-China competition, once it identifies these structural factors of the Korean Peninsula, will come to the fore, and it will be difficult for us to try to create momentum for denuclearization. The US and China are looking at not just leadership and economy, but also trying to create a supply chain, military tension, geopolitical risk management, and they are investing a lot of energy into these different areas. Furthermore, for the US and China, the Korean Peninsula is not necessarily a priority for them, which is why the Korean Peninsula is continuing to not be a priority for either of those countries. There were 2 US DPRK summits, and there was a stalemate out of this. It was difficult for them to see eye to eye. China supports DPRK, continues to provide economic support, and if that continues to happen, the US will not get its wish fulfilled, that the negotiations for denuclearization will not occur. This is why Professor Yoon, or Minister Yoon, in his presentation, I have listened to it and I thought about 3 questions that I'd like to ask. There are these structural limitations on Northeast Asia. So my question is, what should the next Korean administration place its ultimate priority on? And secondly is that this US-China competition is getting prolonged and there is lack of cooperation between US and China. So in this, for the Korean Peninsula issue to become a priority issue for US and China, especially for the US, what are the conditions that are needed? The last and third question that I want to ask is that Korea is heavily reliant on the Chinese economy, about 25% or 30%, including the Hong Kong economy. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties with China as well. We have to have a comprehensive values alliance with the US, but what is going to be the future outlook for our alliance with China, in your opinion? So now I would like to move on to talking a little bit about my own personal opinions. Right now, the US-China struggle for hegemony is really impacting the ROK as well. I believe that because our relationships are very organically tied to one another, that we have to look at not just the Chorus Alliance, but also our relationship with China as well. In the struggle for hegemony between the US and China, Korea is actually seen as a very important partner by both nations, and because we are a technological partner, we have strategic leverage, and in fact our leverage has increased. Even under the COVID pandemic, we were able to have the most robust export record because of the export sales of semiconductors. The US China are fighting over AI, robots, self-driving cars, and metaverse. All of these different technologies and semiconductors are necessary in this field. As we become a more futuristic society, those countries that have semiconductors and have the ability for mass production will continue to rise in standing. This is because we are so heavily reliant on semiconductors. Over the past 30 years, the United States, since the Cold War, was the only hegemon in the world, and it has established its own world order, and it was the leader of this global order. China saw economic developments in this same order. Therefore, Europe, Asia, South America, and elsewhere, they are engaging in security alliance with the US, economic alliance with China. This means that Korea is not the only country in this situation. But the change is our perspective and the perception of the hegemon competition and our over-dependence and our overestimation of the current alliance means that we have to be very prudent. If we're not prudent, if we rush forward to take a side, then we might make a mistake. We are very organically integrated. The world is very organically integrated. And even in the COVID outlook, and even in the COVID pandemic, we're still very reliant on China. So we cannot be very dichotomous in our approach of our diplomatic policies. Depending on the area of focus, countries are taking different sides. This also means that we have to be very pragmatic. Human rights, climate change, international law, technology, global order, for all of these global challenges, we take some sides. But for some universal values, we take other different sides. But we also have to be mindful of the fact that we have a very close economic integration with China, the economy, trade, tourism, infrastructure, etc. So it is realistically impossible for us to have a rapid decoupling with China. And European countries and other democratic nations are not also being 100% supportive of the U.S. argument to banish China. In fact, the European countries are worried that they might become isolated in this kind of rivalry. So the U.S.-China rivalry could provide opportunities, but it also bears many risks. Korea, once Korea's development could be hindered, and if Korea can, however, become a very attractive country in the Fourth Industrial Revolution era, Korea can seem very attractive to both U.S. and China, and we can have a very good atmosphere. For the two Koreas' reconciliation and peace, Korea has to be very active in trying to persuade and convince U.S. and China. We have to provide some sort of card that the countries cannot say no to. So we have to try to create some kind of momentum in that regard. The Values Alliance is something that Korea has to very actively participate in, and this is a way for us to contribute to world peace. We also have to expand our cooperation with new northern and new southern countries so that ultimately in economic and diplomatic areas that we have to expand our focus. 30 years later, our next generation will be living in Northeast Asia. We have to have the accountability to create a very safe Northeast Asian society. In the post-COVID era, with the U.S.-China rivalry part 2, we have to be very pragmatic in trying to pursue national development. Thank you very much.
네, 최재덕 교수님, 지금 아주
Thank you very much, Professor Choi. He is currently in the Northern
날카로운 질문 또 이렇게
Economic Cooperation Council under the President. So thank you very much for your remarks. We have heard from all of the different discussants. Dr. An, Dr. Kim, Dr. Choi, thank you very much for your questions. Now we'd like to ask all these questions which have been asked to Dr. Yoon. You can remain seated and just comfortably respond to the different comments that have been raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all of your comments. Thank you for those very keen and important questions. And it really gives me great food for thought to develop the positions that I had with regard to this topic. And I would like to share with you some brief comments as well as some responses with regard to your questions. So, first, the point I would like to make before I do respond to the questions is that if you think about policy, I always think about the time variable or the temporal variable. In other words, we need to understand at what point in time do we stand, and in 5 years' time, what would the situation be like? So you always have to take that into account when we think of policy. So in other words, as is the same case for all politics, international politics is an organism that evolves. So right now, at this point in time, considering the circumstance that we are living in, my response will be based off on that. So that would be the premise. Considering the time that we are in, my response would be as follows. So please keep that in mind, if you may. And I think that the following comment may be a response to most of the questions that you had. But when you think about the diplomatic strategy between the Korea and U.S., I do emphasize and did emphasize in my presentation that the ROK-US alliance is critical, and that is my personal philosophy and my view, because I think we really need to make the calculation, because if we distance ourselves from the U.S., what will happen? Then we will be distanced from Japan as well, because the U.S. and Japan have a very steadfast relationship, as allies, and in almost in every front, they are on the same page. They agree. So if we distance ourselves from the U.S., it will be the same case for us with Japan. So then we have China that would remain. So then, what about China? What kind of future vision does this country, China, have? Putin of Russia said that he will be reliving the glory and honor of the Soviet Union. So in the same vein, I believe that Xi Jinping, in his mind, the focus that he has is to put in place a vertical order of the world with China at the center. I believe that that's what he's pursuing. In other words, he is trying to pursue regional supremacy or hegemony. And in order to promote such strategies, it is trying to push away the influence of U.S. in Asia. But you can see that we have South Korea. And you can see that it's trying to continue on to reduce or minimize the influence of U.S. So then, if we do have this distance with U.S. and Japan, as mentioned, we have China remaining in this equation. And we do need to take into account Chinese pursuits. And if you look at ideology and value, China has a completely different system with South Korea. Well, first off, it's not a democratic nation. It's more of an authoritarian type of country. And it's trying to export its authoritarian model around the world. But if we, let's say, decide to side with China, what would it be like for the Korean people? And would we be able to maintain our national prestige, our sovereignty? Would we be able to do that? So what would happen is we may be isolated diplomatically speaking, and if that situation does occur, it may be the case where in the inter-Korean relations, North Korea will try to act like the big brother because it already has a very long-standing relationship with China more than Korea, and it also possesses nuclear capabilities. So in this situation where Korea is distancing itself from the U.S. and Japan, North Korea will understand that we remain powerless, and it will try to run this discourse of inter-Korean matters. It will try to take it in their own hands and try to lead the process. So that's why I'm saying that the alliance is important. So based on that premise, with regard to the question by Dr. Kim, in terms of taking for granted that China will take the lead in the world economy and that it will outrun U.S., well, I do not take that for granted. There will be many variables and there may be very many fluctuations. We don't know what will happen, but the U.S.'s system has a great advantage, which has to do with unleashing the potential of the individuals into creative ideas and to graft that into industrial growth and development. If you look at the political system, it really enables that unleashing of individual potential. However, if you look at the Chinese authoritarian model, it just cannot do that. So in that aspect, the Chinese system does have its own inherent limitations. And as you are very well aware, it's a one-person run country, basically. So this is a very dangerous concept because the one and only leader, if he or she in some sense has the wrong policy in place, there is no break. There is no one that could put that policy in check. So once that happens, all of a sudden there may be a major collapse across the country. with this one-leader system. So, well, I do not believe and I do not take for granted that China will outrun the U.S. economy. Of course, there may be a possibility, but I want to once again make it clear that I don't take this for granted. We don't know what will happen. And regarding the military space, in all aspects, I mentioned that we need to cooperate with the U.S., but in terms of the military front, when it comes to the Korean Peninsula, this hostile military confrontation between the U.S. and China is something that we do need to prevent. And why do I take that position? If there is hostility in the military front as well, what would happen is we will be seeing a recurrence of past history, the Russian-Japanese War, the Sino-Japanese War, and the Korean War. You can see that it all had to do with powers clashing surrounding the Korean Peninsula, and the Korean people had to suffer greatly in the process. I think we really need to make sure that that does not happen. And it's important to make sure that the U.S. And the Americans understand the specificity of the situation, because they might not be aware of this. The reason why I say that is because about a decade ago, there was an international conference in Seoul. It was a closed session, and there were some key policy decision makers that joined the session. And one person was Stapleton Roy, who was a key advisor to Secretary Kissinger. And he also was the Chinese ambassador in the past, and already he is a renowned Chinese expert in the U.S. And what he said was the following. He said that as he was working for the Department of State for a very long period of time, he was also in charge of inter-Korean diplomacy or Korean diplomacy. And he said that 80 to 90% of the policymakers weren't really aware of the geopolitical situation of the Korean Peninsula. So their view starts off from the Korean War. And any history or any background before that point in time, or the hardships of the Korean people, it wasn't well known to such policymakers. And he mentioned that if we do not better their understanding, it would be very difficult to encourage the U.S.'s support. So what I always mention and emphasize is that these core decision makers really need to understand our thought process. So how can we do that? I've always mentioned that this is something key and something that we really need to put in the effort. So once again, if let's say that on the military front, if we have China as a stark enemy, and if it's official, for instance, you can see even, the North Korean issue in itself is immensely challenging, but we will be hit with a double whammy with also China on the plate of the host of things that we have to resolve. So we really need to make sure that we calculate, or we really engage in a cost-benefit analysis to make the right decisions and to make the right choices. And then with regard to THAAD, Professor An and Professor Kim, Dr. Kim has also mentioned this point, but basically, as was mentioned by Professor An, I think that the thought, it was inevitable. The U.S. is here to protect us, but due to their safety concerns, and in response to the missiles of North Korea, and that's why they want to put in a thought system, deploy the THAAD. And what would happen? I believe that the logical rebuttal here would be, we're here to protect you, but we want to protect our citizens, so what are you saying? So, you can see that for the Americans, in their point of view, if we stop them from deploying the THAAD, it may not make sense. So I've actually mentioned this in a commentary in the past. So it's important to make sure that we clarify our positions with China. So we do deploy the THAAD, and China, with your efforts, if we can actually if you reduce the threats of North Korean missiles, then we can actually get rid of THAAD. So that was the advice that I made for the government. So what I want to say is, so with regard to this relationship with China, I thought it was quite pitiful that we couldn't take this response at the time to clarifying our position that as long as they minimize the threat of North Korean missiles, we would be okay with removing this thought. And another question had to do with our position with regard to the Indo-Pacific strategy. I really think that we have to actively respond and collaborate. If we take the case of the Quad, during the Trump years, it was that Quad was a way to prevent China from increasing their military power. However, with the Biden administration, the Quad changed its concept. So it wasn't a military type of grouping, but it was a member, a country type of dialogue or network where it was about delivering public good to the Indo-Pacific region, whether it be vaccines or whether it be in response to climate change, technological cooperation. So it was a cooperative framework was what he mentioned, and that's why they have all of these working groups. So then, if that is the case, I think that Korea needs to actively involve itself and find a way to seek its national interests. So I think that this is an okay strategy, and I believe that it was last year or so where I also once again written a commentary on this, or an op-ed. So it's the same. Right now, I hold the same position. We really need to be active in the activities in the Quad. And Professor An talked about the supporters for the alliance or autonomy or national sovereignty. And as I was in the working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that very topic was the most grave and difficult topic, because you can see that this bifurcation, this black and white type of approach is an issue. It's about whether we choose alliance, or would it be about national sovereignty. So this type of logic, I think, extremely simplifies the situation, and it seems to be focused on a nationalistic type of approach, like the times when we were struggling for our independence. So I really believe that that's not the right approach, and I've asked the members of the press not to use that term. But unfortunately, it fell on deaf ears, because you can see that it's a very clear type of expression that would ring a bell for the readers. So they decided to keep with this term. But I cite the example of Germany quite often. They also had the conservative and the progressive. They had both the left and right. So, for instance, the Adenauer actually was pro-Western, that party. So France, UK, and these other democratic countries were important partners in his view, and he decided to focus on such a diplomatic strategy to be pro-Western world. However, Bill started to go towards the Eastern strategy, where it was utilized to improve the inter-German relations and also the relationship with the Soviet Union countries. So what does this imply? And what kinds of implications does this have? Well, if you look at this pro-Western strategy and the Eastern strategy, actually creates a synergy. It harmonizes, and that has eventually led to the desirable result of unification. So in the case of the pro-Western policy, George W. Bush has, of course, supported the unification efforts quite strongly. And the success behind this unification lied this Eastern policy as well. So through this Eastern policy that existed for more than 2 decades, actually was the key axis in unification. So you can see that Western Germany was at a very desirable situation, but unfortunately in Korea, it's very difficult to harmonize these two stances. It's a confrontation between the two, and it's always a fight or a decision to make between the two. And in 1982, the Cole administration, it was a very conservative administration. And at the time, this Cole administration decided to succeed this Eastern policy. And that has made a great difference. And as Professor An has mentioned, I believe that strengthening the Korea's relation in some sense will help us encourage the North, achieve denuclearization, and also instill lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula. So I really believe, as you've mentioned, would be that this can be the cornerstone. The alliance can be a cornerstone to make all of this happen. And last but not least, Professor Choi, thank you very much for your comments. And one last comment. The structural limitations of Northeast Asia coming from the U.S. and China competition, how can we break away from this? Well, objectively speaking, it would be very difficult to just do this alone. But globally, we do want U.S. and China to cooperate, whether it be denuclearization, whether it be the environmental issue, whatever it may be. We do not live alone, so they need to collaborate. So I think that we can take the initiative to find a way to bring them together. And if we can wield such leadership, and if the new administration can make this happen, I think that that would be desirable, to have these two countries cooperate. Even if we do see the struggle intensify between the two, I think that it's important to strengthen our energy, to integrate the people of the two Koreas. So we need to also push forward for that as well. And also with regard to the relationship with China, I want to say that it's true that in many cases North Korea has thought to be a factor in the U.S.-China relations, but I think that it has to be separated in the discourse. And we need to mention to the U.S. and China that peace on the Korean Peninsula would be favorable for both two countries and also for China. I believe that mutual trust and reconciliation was quite weakened in the process, so I think that it's important to make that point clear in our diplomatic efforts, and we also need to be strong in our positions when we do respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yoon. Is there anyone among the discussants who would like to add to this? I can give you about 30 seconds, but if you don't have anything you'd like to say, that would be even better. Dr. An, under the 노무현 administration, you were the foreign minister.
혁혁한 그런 그 공헌을 했다 한미 관계에서라고 하면 세 가지를 들 수 있다.
I think that there were three major contributions to Korea's relations at the time. Was first the dispatch of troops to Iraq, and then there was the Korea's FTA, and then there was the Marine Forces base that was stationed in Jeju-do. If this had not been a liberal administration, it would have been very difficult to try to make these achievements possible. But because you were a liberal administration, I think that we were able to have these different achievements. The current Moon Jae-in administration says that it has upheld the legacy of the Roh Moo-hyun administration, but it has not been able to overcome these different challenges. I just wanted to say that. Thank you for that. We are far behind schedule, so we now have to close.
저희들은 한미 수교 140주년을 맞이해서
We are here to discuss
지난 140년을 어떻게 발전해 왔고
how the Korea-U.S. relations have evolved over the past 140 years and where we must go forward in the future. To do that, we have to take stock of the current situation and see where we must go in the future. I would like to invite you all to take a read of the different presentation materials here. After May,
최대 외교 현안은 북한 문제가 될 것이다.
the DPRK issue is going to be the single biggest foreign affairs challenge for us, and this is what Minister Yoon has said. And for us to
미국과 중국 사이에서
overcome the situation,
성이 아니라
we have to engage not just in a strategic ambiguity, but as Dr. An has said, strategic reliability between the U.S. and China.
위해서는 지금까지 우리가 발전해온 이 한미 관계를
To that end, we have to go beyond the military alliance.
지난 30년간 탈냉전
We have been able to evolve this into a comprehensive alliance, which is what we have done over the last several decades. Over the next few decades, we have to make it a more mature and sophisticated alliance so that we can respond to various global challenges such as the climate issue and the pandemic.
어떤 영향력이 있게끔
And we have to have a kind of global impact as a partner in the noblesse oblige framework. And to that extent, we have to respect the values
국익과 더불어서
diplomacy based on democracy and also look at our national interests but also our national standing.
혁명 잘 대응하면서 한미
Respond prudently to the fourth industrial revolution but also engage in military cooperation
중국으로까지
while
문제에 있어서
overcoming DPRK, but when we also
이런 얘기를
when it comes to targeting China, we have to be very prudent in that regard.
안인혜 교수님이 또 지적해
Dr. An has said that
요인이 될 수 있는 것을 우리가
we have to be very careful when it comes to looking at any situations
차기 정부가
that could lead to conflict. So, for example, the easing of sanctions. If the next administration works too quickly to try to lift the sanctions in an effort to try to improve inter-Korean relations, this could lead to more conflict between Korea and the U.S. So we have to be very prudent in that approach.
나눴습니다.
So this is what we have discussed today.
역사와 방향을 제시해 주신 윤영관 장관님,
I would like to thank Professor Yoon, Dr. An, Dr. Kim, Dr. Choi for all of your contributions today, as well as all the participants. Because of COVID-19, we were not able to have many people here, but we also have a lot of young people here in this room, surprisingly, and I hope that they will move on in the future as the future of our country. And as what Professor Choi has said, hopefully that we can all work together to create a brighter future for Korea, because you will be agents of unification of Korean Peninsula. And there are many people who are watching us online.
여러분께 다시 한번 감사.
Thank you very much.
함께 대한민국의 미래를 잘 만들어가는
I hope that we can all work together to create a better future
참
in Korea.
발표해 주신 모든 분들께
Thank you to all of our panelists and speakers. With that, we would like to conclude with an applause.
네, 유익한 토론 진행해 주신
Thank you very much, moderator and speakers and panelists for your contributions.
정말 미주
And as I was listening to the discussion, you've mentioned that we're seeing in the competition between the U.S. and China for hegemony is intensifying. It's going to put us in a tight spot. But thank you very much for the ideas and the future direction for Korea. I can see that there are many scholars, experts here today that really engage in these discussions, and I believe that we will be able to devise the desirable way forward. So I trust your capabilities and efforts. So once again, thank you very much to all of our speakers, panelists, as well as our audience. And with that, let me close this session. We will take a short break, and from 3 p.m., we will begin the second session on sports. And I would like to ask for your active participation. Thank you.
와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, But this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula ski resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do. but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hill's Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 8만 광자 유점사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 보고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아.
Clean Highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm, delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invite you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forests and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang, is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, gagné 10 ans, ma vivre en Haïti. Moi, lever à 7 heures chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école.
There are many people who have come here to attend this forum. We have with us stakeholders for the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games Organizing Committee, as well as the youth supporters of the Games. This forum is being broadcast live on YouTube. So for those of you who were unable to come to our Peninsula here in PyeongChang, please watch us online and continue to send us your encouragements. We will now begin the forum in earnest. As you know, please remember to switch your phones to vibrate or silent mode. Now we would like to begin the PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022 Sports Session 2, a new challenge, Fear Not. We'd like to begin by inviting Secretary General Kim Chul-min of the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games Organizing Committee to come forward to tell us a little bit about the Games. Please give him a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Secretary General of the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games Organizing Committee. We at the PyeongChang Peace Forum is in pursuit of peace and reconciliation, and this session is being hosted by PyeongChang 2018 Legacy Foundation, so I would like to extend my gratitude to Chairman Yoo Seung-min as well as all of the staff of the foundation. The organization committee has been up and running since September 2021, and it's been more than a year and about 5 months. And along with IOC, Gangwon Province, and the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and other partner institutions, we've been putting in our best effort for a successful 2024 Youth Olympics. The Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics is about having the youth lead the process and to have them experience various domains, including sports, social issues, as well as culture. And I think that it will offer them with a lot of opportunity to grow further. And I believe that this experience of the youth will probably be the most significant legacy of the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics. In addition, Gangwon Province is will be hosting the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics, and with its experience of the PyeongChang Winter Olympics in 2018, I think that this will be an excellent opportunity to raise the prominence of PyeongChang or of Gangwon Province as the place for Asian winter sports, and and considering that it's a divided province, it also provides us with that message around the world on peace and reconciliation. Through this PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022, we would like to deliver the vision, the roadmap of the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics. We want to give you an update from the previous forum, so it's a great pleasure to give you that update to you. As you know, a couple of days ago, Kim Yeon-nam was designated as the ambassador for the Youth Olympics. So she has accepted this invitation, and I would like to ask for your support and your interest. So all of our youth, I would like to ask for your support, and with that, let me conclude my opening remarks, and let me now move on to the presentation. I would like to talk about the Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics and the various plans that we have for the successful Olympics in 2024. As I have already mentioned, Kim Yeon-nam, world-renowned figure skater, has been designated as the ambassador for the Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics. You can see that her pure existence really brightens up the event. So once again, thank you very much for graciously accepting our invitation. My presentation consists of four parts. I would like to give you an overview and background of the Youth Olympic Games, and then move on to give you some more information on the Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics 2024. Of course, the official name of the Olympics is 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympics. So internally, we typically note of the event as Gangwon 2024, and also when we do communicate with IOC, we keep it simple. So I would like to ask for your understanding when I note the Olympic Games as Gangwon 2024. And I would like to also share with you some of the plans, our road to success, and what kind of things that we would like to change to make it an even better event. So first, on the Youth Olympic Games, the youth, through fair sporting events, will be able to grow in both body and mind through these sports activities. And it also enables them to promote the values of the Olympics as the philosophy of life. And some of the key aspects to the Youth Olympic Games has to do with fair competition. It enables them to grow based on fair competition, and it also brings the athletes, the youth, together, because there are many side events that also take place regarding education and culture. So in the Medal Plaza, in the Athletes Village, and in the many venues, there are side events, festivals that enable the youth to engage in further collaboration and exchange. Athletes between the age of 15 and 18 are applicable, and we have the local youth and spectators coming together. So it's basically a festival of the international community. In 2010, at Singapore, the Summer Youth Olympics took place. So this was the inaugural event. And just like any other Olympic event, it takes place every 2 years, the summer and winter. So the Summer Olympics in Singapore in 2010, and then the Winter Olympics took place in Innsbruck in 2012. And in Lausanne, it took place in Lausanne in 2020, and the fourth Winter Olympic Games will take place in Gangwon in 2024. The Youth Olympics is about for the youth, with the youth, and by the youth. That is the basic principle that's in place. And it's also about compete, learn, and share experience. So these are the main elements to the Youth Olympic Games. So the athletes will understand the meaning of fair competition, and the local youth can also involve themselves with various learning and sharing programs. And also, take part in enjoyable education and cultural programs. So the athletes can become future Olympic role models. They can continue on to develop their future career, and the local youth will be able to take part in many sports activities to grow healthier, and through their participation in various programs will enable them to unleash their capabilities. The emblem, the slogan, the mascot, and the theme song, all of that is actually based on a public competition by the youth. So I would like to ask for your active participation as well. Let me now move on to how we're preparing for the event. As you know, it's 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games. It will take place from January 19th to February 1st of 2024. So it's a total of 14 days. This is confirmed. And in PyeongChang, Gangneung, Jeongseon, and Hwaengsung of Gangwon Province, we will be hosting the event by utilizing the various ice rinks as well as the ski venues. It's a total of 7 sports, 15 disciplines, and 81 events. We have both snow events as well as ice events. So we have skiing, biathlon, bobsleigh, skeleton, luge. And for the ice sports, we have skating, ice hockey, and curling. On the scale of participation, this has been already confirmed. So we will have more than 70 countries take part in the games. And just athletes alone would be 1,900. And if we also add the other administrative staff and executives, it would be another 1,000. So it would be a total of 2,900. And in addition to NOC, IOC, other federations of sports, members of the press. So if we combine all of these numbers, it would be more than 6,000 people that would be joining the games. Let me now move on to some of the key venues. So this has been discussed with IOC and relevant partner institutions, that we do have a master plan in place. So for the snow events, we have Alpensia and the Olympic Sliding Center, where the bobsleigh will take place, the skeleton as well as luge. And then the Alpensia Ski Jumping Center, the Alpensia Biathlon Center, and the Cross Country Center. And at the Hwaengsung, Welly-Hilly, the freestyle snowboard and alpine and mogul will take place here at Jeongseon High-One Resort. And in deciding these venues, the basic principle was to utilize the legacy of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics as much as possible. So we wanted to reduce the construction costs for stadiums and to maximize on the use of the PyeongChang legacy. And then next, moving on to the ice rinks and the athletes village at the Gangneung Ice Arena, figure short track, and the skating games in the Gangneung speed skating rink, and the curling center and the hockey center of Gangneung is the legacy of PyeongChang, and we will be using that very same rinks and stadiums. And if you look at most of the ice rinks, the ice venues, and the sliding centers, and the ski venues, you will notice that the Gangneung Development Institute and Gangneung City has been managing these facilities and infrastructure. So this enables us to minimize any costs that would be going into building new stadiums or new ice rinks. And if you look at the Athletes Village at Gangneung Wonju University, we will be hosting the Athletes Village, and the Mountain Condominium of Jeongseon High-One, we will have the second Athletes Village there. So the vision of Gangwon 2024 is about sports for fun and growth, and it's about a peaceful future open through coexistence and harmony. So through sports, we want to enable the athletes and youth to disseminate the value of the Olympics, also experience future-oriented change, provide special opportunities for growth. So basically, it's about to induce change in the youth, in the sports, focus on development of the region as well as the country, promote peace, and find a way to participate all together. So it's about the spirit of participation. Next is on the phased implementation plan that we have. So phase 1, at the end of last year was actually the target date for phase 1. But because of some conflicting schedules with the Beijing Winter Olympics, we are a bit behind schedule by about 2 months or so. So the edition plan or the basic plan is to be concluded or completed within March. And then already the master plan for the venues have been confirmed, as well as the sports events and disciplines. So once we have the edition plan by March, we will be able to move on to phase 2. And if you look at phase 2, it's about preparing for the event in earnest. So it has to do with marketing, financing, transport, accommodation. So it's about putting together a key implementation plan or an action plan for all of these individual key sectors. And what's important here is, in line with youth participation strategy, there will also be some other programs that would involve the youth. And from January 2023, we'll be engaging in simulations, test events, and by venue, we will be testing out these venues. And on January 19, 2024, the opening ceremony will take place, and it will last for 14 years to close on February 1st with the closing ceremony. So I think we have about a year and 10 months. So you don't have a lot of time under our belt. And even after the event, we will go into the process of dismantling anything that has to be done after the event. So it's important to strengthen the youth's participation throughout the process. So from preparation and throughout the event, we really want to have the youth at the center, the major protagonists. And it's also about making sure that it is an event of interest for the youth. It provides them with opportunity for education and growth. And we are going to maximize their participation throughout the event as well as during the preparation phase, which we call with youth. And we would like to empower the youth to make key decisions. So that would be by youth. And we will have participating athletes, the youth, from elementary school students to college students that will be involved. And some of the key areas that the youth can take part would be the theme song, the mascot, so they can actually take part in these events to submit their proposals. And it's not just as fans or spectators, but as opinion leaders, as volunteers, and also as those involved in the running of the event. They can actually directly take part in all of these examples. And another key aspect or the road to success has to do with strengthening cooperation with relevant partner institutions, stakeholders, and the regional community. The Gangwon province, cities, central government, as well as the Korea Sports Association. It's important to make sure that we have collaboration with all of these stakeholders. And on a regular basis, we also host association meetings of relevant institutions. And cooperation with IOC, the Olympic movement, with the local residents and schools would also be important. In the typical Winter Olympic Games, there is the bid file where from the point of taking part in the bid, the sports, the disciplines, the master plan would already be set forth in the beginning when participating in the bid. However, for the Youth Olympics, the location, the venue, the sports or the disciplines, and the size of the delegation is actually decided and co-created with IOC and major stakeholders. So it's devised together with the partners and to be finalized afterwards. And in terms of inter-Korean exchanges, that was key for the PyeongChang Winter Olympics. We also want to make sure that that theme is still alive during the Youth Olympics. So through the agreement of the two Koreas, if we can go for a joint hosting of the Olympics, we along with IOC will be making the necessary preparations. And then this Olympics as a festival of culture and education. As mentioned, this is not just a sports event in the Metal Plaza. There are many programs where the medals will be conferred, and in the athletes' village there will be multiple festival programs for the youth and participants. So we really want to make the Olympic Games as a festival of culture and education, as mentioned. So we really want the youth to have fun, to be exposed to diverse cultures, and to find the opportunity to portray and express themselves. And we also have our traditional culture, so we also want to display our traditional culture, our DNA, and our IT technology. I think that this will serve as an opportunity for us to showcase our technological prowess. So at Gangwon-do, and stakeholders are also looking into the option of metaverse to have interesting and interactive programs for our spectators. So we're getting the budget for that as well. And K-culture and K-wave, the cultural influence that Korea has is something to note. So we are going to also run various cultural programs that would help us showcase the excellence of Korean culture. And this would not just be on the culture of Gangwon Province, but there will be programs that can also portray the excellence of Korean culture as a whole. And there will also be many educational programs where the youth can experience sports events and also experience the Olympic value. So before, during, and during the event, we're going to have experiential programs for the youth to try out the winter sports and encourage their interest and participation. And we also want to provide various programs where they can experience the Olympic spirit of friendship, fair play, fairness, equality, and peace. And last but not least, I would like to talk about what kind of changes or transformation may be possible with Gangwon 2024 and what kind of legacy may remain with the Youth Olympics. So 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics, I think that it's very important to build upon the PyeongChang legacy because it's the same winter sport and we'll be utilizing most of the same venues from PyeongChang. So we want this to be a continuation of the PyeongChang 2018 legacy. And of course, sustainability, making sure it's environment friendly, and also to make it economically feasible. So these will be aspects that we will be taking into account. The facilities and also in terms of the cost, we want to make it as efficient as possible to run the event at low cost. So I think that this is a key indicator that we have to hit. And it's also important to maximize the capabilities that we have accumulated from running the PyeongChang 2018 Games. So we also have those that already have experience during the PyeongChang Winter Games. So the legacy and the know-how, we want to make full use of that during the 2024 Youth Olympics. And the peace agenda is probably the greatest legacy of PyeongChang 2018. So we want to also sustain that as well. And we need to build upon the legacy. So how can that be possible? We're collaborating with PyeongChang 2018 Legacy Foundation, but then it's true that Gangwon 2024 also has its own distinct legacy, will have its distinct legacy. So we'll be talking about how we can build upon the existing legacy of PyeongChang. We really want to nurture a healthy and proactive future generation through the Olympics. And it's important to make sure that the youth recognizes that they will be all future global leaders. So what we want to do is cultivate global leaders who interact with the world through the Olympics. And we really wish that the youth become messengers of peace. So we will be supporting that endeavor. And with the participation of Gangwon 2024, we really want to have them lead healthier lives, to work out more by participating in more increasing physical activities. And it's also important to make sure that they have that sense of ownership of their life, to understand that they are the owners of the future. So during the event, we will be hosting youth committees, planning groups, youth supporter groups. We will be also hosting youth forums so that they can experience instances of actually making decisions. And we'll also be engaging in a lot of debate and discussions, forming a consensus so that enables them to grow as healthy and knowledgeable adults.
네, 마지막으로 대회 후에도
And last but not least, even after the Olympics event, we want to continue on with the youth exchange. So post-games youth exchange is also a key initiative of Gangwon 2024. In Korea, domestically, we already had many youth winter sports activities, so we want to continue on with these sports events, these visit to schools type of programs, and we also have the DREAM program run by the Legacy Foundation, and we want to continue on with these activities for youth exchange going forward. And PyeongChang Peace Forum is being held every year. So I think that it can be an independent event or maybe another simultaneous event where we can host a program titled PyeongChang Peace Camp. And here, the youth will be taking the lead and running the forum. So we would like to make this into the legacy of Gangwon 2024. Last but not least, we also need to expand cooperation with other Olympic cities. You can see that the Winter Olympic Games, it's only meeting its 4th event at Gangwon. We had the 3rd event in Lausanne and the 5th event. The host city for the 5th event will be decided during the Gangwon Games. So what we want to do is build bridge programs amongst the Olympic cities. And of course, through these bridge programs that would be combining the recent 3 cities, we will be able to involve ourselves during the next event and the next event. So we think that this is something that can be quite exciting and productive to make sure that we have further cooperation amongst the Olympic cities. And you can see that Korea, Japan, and China all had experience of hosting the Winter Olympic Games. Now, also with the Beijing Olympics, China is also on board here. But in terms of the Youth Olympics, we were probably the first amongst the Northeast Asian countries. And I think that the 3 countries, because we all did have experience in the Winter Olympics, I think what we can do is maybe it may not be a full-fledged type of Winter Olympic Games amongst the Northeast Asian countries, but maybe we can host some smaller events based on a specific discipline or a specific sport amongst these 3 countries to continue on with the youth exchange amongst the Asian population. So I think I took about 20 minutes for my presentation, and with that, let me conclude my update on Gangwon 2024 on the road to success. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was a very easy to understand explanation about the 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. Please give another big round of applause to Secretary General Kim Cha-min of the organizing committee. Now we'd like to introduce someone who is extremely important to the success of the Games, one of the youth supporters. We would like to invite Park Seo-jun, who would like to tell us a little bit about the activities that are ongoing with the youth supporters. And he has traveled all the way from Daegu to be with us today. We'd also like to thank his parents for traveling a long way to be with us. Seo-jun is currently a student. He's a junior at the Daegu International School, and now we'd like to hear from him. Please give him a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. I am part of the 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games youth supporters. My name is Seo-jun Park. Today I'd like to tell you a little bit about the youth supporters and about the activities that we are conducting. In our roles and activities, I would like to go in that order and beginning with the introduction. The supporters are comprised of youth from the ages of 13 to 24. They will work for the success of the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games. We'll look at identifying and producing different kinds of promotional content and share this to promote the games to everyone. We had the launching ceremony in April, in fact, August 24th, 2021. And we will work for about 10 months as youth supporters.
이제부터 청소년 서포터즈 일기 활동에 대해서
Now I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Class 1 of youth supporters. As you can see in these images on the bottom of the slide, you would see that in June of 2021, we sent in our participation and cheerleading, different activities. We produced different videos, as you can see, promotional activities.
보고만 있을 거야?
Join us in Gangwon.
Together at Gangwon 2024.
같이 뛸래? 준비됐어?
준비하고 있지?
네, 영상 잘 보셨나요?
I hope you enjoyed the video.
서포터즈 중
Of our youth supporters, you see, bobsleigh, skeleton, curling athletes are part of the supporters team, so they in fact participated in the video,
참여했습니다.
and the other students helped out in helping us produce the video clips. And in July of 2021, the youth supporters came up with a name that will represent all of us. There were about 10 candidates, but we voted on this and we decided upon the slogan of We All Youth. This was a confirmed slogan. However, ultimately we had to change it because we were able to realize that this We All Youth slogan is being used by another international organization. From August to September 2021, we engaged not just in promotional activities for the Games, but also initiated an environmental protection campaign called a plogging campaign. And in November of 2021, we had a launching ceremony for the youth ambassadors and youth supporters. We participated in this Gangwon-do provincial government's launching of the youth ambassadors. We told them about the role of the youth supporters. And in our interim presentation, we talked about the activities that we conducted from April to September and told them about our plans going forward. We also planned different kinds of social media channel content.
2022년 1월에는
In 2022 January, we had a 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games by the youth supporters. We had our own team mission activities, so we produced different card news, or we also played different promotional videos. On the right-hand side, you can see these promotional videos that I made with clay.
(2024년)
2024년에는 강원 동계 청소년 올림픽 대회가 열립니다.
2022년 2월에는
In February of 2022, we commemorated Day G700 for the 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games, and so we produced a promotional video. Because we were on vacation, we worked very hard every day. Tomorrow, there is going to be a feature special on SBS TV, the Olympic special at 6:50. There's going to be Street Woman Fighter program, and we're going to participate in this program to tell more people about the activities of the youth supporters. So I'd like to ask you to please tune in and watch the program.
청소년 서포터즈 활동을 하면서 가장
In our activities of the supporters, this has to be one of the most memorable occasion where we had an interview of Kim Yeona of Yoona Kim, who was an ambassador for our Winter Youth Olympic Games. These are some of the pictures that we took from that moment.
다음 대회는 강원 2024입니다.
다음 대회는 강원 2024입니다.
구독과 좋아요 아시죠?
유튜브에서 엄청난 조회수를 자랑하는
This ran up a lot of hits and views on YouTube. That's our Kangwon 2024 promotional video. And as has been mentioned by the different ambassadors, of our ambassador, she has asked you to like and subscribe our video, and I'd like to ask you to please do so. This has been my presentation on the youth supporters presentation on Kangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. We were able to do most of these activities online because of COVID-19, but it was a very new experience for me. The second class of the youth supporters will begin in March, and I'd like to ask you for your continued interest and attention. Please give another big round of applause to Seojin for his presentation. That was really amazing. I could see the amount of work and effort that had to go into by the youth supporters. I'm sure his parents are very proud. The youth supporters are really working very hard to promote the games to the world, and I do hope that you would all listen to what he said. Do like and subscribe the YouTube video.
Next, I would like to move on to a very well-known and successful TV meteorologist. She's now a TV personality and actress. Unfortunately, she could not join us here in PyeongChang, but she has a very important message that she wants to deliver to our audience here as well as the youth. So let us now invite actress An Hae-kyung. Please welcome her with a big hand.
자, 안혜경 씨 연결이 지금 돼 있나요? 안녕하세요.
Hello. Yes, hello. I am An Hae-kyung. Yes, once again, a big round of applause, please. Hello, everyone. I am An Hae-kyung, actress. And thank you very much for the invitation to PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. Park Seo-jun has given us a very good presentation on the youth supporters, and it was very interesting, and I truly hope for and wish for the success of Kangwon 2024. Due to COVID-19, many events are cancelled, so I really do not have a lot of opportunity to meet with you in person, but at least we have this online channel to take part in this event, so it's a great honor. Today, I thought about this topic, and I did give some good thought to what kind of message I can deliver. So it was very difficult to really pinpoint where I should start from. But I do want to say that do not be afraid of a new challenge. In many cases, if you do want to do something different, if you want to challenge, it's true that because you already know and experience the fruit of success, you want to experience that once again, so it enables you and it makes you really go for that new challenge. So many people would think that you can only challenge something when you do already have a track record of success. But I want to say that, no, you don't need that track record. Anybody can actually take up a new challenge. So today I would like to take the opportunity. It's not a very long time that was allotted to me, but I do want to talk about the importance of passionately taking up a challenge. I mentioned that in my introduction, I called myself an actress. But I think that there are those that are not aware. But in 2001, I started off as a meteorologist at the MBC broadcasting station. So it's about 20 years ago. And the department at the broadcasting station is very well known for being very conservative, because it's basically the news division. And you know, accuracy is important, and you really have to swiftly report the news, the facts. So it's true that many people in that division, in that department, is very conservative. So it's about being not subjective but more objective, and it's not about personality. But I think that I was a bit different. I had a different DNA, and compared to other reporters or meteorologists, I think that I was a little bit different. So I wanted to make it accurate. Of course, I wanted to make it interesting. But in addition to that, I really wanted to be more familiar with the audience. So I tried to find ways to get closer to the audience or the viewers. For instance, of course, right now I'm wearing a suit, but in the past, I did try to wear something more casual rather than a very formal suit. And if you look at in terms of how I deliver the news, I wanted to make it easier to listen to. I didn't want to make it too rigid. And it wasn't just about facts and just only facts. I wanted to exude that image where just by looking at me and my overall appearance and image, they would be able to know what the weather forecast would look like. So for instance, if we do have a rain forecast, what I did was I was wearing a raincoat, or I was holding an umbrella, or if it's supposed to be windy, I would be wearing a scarf. Or during the winter season, I would be wearing hats, gloves, mufflers, scarves. So I really wanted to be an active communicator for the viewers. So initially, some people criticized me because they thought that I really stood out excessively. And it's true that I was warned to stop doing what I was doing, but I think that the viewers had a different assessment, a different evaluation of my performance, because they thought that it was quite novice, they thought it was creative, and that enabled me to go outdoors, not in the studio, but really deliver the weather forecast in a different environment, in a more dynamic environment. And I'm sure that there are those that remember the times where what happened was I went around the nation and delivered this weather forecast live. And I remember I was traveling nationwide, and I also actually had a live broadcast at Dokdo Island. And I thought maybe it will lead me to go to even North Korea someday. But that was an idea that was in my mind, but I couldn't make it to North Korea, which was quite unfortunate. But at any rate, I basically thought that I was living my prime years as a meteorologist 6 years back. So I thought that I wanted now a new title. That was during my prime years. I just didn't want to be noted as a meteorologist, but I wanted to pursue a different dream. So what I did was I left the broadcasting station, the company. And many people say that when you are at your prime, you can try for a new challenge. So that's what I did, basically. And afterwards, I was a MC in various events or programs, entertainment programs, and of course, I had many programs that I was involved, but there was something that I disregarded. I actually believed that everything may guarantee a success, but what happened was I left NBC. It was a full-time job, but when I started to freelance, everything was a zero. All started off from square one. It was zero base. So in other words, what would happen if I don't take up a challenge, if I don't put in the efforts, I would go nowhere. I found out that there will be no goals to pursue if I do nothing. It was quite different from a full-time job. So everything was quite new for me. And naturally, I saw the programs, the number of programs that I took part go down. And the moment that I found out that I wasn't successful as a freelancer, it was quite depressing, and it was quite difficult for me for a couple of years. So I thought, what could I do better? Is there anything that I could do well? And why am I here as a TV personality? these TV shows, how long will I be able to continue on with my career? And if I just sat there and just gave up on everything, I think that I wouldn't be here to meet with you to deliver my message. But it actually served as an opportunity for me to take up another challenge, to try new attempts. And I think that has brought me here in front of all of you. And of course, I made many attempts. I took up many challenges. And of course, I wasn't always successful. There were certain programs or shows where, due to sluggish ratings, it just it disappeared. And the management company that I was a part of went bankrupt. And there were all sorts of things that happened. And as you know, what's the most difficult part as a celebrity is when you're forgotten, when the name An Hae-kyung is forgotten in the minds of the viewers, the people. That's really scary. And I think that, I thought, I've bottomed out and I can just start again. I can start anew. So that really helped me get back on my 2 feet. And what I did was to go back on the passion to act. I did start out as a freelancer and as an actress, but I really didn't have much knowledge in acting. Of course, I did not major that at school, so I really had to start from the basics. It was about joining a theater club, and it was about taking acting lessons or drama lessons. So I thought that it was important to make sure that I can build upon what I learned. It wasn't just about ambition or passion. And even right now, I take part in auditions. Sometimes I'm successful, sometimes not. So still, as an actress, I'm still going through this process of trying to build myself and grow myself into an actress. And I think that the best capability that I have is probably my speaking skills, maybe being a good MC, a good moderator. I think this is something that I do well. This is a competency that I have, but the fact that I want to go into drama and acting, it's something that I want to do well, not something that I do well, but something that I want to do well. So that's why I'm continuing on to take up this challenge, and I dream of becoming an excellent actress. And of course, it's great if you can only pursue this sole career, but as you know, that wasn't possible for me. And whether I liked it or not, it was true that I experienced various different situations and programs, even within the entertainment business. And was faced with a number of challenges and incidents. And as you know, there was also a TV show, The Burning Youth, where this enabled me to raise my prominence. And I've also tried to I tried to take part in these shows as a familiar face for viewers, and there are also these TV programs I was a part of that consisted of a number of women celebrities together. So I tried to contribute. And in these TV shows and entertainment programs, I was able to understand some other strengths that I had, and it was rewarding for me. And one thing that I want to mention is there was the soccer TV program, and I was the goalkeeper in that program. And you may think that this is a very lonely job or a lonely position, but I think that it's basically the front runner in defense. Of course, you cannot win every game, and it would be great if you can, but of course you lose. And if you think about losing the game, it depresses you, but you cannot win every game. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And only when you lose, I think, comes with future success. So through this entertainment reality programs, this soccer program with other celebrities, I was able to once again define what challenge and success was all about. And this has actually led for me to understand what would be the rewarding experience for me. So this was also a very good opportunity for me to define the yardstick of success. So anything that you would be starting anew, or it would be a first for you, I think this experience eventually becomes a great asset for you. So the acting, the drama, all of the TV shows that I'm involved in, of course, have both success and failure. But regardless of the result, this all will be an important asset for me in my future life. So for some, may think that it's a luxury to fail. But I think that it's about making new attempts, taking up the challenge, and all of this, the failure, the experience of failure will, of course, provide you with the power to be successful. So I also will continue on to challenge myself, even amidst the failures, and I would like to ask you to do the same. So you need both. You need both failures as well as successful experiences. So today we have excellent weather today. It's very mild, and some ask me, what kind of weather do you like the most? And well, the weather, it wasn't, well, for me, I thought that only, bright, mild, shiny, sunshine, it would be the best. But sometimes we would have snow, sometimes we would have rain, but it really depends on what you experience on that day, the memory. So for me, I joined MBC, and the first day, it was very rainy. So, rain for me is not a negative. So I hope that you all do have these interesting and memorable events, whichever that may be, because that all depends on your experience and your circumstances. And I really want to say that failure is not something bad. And anybody has the opportunity to be successful, and everybody has the freedom to fail. So do not be afraid of failing. I truly hope that you enjoy PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022, the remaining event, and I wish for the success of Gangwon 2004. And with that, let me conclude my remarks. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Have we lost her, or is she still there?
Well, for our youth here today, taking up the new challenge, we do have our youth supporters, and we also have those that are preparing for the Gangwon Youth Olympics. So would you like to maybe deliver your message of support, any encouragement for those gathered here today? So all of our youth, our members, I know that it may be challenging, it may be a bit difficult in preparing for the event, and it's probably a first for you, and I'm sure that there may be a lot of complexities in the process, but you have many people that would be helping you out. And if we really join hands, if we work as a team, I do know that it's going to be a successful event. So dream big, and I really hope that you continue on to take up the challenge. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. And why don't we give a great hand of support for her passion. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us.
I think that taking on these new challenges is very meaningful, and I myself is always taking on new challenges. I think it's a very great word, that to take on new challenges on, and I think that this would be a very encouraging set of remarks for our youth athletes. Next, we'd like to hear from the IOC Head of Communications for Asia, Nancy Park, and we are going to have a short interview between Nancy Park and a member of the youth supporters. We'd like to greet her by video. And yes, so we'd like to have our youth supporter up to the stage. Please give them both a big round of applause. Please welcome Seojun again to the stage. And we are seeing Miss Nancy Park now. Please give Miss Nancy Park a big round of applause as well. Yes, so I'm going to ask Seojun, are you going to be asking the questions in English? So yes, for that, I'd like to ask you to please set your receivers to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. I should probably pick up a receiver myself. And I would like to ask Ms. Nancy Park for her self-introduction first.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. It's really exciting to speak on behalf of the International Olympic Committee and speak towards the excitement that is coming for Gangwon 2024. It's really a great opportunity for me to be here among the next generation, to just come off the back of the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022, the successful games that we've just had there, and looking forward to the next event on our Olympic calendar, which is Gangwon 2024. So thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and I look forward to working with the youth of Korea to promote Gangwon 2024.
네, 통역기를 제가 안 끼고 있어서 마무리.
So unfortunately, I don't have my receiver on, so I'm going to assume that the remarks have ended and hand over the microphone to Seo-jun, and he is going to engage in a conversation with Nancy.
Hello, how are you?
It's good, thanks.
Yes.
This is yeah. This is Seo-jun Park, youth supporter of 2024 Winter Youth Olympics. First of all, it's so honor for me to have an interview with you. Since now you work for the IOC and also worked as a spokeswoman and director of international media relations for the PyeongChang Organizing Committee for 2018. I want to ask you what was the most difficult or proud point since you work for IOC?
Well, thanks. First of all, it's great to meet you, and I'm really proud of all the work that you're doing for Gangwon 24. It's quite exciting to see how much work that you've done for the games.
Thanks.
In terms of all of the difficult moments and the challenges, actually, I have to go back to my time in PyeongChang because one of my most memorable but most challenging experiences was working with the Republic of Korea and also the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So this experience of working with one of the most important Olympic values of peace, and as the legacy of the Olympic Winter Games PyeongChang 2018, I would say that experience was extremely memorable. And taking that legacy forward to Gangwon 2024 is also amazing, and that's also been taken with me towards my experience and my journey with the International Olympic Committee. So all of the legacies of PyeongChang 2018 continue with my work at the International Olympic Committee even now. And I would say that I'm really proud of that legacy. I'm really proud that the youth of Korea are able to receive that message, the message of the Olympic values, not only just excellence, friendship, and respect, but taking that legacy from PyeongChang and being able to know that the journey will continue with Gangwon 2024. And me being at the International Olympic Committee at the IOC, I think it's great to see that the youth of Korea will be able to take that legacy forward with Gangwon 2024. So your work at the ground level, working with the youth and this great audience of youth, I think that's a great opportunity for you to convey those messages forward. And I think that all of these experiences are great for the new generation as well.
Thank you for your response. You just mentioned that one of the most valuable virtue in all of the Olympics is the peace. And I want to ask you, what is the most significant value in your life?
Well, there's actually many values that I have in my life, but I think that one of the most important things, important for everyone, is really to have a lot of passion. And I think with whatever you do in life, as long as you do it with a lot of passion and a lot of thinking of the important values that you have in your life, I think that's what carries you throughout your journey. So whatever you do, whatever work that you have, whoever you meet, you can take that value of passion and really apply it to all areas of your life. And for me, that's been very important throughout my career since I started working for the Olympic movement, to really understand those important values and take them with me. It's been really important, and I'd like to really emphasize those kind of values that the young people should take and also carry with them throughout their journey as they move forward.
Yeah, thanks. I believe PyeongChang was remembered as one of the most successful and memorable Olympic among all the Olympic we have, and I believe the 2024 Winter Youth Olympic will follow that legacy of 2018 PyeongChang Olympics. And how do you want the 2024 Winter Youth Olympics to be remembered by people worldwide?
Well, taking the experience from PyeongChang, I think one of the most important things that we considered when we were doing the games was how can we get our messages of peace, not only the Olympic values, but the important part of peace and how peace is being promoted through sport, how we can convey those messages. And I think part of the success of the PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games was that we were able to really convey those messages throughout the journey of everyone, not just the athletes, but also everyone involved with the Olympic movement was able to take those messages and somehow carry some of that back to them wherever they lived in the world. And because of that very powerful legacy from PyeongChang, I think there's a really solid groundwork that is in place for youth like you. And I think the powerful vision that Gangwon 2024 has, that is an incredible opportunity because the vision of having the celebration of peaceful coexistence and unity through sport to create a better world is really a solid foundation for youth like you to be able to take those messages and be able to convey them to youth throughout the world, through the various methods that you have to connect with your own younger audience through the very many powerful platforms that are now in place. So I would want and I would expect that the younger generation take these Olympic values and really be able to apply them throughout the activities that you do, because it's really all about transformation. And what I really wanted to emphasize is that it's a new audience that you're dealing with. It's a younger generation, and it's actually a generation that I myself don't always connect with so easily. But now that you understand what the Olympic movement is all about, and you understand what it is the vision of Gangwon 2024 is, I think you are in a perfect position to be able to connect to the new audience, the new generation, and be able to relay those messages. Because as you know, the Olympic Games, it's the only sporting event in the world that brings together the world in peaceful competition. And when you think that all of these people are coming together and experiencing unity and solidarity, you understand that this is a great opportunity for youth like yourself to be able to connect with others through the Olympic values. And it's a unique opportunity that the Republic of Korea has at this time. And since it's the next event on the Olympic calendar, it is really an exciting opportunity to be able to take that journey of everyone involved in Gangwon 2024 and to once again talk about the powerful legacy of PyeongChang and connect that to Gangwon 2024 and really be able to reach a new audience through the platforms that younger people connect with these days and be able to really have a powerful impact on the world.
Thanks. To follow the strong virtues of Olympics and visualize that visions of youth in the Olympics, you just mentioned it is important to convey the message of peace not only to the athletes, but rather all the peoples worldwide. And how would the youth supporters at the 2024 Winter Youth Olympics promote the competition more widely to convey the piece of message you just mentioned?
Well, I would say that the competition itself, of course, the Olympic Games and the Youth Olympic Games, the core of the event itself is sport. But I think there's a lot of experiences that go beyond what sport can do. And so with this entire experience of connecting people through the Olympic Games and the Youth Olympic Games, I think that through programs like the Youth Supporters, I think what you're able to do is talk about that journey and talk about those transformative experiences and really be able to take that to a new level as you try to reach the new audiences. So it's not just about just promoting the sport itself, but it's also about promoting the Olympic values, and also promoting the strong messages of peace. So with what has happened with the recent Olympic Winter Games, with PyeongChang in Korea, I think people remember the PyeongChang Games being a peace games. And so what you can do as a youth supporter is take some of those experiences and be able to try to relay those values through the various activities that you do. As long as you remember the vision of what Gangwon 2024 is trying to achieve in the future, I think it's a great opportunity for you to convey the messages, not just about sport itself, but also about all of the very transformative experiences to be able to take that forward so that Gangwon 2024 also has a legacy that it can leave behind, not just be a smaller version of the Olympic Games, but to be able to take those values, to take Gangwon 2024 to a new level and to a new generation and really leave that powerful legacy going forward.
Thank you for all the advice that how the Olympics should take from the strong legacy from previous PyeongChang Olympics in 2018. And do you have any advice for teenagers or athletes who are participating in the 2024 Winter Youth Olympics?
Well, I would have a lot of advice, but if I had to pick one, I would say that it's a very unique opportunity to meet youth from around the world, and it's a very unique opportunity to form friendships and be united with the youth of the world. Because, as I say again, the Olympic Games is a very, very special event. And with what is going to happen in the Republic of Korea, you can say that the youth of the world will come together, and you want them to remember the Gangwon 2024 Games in a way that they take these kind of messages throughout their entire life. And I think that's the real goal of what you're trying to do as a youth supporter. You want people to remember the Gangwon 2024 Games, not only just for the good sport that you kind of experience here. You want people to enjoy that feeling of unity, the feeling of solidarity, knowing that they had somehow experienced the Olympic values, and to take that in their heart and take it with them to wherever they're traveling back to, where is their home. And if you can take that experience, then people can take that journey, take that experience with them as part of their journey as they grow older, to think about all those Olympic values and the powerful impact that it had on their life. And this is part of your role as a youth supporter, to help aid that transformative experience, to build a legacy for Gangwon 2024. But I think it's all based on something that is very important to me, which is, again, the passion. If you're very passionate about this task, if you're very passionate about the work that you do, then you will have an impact. Even if you think it's in your own very small way, there will be an impact. And as long as you think about you and also all of your friends and the people that you work with as a youth supporter, if you always think about the vision of Gangwon 2024 and brainstorm the ways that you can take that experience and try to have others also receive that message, I think that is one of the things that will be lasting and will become a lasting legacy for Gangwon 2024. So it's a huge task. But I think that if you're up for the task and if you're passionate about it, you can really take and have these transformative experiences and take them forward with you on your journey. And I say it's a huge task, but it's actually extremely rewarding task as well, because your messages will be received around the world. So I commend all the efforts that you're doing.
Yeah, it is the hard task, but as you advise, I, as a youth supporters, also try to to take the legacy of Olympics with the passion which you mentioned. It is one of your most significant values in your life. And yeah, it was all of my question. So yeah. Thank you for the all the responses, and it was a great time to have a conversation with you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, and you're a very good interviewer, I would say. Your English is really great. I don't know how you're learning that at school, but very proud of all the work that the youth supporters are doing. Looking forward to all of the new activities and the activations that will be taking place in the future. I will be working with the Gangwon 2024 organizing committee in the future, and I think your role to relay those messages and to really support the transformative experiences for youth in Korea, but also around the world is very important. So thanks for all the work that you do, and I look forward to working with you as you reach that new audience, but also to get across the very important messages that we've had and continue the legacy from PyeongChang 2018 to have a very powerful legacy for Gangwon 2024. So thanks for the opportunity, and if there's an opportunity to speak with you again, I look forward to that opportunity as well.
I also look forward with you. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Ms. Nancy Park, the head of communications for Asia at IOC, for her great responses to the questions posed by our youth supporter. And of course, I would like to thank Seo-jun, the youth supporter who posed such excellent questions as a great interviewer. They both have the same last name, if I'm not mistaken. They both have the last name of Park. And I would also like to thank the simultaneous interpreters, because without them, I probably would not have understood the conversation. In any case, I would like to thank the supporters. Through the work of the supporters and through this video and the promotional videos made by the supporters, I think that more people around the world would get to know more about the 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. Now we might like to move on to the last item on today's agenda. On your way in, you probably would have seen the 5-line poem, a quiz competition that we have going on right now. And we're going to put to a vote, and there are people who would get the highest number of votes, and these 5 people walk away with gifts. The staff are holding up these different boards, and they're trying to hide their faces, probably because we're streaming on YouTube. But in any case, we're going to take a look at this. I'm going to ask Kim Cha-min, Secretary General, is going to come up to the stage because he is going to be the one who will hand out the gifts to 5 winners. Let's take a look here. I think that we see here that the highest number of votes, there's the most number of votes here. This is a 5-line poem. Can we... So I'm sorry, we cannot ask you to recite out loud because of COVID-19 guidelines. But in any case here, Pyeong, do you remember the cheers from PyeongChang Olympics? Chang? It was from the PyeongChang Winter Olympic Games. Or, again, we can all come together for Gangwon. Lim. It has a lot of impact and emotion because the youth are our future. Pick fiction. The truth will provide us with much more emotions. We can't wait to hear more from and see more from Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games. Who was the person responsible for composing this poem? It looks like Seo-jun, one of the youth supporters, has composed this poem. So I'm going to ask Secretary General Kim to hand him the gift. Please give him a big round of applause. Seo-jun, would you like to please come up to the stage? The youth supporters and the organizing committee have worked together to prepare this contest, and our Secretary General is going to hand you with a gift. Oh, and we're also going to take a photo. Please move to the left. 1, 2, 3. We've been seeing a lot of Seo-jun on the stage. Well, why don't we give him a big round of applause? Let's go to the next poem here. Pyong, I've waited a long time for 2024, and I've prepared for this moment. I've had a lot of difficulties, but this year I'm also going to be separated from my spouse in the weekend, and I might have to sign the divorce papers. It looks like this may have been written by staff, but in case the divorce papers would not stop me, I'm going to do my best so that we can have a successful Winter Youth Olympic Games. Who wrote this poem? Or did this person run away? Or is refusing to attend? Or are you this person? Did you write this? No? Did you write this? Okay, yes. Please come up to the stage. Yes, I know how busy it must be. 2024 is not that far away, and you've prepared for this for the 2018 PyeongChang Olympic Games and now the 2024 Gangwon Winter Olympic Games. I know this is going to be very difficult, so we're going to thank you and take a commemorative photo. Have you signed the divorce papers? Or no? No? Okay. Let's be careful what we say because this is going to be broadcast live. Now we'll move on to this poem here. I see a lot of votes here. Pyong. Is it Pyongyang? Or the world was very surprised that the Winter Youth Olympic Games is going to be held in PyeongChang. The world is going to focus again on PyeongChang. We have all waited so long for this moment, for peace and harmony, because the Peace Olympic Games allow for peace. And now we will have this Peace Olympics one more time, Gangwon 2024. Who wrote this poem? Yes, thank you very much for this. And the last line in particular is very memorable. Again, I think she is a member of the organizing committee. Starting with the first line, asking, is it Pyongyang or PyeongChang? We were very surprised when we heard that announcement. That's true. Yes, we are now going to hand you with the souvenir and also take a commemorative photo. Yes, I remember that was a really surprising moment, but we've forgotten it now, and now we're moving on to the 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. I also see a lot of votes here. PyeongChang Olympic Games were held 4 years ago. Yes, and we had the Beijing Olympic Games. Can we see another round of passion and harmony? The Beijing Olympic Games showed me that I should try to look up where the next Olympic Games are going to be held. It says the internet said that the next games are going to be held in Gangwon, the Winter Youth Olympic Games. Let's go watch the games together with my friends. Go for the best pick to Gangwon 2024. Who wrote this poem? It must be a supporter. This means that the supporter is somewhere working outside or somewhere in the venue, so we're going to make sure that the gift is handed to him or her. Thank you very much. And our last winner is here. There's a lot of votes here, although the poem looks simple enough. Pyong. What do you think of when you hear the word PyeongChang? Of course, the Olympics, place of harmony. Oh. And now, the next Olympics will be held in 2024, Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games. It's time for us to pick the next winner. Who wrote this poem? Yes, please come forward. It looks like you are a youth supporter. Yes. I thought that was really very refreshing because not many people use this kind of expression over the age of 35. So thank you very much for your contribution. We're also going to take a commemorative photo. Thank you for that.
해주신 우리 사무총장님께
We should also give another big round of applause to Secretary General Kim Chul-min.
우리 지금 들고 계신 분들 너무 팔이 아프실 것 같아요.
I think that these people here holding up the boards might have very sore arms right now. I thought that this is very simple. 평, peaceful and harmonious and just Olympics.
임금님도 함께 픽.
The king himself would come together for the right pick. Who wrote this poem? Who wrote this poem?
안 계신가요?
I don't think this person is present here. Or maybe this person is too embarrassed to step up.
서포터 분이신 것 같은데, 그렇죠?
It might be a youth supporter. The youth supporter will be outside working as well, engaged in different activities. So if you find this person, please note this person that this person is also eligible for a gift. I have made that decision.
제가 보기에는 노래도 하나 누가 적어.
I think there was also a song here.
핑미 요거 요거 우리 서준.
Here. I think, was this written by Sojun? No?
자, 우리 핑미가 있었는데.
Pick me, pick me.
어떤 분이신지. 박서준 친구 맞나요, 이거? 네.
Did you write this? You've really written a lot of poems. You're very talented.
아, 그러면 요것도 제가 읽어드리고 오늘 부모님이랑 같이 왔으니까요. 이거
So I'm going to read this as well.
엄마가 굉장히 좋아하시죠.
And I also have a present that I've prepared, and I'm going to make sure that this present goes to your mother. PyeongChang, let's meet together in PyeongChang. The 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games would be a way for us to recreate that moment for peace, reconciliation, and coexistence for a better future.
감동에 벌써부터 설레고 두근두근.
I'm so excited for what will come. The moment is drawn near. The success of PyeongChang will be connected on and led on by
서준이 가자.
Kangwon. Pick me, pick me.
불쌍하고. 자, 우리
Would you like to do the honors of doing pick me, pick me?
직접 어떻게? 픽미야. 네, 자 우리 픽미. 신나는 음악처럼.
It says pick me, and we can meet again in PyeongChang in Gangwon.
당첨된 선물은 저희 어머님께 전달을 해요.
The presents will be handed to your mother.
오늘도 같이 와주셨어요.
I know that she has traveled a long way from Daegu to be with us, so this is a present
드리도록 하겠습니다.
for your mother,
오셨고.
as you have traveled a long way to be here with your son, taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
전달해드리겠습니다. 박수 보내주시고요.
Please give her another big round of applause.
예쁘시지만 더 예뻐지시라고 저희 미용 비누를 좀 준비해.
I have some soap that I have prepared for you.
때문에 촬영해야 될 것 같아요.
So yes, I think that we should also take a commemorative photo here.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 자 우리 마지막으로 하나만 더.
So we will go to the last poem because these staff members are really having sore arms holding these up. So we're going to choose one more.
좀 많이 지금 올라와 있는데.
There are a lot of poems written here.
14번요?
14. Did you write this yourself?
느낌이? 자, 근데 너무 심플한데. 네. 자.
It looks very simple, but it says PyeongChang in PyeongChang. There are fabulous Olympic Games.
픽하면 바로 당신.
If you pick the winner, you will win. Did you write this yourself? No?
어떤 분이시죠?
Who wrote this?
안 계신가요 지금? 자 지금 자리에 계시지 않는 거.
Yes, the author is not present here. Maybe this person, if we find out who this person is, we can have the gift handed to this winner. I'd like to thank everyone for watching this poem contest, and I would also like to thank the staff at the organizing committee. Yes, they are making sure that their faces are remaining hidden, and they're all dressed in black as well.
뜻깊은 시간 이렇게 또 마지막까지 오행시도 참여해 주신 우리 서포터 분들.
I would like to thank the supporters, all of the participants in this poetry contest, and the members of the organizing committee for their support. With that, we'd like to conclude Sports Session 2 at PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022. I'd like to thank Ryu Seung-min, the chairperson of the Legacy Foundation, and Kim Tae-min, Secretary General of the Organizing Committee. I would like to thank everyone who has traveled a long way to be with us today, and all of the participants who are joining us online on YouTube and the online broadcast. Thank you very much for your participation. Beginning at 5 o'clock, there's going to be the UN SDGs 2 session that will be held in this very room, so we ask you to stay tuned. We'll see you tomorrow, or we'll see you next year. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us.
와우. 와.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sageunjin Beach. Sageunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, But this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula ski resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do. but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hill's Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 8만 광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아.
Clean Highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. the clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm, delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanwoo, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang, is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai gagné 10 ans ma vie en Haïti. Moi, lever à 7 heures chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais venir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique, pour me capable de servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable de venir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec tes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci en pile Korea.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 2022
Yes, thank you very much and welcome to PyeongChang Peace Forum 2022.
SDGs 두 번째 세션.
This is the second UN SDGs session. My name is Kim In-hye. I will be your mistress of ceremonies. This is the last session for today.
피곤할 법도
I'm sure many of you might be a little bit tired,
분들께 감사하다는 말씀 드리겠고요.
but thank you so much for being with us. And also, I'd like to thank everyone who is joining us online. This is the last session, but
끝까지 함께 해주셨으면
I would like to say that we have very fruitful discussions planned today, so I'd like to ask you to stay on until the end. This session is held under the title of Global Challenges and State of Peace. In this session, we will be able to hear about the state of peace internationally around the world, and also we'll try to tie that in with UN SDGs.
이번 세션의 자작
Now I'd like to introduce our moderator for today.
아시아 지속 가능 발전
Our moderator is the coordinator for APSD, the Asia Civil Society Partnership for Sustainable Development. I'd like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Anselmo Lee.
감사합니다. 환영하십니다.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to welcome you all to PyeongChang.
Welcome to PyeongChang Peace Forum edition number 4, especially session on global challenges and state of peace. My name is Anselmo Lee. I'm the moderator of today's session and also, as introduced, regional coordinator of APSD, Asia Civil Society Partnership for Sustainable Development. At the same time, I have another head, co-representative of Pax Christi Korea. So welcome to the session once again. Let me introduce the session program. As you know, we have 3 or 4 speakers, 3 speakers in the screen. The one more will join soon. As we see the agenda, there are 2 types of agenda. First 2 speakers will address global state of peace today, 2022. And then last, number 3 and number 4, we will come down to Korean Peninsula, the regional issues, Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia nuclear-free zone. So these 2 big topics. But we did not invite too many discussants because we want to go deeper. We want to have a more in-depth discussion with this top expert today, unlike other sessions where there are many panelists. So I believe we have enough time to go into details of your presentation and also interactive discussion among panelists and also, if possible, with some of the audience. All right? So let me introduce 4 speakers. First, Patricia Garcia from IEP, Institute for Economics and Peace. Because this session is organized in partnership with the 2 organizations, there is IEP and PNND, Parliamentary Network for Nuclear Disarmament. Okay, Patricia, you introduce more about what you are doing before you speak. And Alan Ware is the coordinator of PNND. And he was, I think, the regular participants of PyeongChang all the time from the beginning, 2 times in person, 2 times virtually. I hope we can meet next year or face-to-face so that we can go even deeper into the issues we are discussing. Alan Ware, hello. Hello, Alan. Where are you now? You are in Europe or New Zealand?
Prague, Czech Republic.
Prague.
Hello, everybody.
So it must be in the morning, right? Early in the morning. Good morning.
Yes.
And Patricia, you are in where? Sydney, right? Sydney, Australia.
That's right, Sydney, Australia.
Okay,
That's
two hours ahead of Korea, so it must be evening. And then now the Tadashi Inuzuka. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. He has a very interesting project, 3+3. 3+3. You are based in which city in Japan?
I'm based in Tokyo.
Tokyo. Okay, so we have Sydney, Tokyo, Prague, Europe. If John joined, he's from, I think, Geneva or New York. So this is a truly global dialogue around the PyeongChang Peace Forum. Okay, without further ado, let me invite Patricia Garcia to present very interesting, very recent, the new report about global peace. Patricia, you have about 15 minutes plus. Okay.
Thank you very much, Anselmo, and I'd like to thank the hosts and organizers of the PyeongChang Peace Forum for inviting me to speak with you this evening. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Garcia. I'm the Partnerships Development Manager with Institute for Economics and Peace. I'd like to first acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land on which I'm meeting with all of you today, the land of the Kamaragal people of the Eora Nation. And I'd like to pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. I'd like to start with just giving a brief overview of IEP's work on global issues. And I'd just like to start with sharing some slides. I hope you can all see the slides.
Okay, not yet. So Sydney is very far from here. So it's now the crossing over the Pacific. 준비됐나요?
Are we ready with the slides?
Just like to start now to
Okay,
say
now it's
that
okay. Now it's okay.
the Institute for Economics and Peace is an independent, not-for-profit think tank dedicated to building a greater understanding of the key drivers of peace, as well as identifying the economic benefits that increased peacefulness can deliver. The aim of IEP is to shift the mindset of people to a focus on peace as a positive, tangible, and achievable measure of human well-being and development. We have international offices in New York, Mexico City, Brussels, The Hague, and our Harare in Zimbabwe. And also our headquarters is based in Sydney, Australia. A little bit more about IEP. Our research is used extensively by organizations such as the OECD, Commonwealth Secretariat, the World Bank, and the United Nations. Our work includes more than 1,000 is included in more than 1,000 university courses, and we have trained over the last 4 years 3,000 IEP ambassadors from 105 countries. We've had over 200,000 downloads of our IEP reports in the last 12 months. Focusing on our research, I'd like to just start by talking a little bit about our research and our key research reports being primarily the groundbreaking Global Peace Index. We also have produced the report called Positive Peace Report, and also in 2020, the inaugural Ecological Threat Register report. Starting with the Global Peace Index, we have our recent 2021 Global Peace Index. It's now in its 15th year, and the Global Peace Index ranks 163 countries by looking at the measuring the absence of violence or the fear of violence in 163 countries. We use 23 indicators which are weighted on a 1 to 5 scale, and 1 being the highest level of peacefulness, to 5 being the lowest level of peacefulness. With these 23 indicators, we have grouped these 23 indicators under 3 domains. These domains are called domestic and international conflict. The second domain is safety and security, and the third domain is militarization. And as you can see here, we have got specific indicators which measure domestic international conflict, safety and security, and militarization. I'll go back to just the details of our first report, the Global Peace Index. And just to highlight some of the key findings of our 2021 Global Peace Index. The key findings of the Global Peace Index 2021 showed that peacefulness, this is overall on a global scale, peacefulness deteriorated slightly between 2020 and 2021. We had an increase in violence between 2020 and 2021, an increase in militarization, particularly money spent on armaments and on personnel. We also had a deterioration in internal security and crime. What was most interesting as well in the GPI 2021 index was that we had an increase in violent demonstrations and political instability between 2020 and 2021, as well as less deaths from internal conflicts and less deaths from terrorism. Overall, peace has deteriorated since 2019 until now, relatively in a small way, not in a big way, but in a small way. Coming back to our other important research report, the 2021 Ecological Threat Register, I'd also like to summarize some of the key findings of the Ecological Threat Register report. The Ecological Threat Register report, we call it the ETR, aims to show both exposure to ecological threats, as well as the ability of a nation to deal with ecological threats. The metrics and measures that have been developed in the ETR provide new tools to assess peace, climate, ecological threats, and their associated opportunities and interventions. What we have in the ETR is we are able to analyze a country's risk from water scarcity, population growth, food insecurity, natural disasters, rising temperature, and increased sea level rise. With these threats, we've been able to show some of the key findings of the recent Ecological Threat Register report, which is the 2021 ETR report. And some of the key findings we found from this report was that the issue of high levels of ecological threats, together with hotspots of low level of positive peace, are very much a very increasing trend around the world. And this is a very dangerous situation where we're finding that we're almost having a sort of situation where you have countries and regions that have high levels of ecological threats, and we're talking about what we just mentioned, the 6 areas, the six risks, such as water scarcity, food insecurity, rapid population growth, natural disasters, sea level rise, and rising temperatures. All of these risks in countries where this is very high, you also have low levels of positive peace. And this, in many ways, will only create possibilities of leading the country to possible violence. And this is a situation that we have found in our latest report, particularly in the sub-Saharan region, focusing on particularly the region of the Sahel, where there's been a high level of water scarcity, food insecurity, and population growth, which has contributed to that region to have some of the highest level of ecological threats and risks, compounded by low level of positive peace. The Southern Africa region also has very similar high level of ecological risks, together with compounded with low level of positive peace. And the third region with very similar combination of high ecological threats together with low level of positive peace is the Central Asia region, in particular Afghanistan and Iran. What we're trying to show in this report is that this combination of high ecological risks with what we call the positive peace hotspots or the low positive peace hotspots can lead to crises such as large numbers of people to become displaced, leading to a crisis, a refugee crisis, displaced populations. And this can also have what we call a contagion effect on other countries that normally would not have been susceptible to any crisis as a result of forced displacement and increased numbers of refugees flowing into other countries and neighboring countries. The important lesson we want to get from this report is that if we can work on building community resilience, socio-economic resilience of a community and a country, this will have an effect to be able to help that community or that country manage those ecological risks and be able to adapt to the shocks that the country is facing, and eventually to help it to prevent future conflict and crisis. I'd now like to move on to the key, most recent research work that we have produced, which is the Positive Peace Report 2022. And this report was just produced and launched last month. I'll just move on to, sorry about this, positive peace. IEP defines positive peace as the attitudes, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. As you can see here, the way we define and represent peace is as a two-sided coin. Most people, they define peace as the absence of war, the absence of conflict, and absence of violence. IEP calls this negative peace. And this negative peace is what we mentioned earlier, is what is produced in our Global Peace Index. Positive peace is the attitudes, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. And with the positive peace, we look at the common characteristics that define the peacefulness of the most peaceful countries. In other words, we look at what are the factors, conditions that make a peaceful country peaceful. How we did this is we've developed what we call the Positive Peace Framework, or the 8 pillars of positive peace. This is a set of interrelated factors or pillars that together in combination are able to contribute to building positive peace. And the 8 pillars of positive peace are well-functioning government, equitable distribution of resources, free flow of information, high levels of human capital, good relations with neighbours, acceptance of the rights of others, low levels of corruption, sound business environment. We find with these 8 pillars that we are able to provide the optimal environment for human potential to flourish. Some of the benefits of increasing positive peace leads to stronger resilience, better environmental outcomes, as well as environmental management outcomes. And we also have high measures of well-being, better performance on sustainable development goals. Oops, sorry here, go back. High per capita income, sorry. We use a systems thinking approach when we work on positive peace. In other words, positive peace operates systemically. Through stimulating each of the pillars, the whole of the system is stimulated. Positive peace can be used to measure emerging qualities of a system as well as sunsetting qualities. Positive peace is an excellent example of resilience. Through stimulating each of the pillars, the whole system is stimulated. Systems operate through feedback loops, encoded norms, and a steady state, not through causality. Systems are not static, they have momentum. Positive peace measures the momentum. I'd like now to look at the Positive Peace Report specifically in some of the key findings we found from the Positive Peace Report 2022. This report is now in its 8th year. With the Positive Peace Report, we have also ranked 163 countries on their Positive Peace score using 24 indicators weighted on a 1 to 5 scale, similar to the Global Peace Index. IEP compiles the research data of some 25,000 data sets, statistical data sets, indexes and surveys to produce the Positive Peace Report. This is a world map to just show you as a quick glance at the Positive Peace scores, rankings of each country. And as you can see here, the dark color shade of blue is the highest level, very high level of positive peace. And as the shade goes lighter to the lighter blue, it goes down to low level of positive peace. So you might want to look there. And I just want to draw your attention. If you look at the country of South Korea and North Korea in particular, you can see there a very strong light blue shade for North Korea and a dark blue shade for South Korea. The key findings of the Positive Peace Report showed that positive peace improved 2.4% globally in the past decade, and 126 countries became more peaceful while 37 deteriorated. The improvements in positive peace were primarily from the pillars free flow of information, good relations with neighbours, and equitable distribution of resources. Where we saw deteriorations in positive peace, these were mostly driven by changes in the attitudes domain and also significant deterioration in the low level of corruption pillar. In the last decade, we found that Syria and Libya had the largest deteriorations. North America was the only region to deteriorate. Uzbekistan and Georgia had the largest improvements. Asia Pacific had the largest regional improvement, and Europe remains the most peaceful region, but deteriorated on 4 pillars. The top 10 positive peace nations, as you can see here, and we have the bottom 10, in other words, the least positive peace countries what I'd like to do is just make some reference to the positive peace the trends and scores with South Korea and North Korea. South Korea ranks 19 in the Positive Peace Index in 2020. Since 2020, the rank has increased by 5 places. In terms of pillars, sound business environment was the most improved pillar. And the next most improved pillar was good relations with neighbors and free flow of information. The pillar which deteriorated was well-functioning government. This is for the overall scores of positive peace with South Korea. Looking at the indicators that influence these the scores of positive peace, international tourism was the most improved indicator of positive peace, which contributed to the improvement of good relations with neighbors. The next most improved indicator was GDP per capita and individuals using the internet. So these were some of the indicators that actually influenced an improvement in positive peace for South Korea on those pillars. Looking at North Korea ranks 149 in the positive peace report in 2020, which is an improvement, again, by 3 ranks since 2009, when it ranked 152. With regards to the pillars of positive peace, 3 out of the 8 pillars deteriorated, and acceptance of the rights of others was the greatest improvement pillar for North Korea. This was followed by high level of human capital and sound business environment. Free flow of information was the pillar that deteriorated the most. And also this was followed by low levels of corruption and good relations with neighbors. I thought it would be good to focus on the positive peace trends and scores of South Korea, North Korea, because as a theme of this PyeongChang Peace Forum is to end the war in Korea. One of the things we could do is how we could build the socio-economic resilience and positive peace of South Korea and North Korea to be able, therefore, to ensure that we are going to be able to have a more peaceful society. And this is one way we could help to end the war, by contributing to building and improving the positive peace in the 2 countries. How we use our positive peace research. I'd like to just make a correlation between the Global Peace Index, Positive Peace Index measures, and also the Sustainable Development Goals, targets and indicators. There's a strong correlation between the Global Peace Index and Positive Peace Index measures and the 12 targets of the SDGs 16, which is the goal of peace, justice, and strong institutions. What we found is that by improving the positive peace pillars, the 8 pillars of positive peace, we are able to also help to improve and progress the Sustainable Development Goal 16 in each country. So there's a strong correlation and alignment between the 8 pillars and also those 12 targets in SDG 16, as well as the 7 other related SDGs that are linked closely with SDG 16. We're talking about SDG 4, SDG 5, SDG 8, SDG 10, SDG 1, SDG 3. In other words, there are not only SDG 16, which has a strong correlation and alignment with the indicators and measures that we use in the Positive Peace Index and the Global Peace Index, but also the other goals within the SDG 17 agenda. Together with IEP's research, IEP also conducts peace education and training, especially with the delivery of positive peace workshops, the IEP Ambassador Program, and online academies, such as the Positive Peace Academy and the Religions and Peace Academy. As you can see here, we've already conducted more than 17 workshops with our global partners in countries such as Uganda, Kenya, Colombia, Libya, Thailand, Mexico, Cambodia, Australia, and many more. We have trained 1 million people on positive peace, and we have, as mentioned earlier, trained over 3,000 IEP ambassadors in 106 countries. The online academies, in particular, the Positive Peace Academy and our Religions and Peace Academy, which was launched last year, provides a free short online course to give an introduction on positive peace. The Religions and Peace Academy was a collaboration between IEP and the Religions for Peace, which is the world's biggest coalition of interfaith groups. And IEP and Religions for Peace produced the Religions and Peace Academy as a free, short online course that looks at the links between religions and peace and how religions can contribute to positive peace. I'd like now just to finish with just showing you how you could get in contact with us. For those of you who would like to get involved more with IEP, we have our information, particularly all our reports and our publications are available for free and can be downloaded on IEP's website, visionofhumanity.org. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. Let's give a big hands to Patricia. Let me say this part in Korean. 선생님 너무 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Patricia Garcia. I gave you some more time than was actually allotted to you in the schedule because I understand that you were giving the presentation on behalf of Mr. Allen as well because you are both from the same organization. So we wanted to give you sufficient time to explain the activities at IEP. If we go to the exhibit in Jeju, there is an award there. I believe there is a museum there and there is a wall there on peace. And my understanding is that they use data from IEP, but it just says Peace Index and Global Peace Index and not necessarily about IEP. I wanted to better share with people here that IEP is really involved in all of these different efforts because they're working on the data that can really tell us in measurable terms how positive peace and different peace-related activities are going up or down. And this is very important information. And these reports are coming out each year, so they can be very helpful for us.
So let's go to the second speaker. He's not academic anymore. So now the action, the advocacy action, the Alan Ware, the PND coordinator. Could you please introduce briefly about PNND, and then you can explain about your activities, particularly your priorities 2022. Alan, you have about 10 to 15 minutes, please. Alan Ware, please. Yes, right, that's correct.
Hello, thank you very much. Just check in, is the screen share working? Do you see my PowerPoint?
Not yet. I believe it's coming soon.
We just have a technical problem.
Let me,
do you see the PowerPoints?
not yet. Are you uploading yourself or the secretariat?
No, I shared it from here.
Okay. Okay, now it's okay. Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Anselmo. And first, let me thank the PyeongChang Peace Foundation and the organizers of this event for an incredible forum to follow up on the Olympic Peace Initiative 2018 and to take forward sports diplomacy for peace and disarmament. I'm not going to be talking about sports diplomacy, although I give my full support and am very engaged in support and in that process. But I'm going to be talking about nuclear disarmament, common security and sustainable development. The topic of my talk is from nuclear threats to human security, turning back the hands of the doomsday clock. So in January the 22nd this year, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists reset the doomsday clock, which indicates how close humanity is to an existential catastrophe, and they reset it at 100 seconds to midnight. What this was indicating that there are a combination of threats that are basically existential to humanity and to human survival. One is the increasing conflicts between nuclear powers and the risk of nuclear war and the ongoing nuclear arms race. Another is the climate crisis, and a couple of others were the insufficient global cooperation on the COVID pandemic. In addition, the erosion of scientific evidence-based policymaking and disinformation campaigns, and the rise of disruptive technologies. These are technologies which can disrupt our public health systems and other systems, including internet, cybersecurity, etc. These are a combination of conflicts and issues that are very serious for humanity. I'm going to address primarily the nuclear threat and the rising and the issues to do with the nuclear threat, including one of the environments where this threat is now playing out, and this is over the Ukraine conflict. And I'm in Europe, and we're very nervous about how things are developing. As you may have known, Russia yesterday announced that they're recognizing independent republics in the East Ukraine, sending in Russian forces. And just a few days before that, while European leaders and North American leaders were meeting in Munich for the Munich Security Conference in order to discuss these issues, President Putin was in a control room with the Belarus President Lukashenko, personally overseeing a test flight of a nuclear-capable hypersonic missile. And this was purposely publicized through the media as a signal, as an indication by Russia that the nuclear issue is very much part of this growing conflict, this escalating conflict in Europe, which is not just about Ukraine. It's about power politics between Russia and what they believe are their sphere of influence, and the US and NATO. So this is one of the areas where the nuclear risks are very high and possibly even increasing. There are other ones as well, including in the Northeast Asia region and also the India-Pakistan environment. So I'm going to talk about some key objectives with regards to the threat of nuclear weapons. The first is how to reduce the risks of nuclear war, prevent nuclear war. The second is how to shift governments to end the reliance on nuclear weapons in their security policies so we can move to abolish them. Tied up with that is a move not just away from nuclear weapons, but away from a focus on military security towards a higher or stronger focus on common security and human security. Just very briefly, common security is where, in order to enable your security, you're concerned not just about your own interests, but also the security interests of your adversary, understanding that if you try and increase your security by threatening adversaries, by making their security less, then it's unsustainable. A sustainable security is one in which conflicts are resolved, where there is the use of cooperation and conflict resolution mechanisms in international law, as opposed to military threats. And human security brings in the wider sustainable development goals, and it highlights that security is not just about protecting nation states, but it's actually about ensuring that the needs of humans are met. And then the final point here, which is also linked to the previous one, is shifting nuclear weapons budgets to support human security issues like climate protection, public health, and sustainable development. So the first area I mentioned is nuclear risk reduction, preventing nuclear war. And what are some of the elements that the nuclear abolition campaigners, the movement, that peace organizations and like-minded countries are trying to encourage to take place globally? The first key one is using diplomacy and common security in the conflicts involving the nuclear armed states. And here, as I've mentioned, there are different conflicts. The Ukraine is one which is very close to us here in Europe. The North Korea issue of nuclear weapons, and the disputes in the China Sea between China and Japan and others, of course, of great concern to those in the East Asian region. The India-Pakistan conflict is another. And all of those trying to encourage diplomatic approaches using common security mechanisms like the United Nations, mediation service, negotiation, use of the International Court of Justice, use of the Permanent Court of Arbitration. These are some of the tools, use of the OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. These are common security mechanisms and tools. The second one is upholding the norms or a taboo against nuclear weapons use. So far, nuclear weapons have not been detonated, used in an armed conflict since World War II. And part of the reason is because civil society and like-minded governments have been campaigning against the use of nuclear weapons and have been raising it over the decades since the use of nuclear weapons in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and have actually been successful in at least pushing the nuclear armed states to recognize that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. They recognize this, but they continue with policies to threaten the use of nuclear weapons. So we need to push them to follow up on that recognition with changing the policies. And part of that, how to do that, is to implement international law, which is already prohibiting the threat or use of nuclear weapons, and moving the nuclear armed and allied states to adopt nuclear risk reduction and disarmament policies like no first use. So I'll talk about a couple of those, nuclear weapons in the law, and then a bit about the no first use. So there is considerable law prohibiting the threat or use of nuclear weapons and requiring the elimination of nuclear weapons. So, for example, in 1996, the International Court of Justice, in its advisory opinion on the illegality of the threat or use of nuclear weapons, applied existing international law, which is binding on all states. This includes the laws of warfare, international humanitarian law, and the laws of peace and security. They applied this to nuclear weapons, and they affirmed that under this law, the threat or use of nuclear weapons is generally illegal, and there is an obligation to achieve complete nuclear disarmament. This was followed up in 2018 by the UN Human Rights Committee applying international human rights law. They came up with a similar conclusion, but using a different body of law. They used pretty much the right to life, which is in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and said that in order to adhere to that right, the threat or use of nuclear weapons is incompatible with that, and that states parties to the International Convention, which is virtually every country in the world, must refrain from producing nuclear weapons and destroy existing stockpiles. Implementing the law, of course, is a different question because it's not self-implementing. And this is where we as civil society, in cooperation with like-minded states, can elevate this law and challenge the nuclear-armed and allied states. One way of doing that is through the UN human rights bodies. So since the 2018 affirmation that the threat or use of nuclear weapons is a violation of the right to life, some organizations have been following that up by taking direct challenges to nuclear-armed and allied states when their turn comes up for review under the human rights treaties. And so we've already taken, for example, actions on the US, Russia, North Korea, Canada, France, Denmark, and we're now looking at following up because it's now coming around the time for review of India, the United Kingdom, Netherlands, and we'll be doing some more. The value of doing this is that if the human rights bodies pick up on key questions or key comments or key recommendations in the civil society statements to them and put those to the nuclear-armed states have got an obligation to reply, respond, and to address, how they are bringing their policies in line with the law. Now, if you're interested in this idea of how to take this issue into the human rights bodies and challenge the various governments and what the timelines are, then we have an event next Monday on nuclear weapons and human rights, where we'll have a mix of legal experts and also young activists, including some from countries that have been impacted by nuclear testing, to talk about those issues and how we're taking those cases and how people can be involved. Now, the next question I mentioned is reducing the risk of nuclear war taking place as an interim step before we can move the nuclear-armed states to agree to the complete elimination of weapons. And no first use policies are a very important step. What no first use means is if we can move a nuclear-armed state to accept this and advance a no first use policy, it means that they're saying that they will not initiate nuclear war in a conflict. And this is very important. If all of the nuclear-armed states agreed to this, then it's very much less likely that a conflict would turn into a nuclear conflict. This can be done unilaterally. China has already adopted a unilateral no first use policy. It can be done bilaterally. China and Russia have adopted a mutual no first use policy where they won't use nuclear weapons against each other. Why not push US and Russia to adopt a mutual no first use policy and ensure that they don't start a nuclear war against each other? We can also push all the states parties to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the nuclear armed states parties, to adopt something through the Non-Proliferation Treaty. These are some mechanisms. There's a lot of traction now building for the idea of no first use, including in the United States, where there are bills in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly has adopted resolutions for this, and there are many civil society initiatives with thousands of supporters, including former heads of government, former foreign ministers and defense ministers, supporting this idea of no first use as an interim measure to ensure we don't have a nuclear war and to pave the way then for negotiations to eliminate nuclear weapons. So then looking at if we can get the nuclear armed states to agree to eliminate nuclear weapons, how might that happen? Well, there are a number of initiatives. One of them is by the non-nuclear states who came together in the United Nations and drafted a treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. About 59 non-nuclear states have ratified that. I think over 80 have signed it. So this is a good step, putting forward the ambition of a nuclear weapons-free world. But the problem with this one at the moment is that all of the nuclear-armed states and all of the allied states have said they either oppose it or definitely won't join it. And so it's not applicable to them because treaties are only applicable to those states that are parties to them. So in order to get the nuclear-armed states, we need to move them on a framework or agreement to eliminate nuclear weapons. So I come to the next one, which is where there has been some interest and support from nuclear armed and allied states. That's a nuclear weapons convention or a framework of agreements that would include all of the nuclear armed and allied states, or at least most of them. The states parties to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which includes 5 nuclear armed states and all of the nuclear allied states. The nuclear allied states include Japan, South Korea, NATO countries, and Australia. They agreed in 2010 that there is an obligation for the states parties to build the framework for a nuclear weapons-free world, noting the proposal of a nuclear weapons convention or framework of agreements. So there's a start there. And there's UN resolutions, which many of them vote for, also supporting. Not all of the nuclear armed states support the UN resolutions, but there has been support also, as I mentioned, through the Non-Proliferation Treaty. So there's an opening there. But in order to move them to actual negotiations, we have to move further on encouraging these nuclear armed states to replace nuclear deterrence with common security. Because if they continue to rely and place a high level of reliance on nuclear deterrence, they will not participate in a negotiation in good faith. So how do we do that? Well, we need to emphasize that these conflicts and security issues can be resolved through common security mechanisms. Nuclear deterrence is not necessary to provide your security. But we also need to build the connections with the other security issues. I mentioned the human security issues. These are primarily expressed and advanced through the Sustainable Development Goals. So one key initiative is to get nuclear disarmament into the next round of the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 to 2045 Sustainable Development Goals. So this initiative has come from Hiroshima, from the Hiroshima Prefecture. They've got a lot of support now for this, and this is one way to build more cooperation between the nuclear disarmament movements and the sustainable development movements, because it's beneficial to both. Nuclear disarmament is beneficial to sustainable development, and sustainable development is beneficial to building the idea that we can have security without relying on military threat or use of force, and particularly not nuclear weapons. So one key expression of this connection between sustainable development and nuclear disarmament is this handbook, which was produced for parliamentarians primarily, but is valuable for everyone. And this is Assuring Our Common Future, Disarmament for Security and Sustainable Development. It builds off the report that the UN Secretary General released in 2018, which was called Securing Our Common Future, a disarmament agenda, which made the connections between disarmament and sustainable development. What this handbook here does, which is online, so you can access it anywhere there, is it gives a summary of what's happening in the international sphere, the UN processes on disarmament and sustainable development. It gives examples of good policies that have been adopted by governments, quite often through parliamentary action. It gives other recommendations for how to advance this, particularly through parliamentary action. And then the organizations which put forward this handbook, which is the Interparliamentary Union, that's 178 parliaments around the world, plus my organization, Parliamentarians for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, a couple of other parliamentary organizations, and World Future Council have been running a whole series of webinars on how to take forward different aspects of it. Disarmament for public health, disarmament for sustainable development, controlling small arms and light weapons, nuclear disarmament and human security. And so if you're interested, then please feel free to join some of those series of webinars. And then I'm now look more closely at what is this connection between the SDGs and nuclear disarmament. The primary connections between is what we call the climate nuclear disarmament nexus, the connections between climate action and nuclear disarmament. One of these is the budgets. $100 billion a year has been spent on nuclear weapons. This money is required to address the climate crisis and finance the SDGs. The second is that both climate crisis and nuclear disarmament and nuclear weapons have impacts that are trans-border and transgenerational. And what that means is that they require international cooperation and the building of common security. That there is importance to engage youth because this is affecting future generations. There are other connections as well. And so the development of these connections helps to build cooperation between the climate campaigns, the nuclear disarmament campaigns, and particularly the youth campaigns in both of those. And we're doing a lot of work on that. One aspect of that, as I mentioned, is moving the nuclear weapons money from the nuclear weapons to sustainable development to climate action. So there's a global campaign which was established by International Peace Bureau, the Interparliamentary Union, World Federalists, World Future Council and others, which has three key aspects to the campaign: cutting the nuclear weapons budgets, ending investments in the nuclear weapons industry, and that could be investments by governments, by banks, by pension funds, by individual investors, by universities. And here is just an example that 4 governments have already adopted policies to stop their public investments in the nuclear weapons industry. And then shifting those budgets and investments to instead support climate stabilization, public health, and sustainable development. And I just put one example there is a bill in the United States, invest in cures before missiles. And so cures, not ICBMs, which in nuclear weapons is intercontinental ballistic missiles. So that's a campaign to take that forward. And finally, all of these are coming together in an appeal, or an open letter, which anyone can support, which has those 4 key aspects: ending the nuclear arms race, stopping the production of nuclear weapons, shifting those budgets from the nuclear arms race to support public health, climate, phasing out the role of nuclear weapons, and committing to a time frame for the elimination of nuclear weapons. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to explore these connections between nuclear disarmament and sustainable development, to give some idea of some of the initiatives which are taking this forward. And here are some of the key organizations which are working cooperatively. There are many others, but these are some of the ones that are advancing these particular initiatives. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Let's give a big hands to very good articulation of the legal, political, and institutional framework about the issue of denuclearization. We have received 2 presentations. The first one was about more monitoring data where we are today, in terms of the Global Peace Index and the positive. And there is a similarity, connection already between these 2 presentations: ecological threat, and then nuclear, and then the climate and nexus. That's what we are trying to do, linking different initiatives to find the common ground for our common action. With this global input, now we are going to more specific issues. Now back to Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia. So we have 2 presentations. The first, let me invite Tadashi Inuzuka. He has been working and researching on the issue of how to denuclearize not only Korean Peninsula or Northeast Asia region, which is very challenging. You have about 10 to 15 minutes, Tadashi. Could you please use your PowerPoint? And then followed by Jonathan Frey from Geneva. He's also going to present his own ideas. We have only so we have 2 input from Japan and Geneva, and then we have an interactive discussion about denuclearization in Northeast Asia, of course, globally. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for giving me this great chance of talking about Northeast Asia nuclear weapon-free zone, which we've been working, together with Japanese parliamentarians and South Korean parliamentarians for a while. Can you see my presentation on the screen?
Oh, yes, now it's okay. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it's okay.
Great. So I was elected upper house member in Japan. My constituency was in Nagasaki. And that's why I know that all the kids in Nagasaki, elementary school, middle school, high school, they during their summer vacation on the 9th of August, they have to come to the school just one day to have peace education. That means they listen to Hibakusha's experience, and they discuss how do they go about how to create the world without nuclear weapons. And this has been going on for past 76 years. And that's why I think this is one of the reasons why when we take a poll in a Japanese population, 70% of the population is with the treaty of prohibition of the nuclear weapons, 70%, which is quite high. However, at the same time, when I talk to some people in Nagasaki, even in Nagasaki, there are people who wants to push for the nuclear Japan. I think this is the same as any other country, that there are people who are willing to risk in such direction. So what we are trying to do is to go for the very, very specific international treaty called 3+3. And we started the coalition to support this international treaty with a cooperation with the Sejong Institute in South Korea and University of Nagasaki Research Center for the nuclear abolition. So let me start. This is a photo of Korean Peninsula demilitarized zone, and 3 bars are flying over the fence. Come to think of it, the Berlin Wall fell at the end of the Cold War, but the 38th parallel is still dividing Koreans 76 years after the end of World War II. We are the Coalition for 3+3, a program of the World Federalist Movement Institute of Global Policy, inaugurated July the 7th last year. Our aim is to forge political will to establish a Northeast Asia nuclear weapon-free zone with a 3+3 comprehensive approach. Now, the proposed treaty is called 3+3 because a nuclear weapon-free zone consists of ROK, South Korea, DPRK, North Korea, and Japan, with related nuclear weapon states such as US, China, and Russia to guarantee not to attack or threaten the area by nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapon-free zone is based on the definition set forth by the UN General Assembly in 1975, and now 115 nations, 38% of the world population, most of the Southern Hemisphere, protected by such international law. Now, following photos of Korean demilitarized zone are borrowed from National Geographic magazine. The 4-kilometer wide, 250-kilometer long, heavily guarded demilitarized zone. The wire fence is illuminated at nighttime, guarded by military powers, and becoming a symbol of US-China Cold War and a serious nuclear threat. North Korea, China, and Russia to the north, and South Korea, US, and Japan to the south. The Northeast Asia is still in a state of war. On the other hand, when we look at once divided Germany, now the border between the East and West became the line called the German Green Belt. Once It was a symbol of US-Soviet conflict. Now it is a symbol of peace and German unification. And the area has been kept as a wildlife sanctuary. We believe now is the time for nuclear weapon-free zone, nuclear weapon-free Northeast Asia, by establishing a nuclear weapon-free zone with a comprehensive approach called 3+3. Now, a recent example of the elements of a comprehensive approach is shown here. The 3+3 approach starts with the termination of Korean War, mutual declaration of a non-hostile intent, economy and energy cooperations, establishing permanent regional security council, and establishing a Northeast Asia nuclear weapon-free zone. We, as a World Federalist Movement Institute for Global Policy, has a successful experience with CICC, which is Coalition for International Criminal Court, to coordinate efforts between civil society and politicians for past 25 years. And this is where I came to have experience, between politicians and the civil society really coordinating. Because as you know, most of the politicians are like department stores. Their interest is scattered in every areas. So they need to have a support from specialized civil society, focused on one area, which we have a very successful experience in 2007 ratification of the International Criminal Court by Japanese government. Now, the coalition for 3+3 started to mobilize members of parliamentarians of both ROK and Japan to forge political will necessary to start this process. Our short-term goal is the ROK and the Japanese government formally express its willingness toward Northeast Asia nuclear weapon-free zone. You don't have to do anything, but not either ROK or Japanese government or both government at the same time officially announce their intention to seek for such a possibility. And that's the short-term goal we are looking into. And once such an intention expressed by a government within the zone, it's been taken up to 35 years in case of Tlatelolco, South America and Caribbean nuclear weapon-free zone for the treaty to coming into force. It takes a long time. It may take a long time for such confidence-building process, but come to think of it, it is an effort of just one generation. With your supports and help, we believe we can achieve such sustainable peace in Northeast Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tadashi Junuka. I'm also very happy to see your title, WFM, the World Federalist Movement. I don't know whether you remember, we had the first PyeongChang Peace Forum 2019. Bill Pace, that time exec director of WFM, he came. He was one of the co-organizers of first PyeongChang Peace Forum. I really hope all four of you, I know the Jonathan, the next speaker, and then Alan, we were together 2 years ago visiting the DMZ, 2 years ago. But last year, we were not able to go there because of coronavirus. I really hope next year, Patricia with Tadashi, let's go to DMZ, and then there we can also follow up discussion and concretize your ideas of 3+3 at the front of the DMZ.
Great. Okay. Thank you for your idea.
Okay, and also, as I said, I have another head of Pax Christi Korea. We also joined the campaign for ratification of TPNW, we urge Korean government to sign and ratify, but as you know, it's not that easy. So we need to continue to build a bigger coalition, stronger coalition, to make sure that not only South Korea, Japan, North Korea, all the sign TPNW. So let's continue out of this session. Okay, now the last but not least, Jonathan Frey, he is representing Pax Christi International. He was 2 years ago to join this PyeongChang Peace Forum. So now you have also about 10 minutes to share your idea about the denuclearization in Korean Peninsula and also Northeast Asia. Please.
Thank you, Anselmo. Is my audio coming through?
Your PowerPoint? Not yet.
Can you hear my audio? One,
oh, yeah,
two,
yes,
three,
sir.
four,
It's
five.
loadable. Yes, okay, yeah. We can hear you, no problem. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. Since time is short, I'll stick quite closely to my prepared remarks, which are about 10 minutes. And I thank the previous speakers. It's been great to listen to you. I think you've laid a great banquet of ideas for peace building. It really fits together well. I, in fact, wanted to propose a diagnosis of our situation based partly on your work and a bit of a prescription for building peace on the Korean Peninsula in the context of a Northeast Asia nuclear weapon-free zone. I used the Global Peace Index as the shortest way to get into the topic, and I saw that ROK was 57 out of 163 countries, if you just use that index last year, and that DPRK was 151st out of 163 countries. That puts it back, unfortunately, to say, with Libya and Somalia and Iraq, places like that. Very sad. Troubling indicators. So what is the diagnosis? Well, for the diagnosis, I turned a little bit to the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda. And what stood out for me was the idea of security on 3 levels: human, national, and collective, liberating the world from nuclear weapons through non-use, and then regulating new types of weapons, especially autonomous weapons. I think we need to start thinking about those in the same breath as nuclear weapons. Attacks on civilian policies, and then a very beautiful one, put women and girls at the center of security policy. When will that happen on the Korea? What a place for it to happen. Then I also noticed the interesting concept about public goods and public bads, and how when you're low on high on public bads, you really have risks for warfare and harm. And that brought to me the situation, which isn't too far away from where the Peace Forum is meeting, what we saw when we went across the DMZ. And I think especially of the bizarre combination in DPRK between an increasing reliance on nuclear weapons and the endemic insecurity of food and agriculture in that country. What a worst case scenario we could think. Could Northeast Asia as a region respond just to that dilemma of negative North Korea? It sounds like a wish or a dream, but at this PyeongChang Peace Forum, I noticed quite a few inter-Korean initiatives: railways, tourism, sports. This would be the next slide, by the way. Sports and the Green Détente, which we saw nice pictures of in the German case, and where peace on the Korean Peninsula boosts global peace initiatives. And global peace initiatives foster Korean peace, a kind of virtuous cycle. Next slide, please. I'd like to apply these considerations to our task at this session by offering a diagnosis and a prescription for the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia, as I said. The first diagnosis point is the virus. Let's think in terms of the pandemic. The virus of nuclear weapons is endemic in Northeast Asia. Maybe it's the oldest the world. Certain American generals wanted to, of course, nukes were used there in war, in World War I. And America wanted to use nuclear weapons again in the Korean War. Northeast Asia has an acute case of nuclear apartheid disease. It has all the symptoms of a pandemic. 3 chronic lifelong carriers of this disease: the USA, Russia, and China. Their refusal to take the anti-nuclear vaccine tempts other countries to get nuclear weapons too. 2 nuclear-dependent countries in Northeast Asia, Japan and Republic of Korea. They don't have nukes, but continue to rely on them as if nuclear weapons provide genuine security. And 3, one country that's now infected with the nuclear virus, refusing to be tested or vaccinated or even to wear a mask. Second point in the diagnosis, Northeast Asia is a case study of the inherent incapacity of the NPT to generate nuclear disarmament. As long as you and your adversaries have nuclear weapons, no one is willing to give them up. You can always blame the nuclear disease on your adversaries. Northeast Asian parties blaming their nuclear disease on their adversaries. USA, China, Russia, and DPRK. The NPT does not stop proliferation. One Northeast Asia state dropped out of the treaty to get nuclear weapons. It was well aware that 3 other states in other parts of the world had stayed out of the treaty in order to get nuclear weapons, and that would work for it too. The 5 nuclear weapon states in the NPT have ended up not being able to use their nuclear weapons for anything but mutually assured destruction. The 4 nuclear weapon states outside the NPT have infected their rivals with a desire to have nuclear weapons too. India's rival, Pakistan, succeeded. Israel's rivals, I should say, plural. They get hit with bombs, sabotage, and cyber attacks. Northeast Asia risks suffering some of these similar symptoms it has in the past. So turning to the next slide. The nuclear weapons, the prescription for the region. Northeast Asia needs a regional quarantine against nuclear disease. It needs the protection of a nuclear weapon-free zone. The last speaker reminded us that such a zone is long overdue. All the ingredients are present for successful treatment. As we've heard today, the treatment is 3+3. Japan, ROK, and DPRK become virus-free, no more nuclear weapons. In return, US, Russia, and China signed treaties to never use nuclear weapons against them. 3, the 3+3 nuclear prescription includes ending the Korean War, stopping sanctions, starting cooperation on energy and economy. I really appreciated, Mr. Inuzuko, your comprehensive approach to that. The remedy also requires group therapy, cross-cutting treatment or healings, and is monitored by World Federalist Movement doctors. We hope that will be true someday. The region, urgent need for therapy like this. In its current nuclear-induced deadlock, it's vulnerable to dangerous new threats too, like hypersonic missiles. Alan showed us a picture of what Putin was doing the other day with Lukashenko, and lethal autonomous weapons. In fact, and here I want to say something troubling, a little bit critical of the wonderful host of the Peace Prize Forum. At the UN in Geneva, in the process that dealing with lethal autonomous weapons, we're seeing the same pattern as we've seen with nuclear weapons. And unfortunately, this includes that representatives of the ROK appear to be sides with their nuclear allies against the global majority that is rejecting lethal autonomous weapons the way it's rejected nuclear weapons. I think this is quite troubling. We need to pay attention to that as civil society. ROK seems to be joining the US, Russia, India, and Israel in a growing majority in favor of stopping killer robots. It's the same majority becoming powerless or becoming marginalized by inaction by a minority. And where does ROK stand in that equation? It's the same dynamic we have in this tacit support for nuclear weapons. Next slide, please. Second slide. Majorities are the key, as I've been saying, to this anti-nuclear prescription. The medicine of overcoming nuclear weapons works with and for majorities. In 2017, 122 countries joined forces to negotiate the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. 86 countries have already signed that new accord. More are joining it month by month. The other regions where nuclear weapons have been used, almost used, or tested, have already protected themselves from further nuclear harm by forming nuclear weapons. We saw the map a few minutes ago. In Latin America, all the way up to the US border, in South Pacific, in Southeast Asia, all of Africa, Mongolia, and Central Asia. 115 countries, as we've heard, all in the Southern Hemisphere with some in the adjacent North, have united for this group protection against the virus of nuclear weapons. Forming a nuclear weapon-free zone in Northeast Asia is a critical step towards a nuclear weapon-free world. And the last slide. This prescription against nuclear weapons requires majority commitment and action. Strength in numbers is essential for multilateral nuclear disarmament. The UN General Assembly and UN General Secretaries have provided far more leadership towards nuclear abolition than the UN Security Council or the P5. The path towards nuclear-free Northeast Asia leads through Seoul, Tokyo, and Pyongyang. Northeast Asia has to show the way to Washington, Moscow, and Beijing. In this context, it was good to see also in the materials for this peace forum, the Korea peace appeal from my Pax Christi colleague Anselmo. The appeal goes well with the prescription offered above. It says, conflicts don't get resolved with weapons, but with dialogue and cooperation. Invest in human security and the environment. Establish peace step by step in Korea, in the region, beyond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Let's give big hands. I really enjoy, of course I was a moderator, really high quality of the presentation and discussion because you are touched upon the key issues which are all very much interconnected, and your articulation and very practical suggestion make this session really rich and then very useful and meaningful. But unfortunately, we don't have much time left, about 10 minutes. So I want to pose some questions to all of you. So we have about 2 or 3 minutes to answer some of my questions and also between the speakers. The one question is, as you know, 3+3, as Jonathan mentioned, outside Northeast Asia, we have already nuclear-free zones, Central Asia, and Mongolia, and ASEAN. So Northeast Asia is a missing link. So my question to Tadashi is, how can you work together with already declared nuclear-free zone, Southeast Asia, Mongolia, Central Asia? That's my question. How can we broaden? Because we need to bring the more, the allies together to achieve the Northeast Asia zone. And another question was the role of youth. This afternoon, I was another session, youth session, about Youth Peace Agenda 2030. There we discussed again DMZ. As you know, DMZ is one of the 5 topics of PyeongChang Peace Forum. And there is a concrete proposal to make a DMZ, International Peace Zone. This is already addressed by President Moon Jae-in at the UN General Assembly. Still this agenda on. But as you know, DMZ, demilitarized zone, in fact, is the most militarized zone in the world. So our idea is how can youth play more proactive role to make this DMZ the dream place for MG generation. DMZ, dream place of MG generation. So there are several sessions yesterday, today, compared to last year. The more sessions of youth actively participating in the PyeongChang Peace Forum. So my suggestion to Alan and others, how we can mobilize or encourage youth to play more proactive role, in this nuclear campaign or positive campaign. Just for your last comment. Lastly, Patricia, you mentioned briefly about, the IEP produced very interesting report, Positive Peace, and Global Peace Index, ecological threat, and also you mentioned about religion and peace. As you know, religion can play very important role in peace building, but in fact, religions are party to all the conflict, sometimes the cause of all the problems in many countries. So how you see the role of the religion in your report? Maybe you can elaborate a little bit about that aspect, religion and peace. Maybe also other speakers, you can also, especially Jonathan, you're working for WCT, World Council of Churches, and Pax Christi, which means ecumenical and interreligious. What religion can play more positive role for denuclearization and the peace building? These are some of the questions which came to my mind while listening to your very interesting presentation. So feel free to take 1 or 2 of my comment and question in your closing remark. So who wants to start first? Patricia, you want to do 2 or 3 minutes to concluding the remark?
Yes, thank you very much, Anselmo. Just in terms of your points about the recent Religions and Peace Academy, it is still very much a evolving online course, which we are still continuing to develop more material and particularly focusing on collecting the relevant data together with Religions for Peace. And our report is still yet to be put together and compiled. So I'd like to say just at this stage that we did this very short online course to look at the relationships of how religions can and the nature of how they are able to contribute, in particular, to building positive peace and improving positive peace. And that is where we hope we're going to be able to develop a report on the positive peace aspects as against what we call the negative peace, which is the absence of violence or the fear of violence. So I think just to make it a bit clear, we're focusing specifically on the relationship between religions and how they can contribute to promote and build positive peace, which are the attitudes, institutions, and structures that create peaceful societies.
Okay, thank you. I hope when your report is available, we can have another session about religion and peace next PyeongChang Peace Forum. Let's do it, okay? Okay, what about Alan? Let's go to Prague.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anselmo. I'll comment on two things. The cooperation between nuclear weapon-free zones, and I guess Tadashi and Uzuka will follow up on that, and engaging of youth. On the nuclear weapon-free zones, there's definitely values to building from the experience of previous nuclear weapon-free zones. All of them had difficult issues that they had to resolve. In all of them, there were different aspects of nuclear weapons activities taking place, whether it's fledgling nuclear weapons programs like Brazil, Argentina, and Latin America, or the relationship between Cuba and the Soviet Union when that was being negotiated, the nuclear testing in the Pacific, the transit of nuclear weapons through the Southeast Asia nuclear weapon-free zone. They all had difficulties. The way they overcome those was using some very creative ways of developing treaties. And I think that's where the 3+3 idea has come from, is it's a novel approach which is building from some of the ideas from previous, bringing in new ideas. So having the cooperation is really good to be able to learn from each other's experience. Now, on the youth issue, this is a really good question. We've seen in the climate movement that youth have been very, very active, and their voices have actually been listened to and have been influential. So we've been learning from that, and we've been building a lot of engagement between the young climate activists and bringing them into the nuclear disarmament movement. So for example, for the UN high-level meeting on the elimination of nuclear weapons, which happens once a year, and there's presidents, prime ministers, foreign ministers, ambassadors speaking, they have 2 slots for civil society. We encouraged the president of the General Assembly last year to ask 2 youth from the climate campaigns to speak about the connections between youth action, climate, and nuclear disarmament, and they did, and they were superb. We also brought student strike for peace campaigners in the United States together with Grannies for Peace to show it's not just about young people, it's about intergenerational cooperation. And they were doing Count the Nuclear Weapons money together outside the United Nations, taking the money from the nuclear weapons and putting it into climate action. And there are a lot of other events and initiatives which are bringing the climate change youth and nuclear abolition youth together. And Youth Fusion is the youth-led network that's doing most of that work. And if the screen share is working, I'll just put their website up there. If it's not, it's youthfusion.org. So people can go online and see a lot of the other activities that are happening to build cooperation between climate change youth campaigners and nuclear abolition youth campaigners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tadashi Inuzuka, please.
Yes, thank you, Anselmo. Talking about, mentioning Bill Pace.
Yeah.
Bill has been, talking very, very highly about, PyeongChang Peace Forum for a long time in World Federalist Movement. And your question of missing link, Northeast Asia nuclear weapon free zone, has been discussed for such a long time. In Japan, it was proposed in 1990s. And I think one of the key is we need to consider each nuclear weapon free zone should consider the history and regional situations, very, very heavily. For instance, we have a lot to learn from Mongolia, state, independent nuclear weapon free zone country. And luckily, the former president of the Mongolia became 3+3, one of the advisor, which is a very, very good, the situation. At the same time, South American, and Caribbean nuclear weapon free zone, of course, it's totally different. However, the key person, the Mexican diplomat, has been describing this, the really important nuclear abolition, first step as a very good example of our initiative. So what we are trying to do is to take advisors from all these nuclear weapon free zones in the world into advisory group, and we consult with them all the time. And one of the main things we are focusing on is that forging the political will. In that sense, we are trying to communicate with the committed parliamentarians in Japan and South Korea. And we had already some meetings, inter-parliamentarians meeting on this particular issue. And next step will be that we visit each other face to face and try to understand and come to the agreement on the basic understanding of the 3+3 as a politician, and then to expand it and probably into Washington, D.C. So please, on the way, I'm sure our road will cross, and please help us achieving this great goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Jonathan, please.
Yes, thank you. I'll just speak briefly to two of the points. On the thing about the nuclear weapon-free zones, as you were talking, Anselmo, maybe the Peace Forum would invite all the zones to a future session and really put the Northeast Asia situation on the line, because it brings all the nuclear issues into focus. And there's no better place to do it than so close to the DMZ. My understanding is, Alan knows the process better than I do, but the times I've been to the nuclear weapon-free zone meetings, it's a pretty disparate group. They come from many, many places, and I think they need to be challenged to be united. And Northeast Asia is ground zero for the very they've all been motivated by in their own places. And it could be the sort of starch or the yeast that the move. There are many, many other aspects to that, but I like the idea that the nuclear weapon-free zones also need to look to the treaty prohibiting nuclear weapons, because that's the nuclear weapon-free zone of the whole world. And they're building it out. They're most of the signatories so far of the new treaty. On the religion thing, I don't know how many hours we have, but I think that the intersection between religious concerns and the kind of things you people have raised on this session are very, very real and very compelling, and go both ways, always. I especially think the dialogue around positive and negative peace is a person can engage with theologically, morally, spiritually. And maybe there's more of that going on than I know, but it's always good to see you're relating to religions for peace. I say the same thing about the World Federalist Movement. I think that that commitment to the common good is the single meeting point for people of faith and people who may not be of faith. But common good is something that speaks to all of us. And so I'm a Protestant, but I work for a Catholic group, Pax Christi, and I hold up the work of the current Pope and of the Vatican in recent years on the question of nuclear weapons, on the question of armed violence, on the question of our responsibility to each other. I think we can all be Catholics as long as this guy We can all be Catholic as long as this guy is Pope. He's really a blessing. And you can engage with that from no matter where you come. So our time is short to discuss the proof of a good meeting, Anselmo.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned about Pope Francis. In fact, 3 years ago, I was in Nagasaki when the Pope Francis was visiting Japan. I still remember he said very clearly, possession of nuclear weapon is not only illegal, but it's immoral, you know. It's a very strong message, you know, he said from Nagasaki. But unfortunately, not many political leaders listen to him, you know. So that's why I think your suggestion is very important. Let's begin with the parliamentarian and youth who have open-minded about this idea. But those who are in the government, especially security field, they are still very, very conservative, you know. So I think we need to build more strong pressure from the grassroots bottom, you know. But good news is, yesterday, opening ceremony, you know who was the giving us the welcome remark? It was the President of National Assembly, you know. And also Park Byung-seok. And then before him, Jung Se-kyun was President of National Assembly. He was the leader of PNND South Korea, you know. So which means already leadership. And also Allen, when he came to Korea 2-3 years ago, he met Jung Se-kyun, former President of National Assembly. In fact, that time we agreed to have a General Assembly of PNND in South Korea with the Korean nation. But because of coronavirus, everything postponed, you know. So let's renew this process. With the idea of 3+3, I really want to explore further. Can you have the youth leaders from these 3+3 countries, youth who have open-minded, and probably retired diplomat who has experience of this negotiation, bring them together to see how we can, the intergenerational learning and dialogue, you know, the youth and the retired diplomat. From there, I think we can really push this idea, 3+3. I really, you know, this 3+3, I want to really put that in the PyeongChang Peace Agenda so that we can really continue. So Corona is over, coming to an end, and we meet next year to concretize all these ideas. So thank you very much once again for your valuable contribution. I believe everybody enjoyed this conversation and with a very concrete idea. So we feel very empowered with you. Thank you. Let's give a big hand to all the panelists. Thank you. Okay, see you soon.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. This was the UN SDG Session 2. This was a very significant and productive discussion. I'd like to thank the moderator for leading us in this discussion. And of course, I would like to thank the panelists as well. We have had many experts and scholars here in this auditorium. We have